sounds okay in terms of where it's as clear. It says it sounds really clear on their output. No, I mean as on our internet output. They said it sounds clear to them as well. Right, okay.
Okay, so you want us to talk just for a minute or two?
Right, okay. Yeah. Okay, cheers, bye. Yeah, I think so. Stops him ringing, doesn't it? If these guys are happy, I'm happy.
Yeah.
If you're happy, I'm happy.
No, just online. Just yeah, yeah. No, I'm quite happy. I mean, if you
Okay.
go on, Luke, you first. Okay, I'll go first since you're pressing buttons. So, yeah, we're just still waiting for the players to come out of the Village Cup final. Got Stayley against Foxton Granta. Stayley from Greater Manchester and Foxton Granta from Cambridgeshire. We've got the two teams here. Perhaps if I run through the Foxton Granta team and Luke, who knows the Stayley team intimately, apparently. So I've been told. So let me just run through the Foxton Granta team. Only two players who didn't play in the final last year, Chris Pepper and Freddie Dale. Otherwise, the team will be, probably in batting order, Adam Webster, Richard Calfman, Ash Clark, Johnny Atkinson, Chris Pepper, Harry Hopwood, Freddie Dale, the wicketkeeper, Lewis Hill, the captain, Ravi Mahindra, Sam Beer and Henry Campbell. Stayley won the toss and decided to field, so it will be Foxton Granta that are batting first. Luke is still adjusting levels, but Luke, do you want to run through the Stayley team? Got it written out there for you in my best handwriting.
Yeah, so they've got Liam Parkinson opening. He'll open with Jake Barlow, then Sahil Khan. He'll keep wicket. I'm bat at number 3. Reece Downend is 4. Mohammed Saqib is at 5. Nick Woodhead, the captain, at 6. Casey Roach, 7. Mahmood Ul Hassan at 8. Leighton Parker at 9. Dylan at Barlow at 10. And then Scott Devlin is number 11. And they'll be looking to make history, their first ever appearance at Lords, and they'll be looking to win it on their first visit as well.
I mean, Stayley's history in the Village Cup has been meteoric in so much that this is their 5th time of playing, and they reached the semi-finals 2 years ago, and here they're already in the final. And had a great season as well in the league, in the Greater Manchester League Division 1. I think they, well, not I think, I know they finished third, so they've been promoted. So good time at Stayley Cricket Club at the moment.
Yeah, they've had a great rise over the last 5 years, as the two umpires are just coming out in front of us now. Stayley have won the toss and are going to field. And yeah, they've had a great time. They've really progressed the club over the last 5 years. If you've heard us over the previous rounds, Lance, the chairman's really sort of pulled it up by its bootstraps, and they're getting the kids involved there as well. And it's a really sort of community club now. I think they've got about 20 teams playing there as well. So yeah, and it was a brilliant win for them in the semi-final over Dumbleton.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll go through the progress the teams has made as Stayley are coming out onto the pitch now, led by their captain, Nick Woodhead. Did a lovely interview with Nick before the game. Luke, that's your name, isn't it? Showing me one other chance to hear it for a little while. But, you know, nice that you spoke to both captains, Nick Woodhead of Stayley and Lewis Hill of Foxton Granta. And the two opening batsmen are coming out as well. That's Adam Webster and Richard Calfman. Of course, they were the match winners last year, a stand of 206, when they successfully chased down the huge Dumbleton total of 241 to win by 6 wickets. So obviously they'll be looking to re-establish that opening partnership as they come to the middle. We got the two umpires as well. Let's give them a shout out, Alan Minot and Chris Bolton. And the two scorers, I'm afraid I don't have their first names, but we have M. Camps and L. Hobbs. M. Camps for Stayley and L. Hobbs for Foxton.
Yeah, so we are going to hear ball-by-ball coverage of this Village Cup final here on Live Sports FM.
Okay, so welcome to Lord's commentary team of Keith Higgins. That was Luke Edwards you were hearing just now. He'll be taking over the commentary shortly. And in fact, he's going to be my pundit for a few minutes as well as we just wait. Opening the bowling for Stayley, who have lost the toss and decided to... Foxton Granta lost the toss and they're batting. You know the Stayley people better than I do, Luke, so can they identify the opening bowler who will be coming in from the pavilion end towards us here in the media centre?
Yeah, I mean, they've not got the numbers and names on today, but we do have the big screen there, so it will be
Casey Roach, I think.
Roach to open the batting, yeah.
Bowling,
sorry, yeah, and
Adam Webster
and Richard Calfman are the two batsmen out there.
Okay, let's just go through the field quickly. Notice the keeper, Sohail Khan, standing up to Casey Roach. Give you the field in a moment. Quite an attacking field as Roach comes in right arm over bowls and outside the off stump, left alone nicely by Webster. So the field, they've got two slips and a gully, so very attacking field. And then on the offside, they've got cover point and an extra cover. They've got a very short extra cover as well. Mid-off, and on the leg side, just the two fielders, mid-on and mid-wicket. So quite a bit of a gap there around the corner if Casey Roach strays as he comes in, running towards us here.
First ball was classed as a wide, so the one without loss there. Even though it was left alone, it went outside those blue markings.
Yep, umpires are being told to be very strict on wides, and they've got those blue markings. And... just about see them actually from our commentary position here, high up in the media centre. Wow. Not the TMS box though, unfortunately, Luke, which I know you wanted, as Casey Roach bowls the next ball and a no ball. So Foxton Granta being granted a couple of runs in this first over, a no ball and a wide.
Yeah, Stayley normally bowl first. They like to chase, although the exception to the rule was up at Sacriston when they went up there and They described it as an absolute road, and he put on over 350 in the end and won pretty comfortably. This Roach is coming in again.
Right arm over, comes in, bowls to Webster, who's yet to play a shot in anger as that ball again just swings away a little bit outside the off stump, and the left-handed Webster leaves it alone, taken by Sohail Khan. When I was looking at the stats earlier, Luke, I rather oversimplified it, but I was saying it's probably Foxton Granta's batting against Stayley's bowling, which is what we've got here, because Foxton Granta scored over 200 in 5 of their 7 games, and the other 2 they didn't need to score 200 because they were chasing a smaller target. Come back to that in a minute, as I wish I had a button in, I could press it, because they'll just be saying the same thing outside the off stump, left alone by Webster. And then Stayley bowled, I think, 4 times out of 6 they bowled the opposition out for less than 100. So is that an oversimplification? It's Stayley's bowling against Foxton Granta's batting that's going to determine the game?
I think so. Certainly at Stayley it's very up and down. Doubleton, I don't think he'd seen a pitch like it, because one end was keeping low, the other end was bouncing. He didn't really know how to deal with it.
There's Roach. Press button outside the off stump, left alone by Webster.
Rinse and repeat, yeah, left outside off stump. But yeah, we're in the media box today, as you say, Keith. Normally we're in the Michael Holding suite, but they're using those as offices because one of the stands is being redeveloped. So we're in the media centre, the spaceship as you see it on the TV, and it's a beautiful day out there. I had a little walk down to the boundary edge before, and the sun's really beating down. Us northerners found it really warm.
I nearly put my jumper on today as rinse and repeat, as Luke just said, outside the off stump. Webster has not yet had to play a shot, but that one was not wide, so another dot ball, but 5 balls gone, 2 for no wicket is the score. So need to give big thanks to Frogbox, who are very kindly providing the video stream for today, and our commentary on Live Sports FM. If you're listening to us on the audio, thanks very much indeed for tuning in to us, and thanks if you're tuning in to one of the Foxbox streams, which we'll talk about in a moment. As next ball is, he played and missed there, I think. Did he get an edge on it? No.
4 byes.
Perhaps the keeper standing up was just a little bit too quick for him, but first over has been finished, and no runs off the bat, but it's 6 for no wicket.
That one kept extremely low, considering we're in the first over. There was no bounce whatsoever there, and no batsman is off the mark. But like you say, they're on 7 without loss, Foxton Granta. So Stayley will feel like this cheap runs. We saw them against Sacriston, and then it got rained off, and they had to go up to Sacriston, but they were sloppy early on in that game, and you can see there were a lot of runs, and then eventually they managed to work their way through Sacriston and bowl them out. But it's going to be Ul Hassan who comes on very quick from this media centre end, the nursery end. Bald head, big bushy beard. He's just doing a little practice run up to the crease. It's going to be Richard Calfman, last year's Centurion, on strike.
Looking forward to seeing Mahmood Al Hussain bowl. Got some exceptional figures. I'm trying to think what game it was. 4 for 4 he got in one game. I've got a note of it somewhere while you were sorting that out. But yes, he's one of the top wicket takers. Not the top one. The top one is actually Leighton Parker, who's taken 17 wickets in the competition. Mahmood Al Hussain 14, but he's coming in right arm over the wicket, and Richie Calvin has to play a shot. So 7-8 balls gone, and the first shot played by a Foxton Granta batsman. That one was defended into the leg side for no runs. But yes, looking forward to seeing Mahmood Al Hussain bowl, and
Leighton Parker's really quick as well. Big occasion for him, only 16 years old.
He was the death bowler in the very, very narrow win they had, who was it, against Cleartor, wasn't it, from Cumbria and North Lancashire. But the next ball is played through the offside, a classic off drive there, and it's gone for 6. It's a short boundary. He's running away from us, Al Hussain. So we've got the grandstand. The pitch is on the left-hand side if you're in the media centre. And that one was a classic cover drive, Luke. But yeah, sailed over the boundary. First runs off the bat, and it's a 6. I don't think he middled that, actually.
It was just a little waft of the bat, and it flew away. Like I say, I was waiting for it to hit the boundary fence, but it didn't, because it went over the boundary fence and towards where we would normally be situated in that Michael Holding suite. Yeah, nonchalant stuff. And Calfman obviously knows this pitch. He got lots of runs on it last year.
Yeah, got a century. Man of the match, if I remember rightly, and a very useful bowler. One of the several bowlers for Foxton Granta has taken 12 wickets in the competition. That ball he just defends into the offside for no runs.
Good follow up there from all Sam. Just had Calfman forward, didn't he? And it just reared up on him a little bit. But yeah, as you mentioned, they went up to Cleater Stayley and they were bowled out for 100 and bowled out Cleater for 99 in the end. And that was quite a feisty encounter.
I'm sure. Talk a bit more about that after this next ball from Hussain, who clipped through the gap between second slip and gully by Calfman. Brings a single. Throws a little bit wild, actually, from the third man boundary, but good backing up means that there's no overthrows. Another run to Richard Calfman takes him on to 7.
I'm not sure if he was trying to leave that alone or not, Calfman. It just kind of hit the bottom of the bat, didn't it? They have got a man out there at third man. He was able to come in.
So, running away from us, Al-Hussain bowling from the nursery end. Bowling to Webster, Adam Webster, who played an over 6 runs without having to play a shot. Let's see if he can get one off the bat this time. Left-handed. He was the captain in 10 years ago when it was Foxton Cricket Club, who were in the final before they merged with Cambridge Granta. Back to that in a minute as Al-Hussain bowls the next ball, and there's a big appeal there as the ball hits him on the legs, on the pads, but looking at the replay, I think that was going down the leg side, and umpire says not out.
Yeah, he's just over Sam. Hashim Amla-like figure, if you're not watching the stream. He was just sort of signalling to the umpire saying, was it swinging down? And the umpire said, yes, it was. Stayley have got special caps by the looks of it as well. Very sort of thick caps.
Next ball's outside the off stump, but not too wide, but Webster, as he's done so far, happy to leave it. So, 2 overs gone, 13 for no wicket.
A lot of swing in this pitch, which I think is why they're looking to bowl first. They're looking to use the conditions. It is sunny, but there is a bit of cloud around as well. Cool morning. It does seem like a bowl first pitch. But I'm looking forward to see how Luke Parkinson does on this, because he's a very back foot player, and we know at Lords there's a bit of extra bounce there. The quicker the bowler, the better he is. So, yeah, Foxton Granta were really impressed how they chased down that total last year. It was a pretty imposing total, but they knocked it off pretty smartly.
So, third over of the game, it's going to be bowled at the pavilion end by Casey Roach. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Richie Calfman, who, as we said, man of the match last year. In the end, what proved to be the match-winning century, even though it wasn't the highest score in the game. It was Charlie Garrett of Dumbleton who got 119. Calfman a little bit less. Come back to that in a moment if I can find him on here. 110 was his score last year, but here comes Roach, right arm over, bowls, and again wicket-keeper Sohail Khan standing up to him. Tries to turn it into the leg side, Calfman, but just dribbles to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there from Roach. Just don't want to laugh with the umpire as he walks back to his mark there. Probably saying that's the first one they've laid a bat on. And the umpire saying, yeah, very good.
Pulled out one of the slips, by the way, I noticed. Just the one slip on gully. Got a cover point, extra cover mid-off. Goes to the leg side field in a moment as Roach comes in again, right arm over. And Calfman turns it round the corner, and good running there by Webster, because he wasn't far away from the fielder, who was just behind square on the leg side, and good backing up there by Webster, making sure his partner got the run. Takes Calfman on to 8, 14 for no wicket.
If you want to get in touch with us this afternoon, or this morning and this afternoon, we're on Live Sports FM, we're on Instagram, and we are on Twitter as well, and Facebook, so make sure you send us a message.
There, we'd love to hear from you. Just tell you a bit more about that. The next ball, which Webster leaves alone again outside the off stump, taken by Khan. Yes, please, Luca, remind us how you can get in touch with us here at Live Sports FM.
Yeah, as I say, on social media, on X, at Live Sports FM, on Facebook. We're on Instagram as well. Give us a follow on there. I've got videos and stuff on there of the build-up so far, and my little preview. And you can send us a message through there, and we'll read it out for you. And we're also on the, well, as you can obviously we're on YouTube, so the chat will be in there.
Yep, we'll mention the stream at the end of the over, but next ball is Webster actually plays a shot this time. Well, has to play a shot, sorry, it sounded rude, didn't it? Played a shot, that's what it's there for. Played the shot into the offside, but the fielder at cover point was too quick to come in and make sure there wasn't a single taken. Left-handed Webster was captain in 2015, but it's Lewis Hill who's the captain now of the Sunday team for Foxton Granta. Roach again, right arm over, bowls. That one is played and missed outside the off stump there. Maybe a little bit of frustration. Webster still not off the mark, and he's faced 12 balls, and that's a little bit of frustration there. Well taken by Calm behind the wicket. Yes, sun's just gone in at the moment here at Lord's, but still a great scene here. And looking at the forecast when I was here on Thursday, I must admit I really thought that Luke and our fellow commentators, Rob and Rich, will be talking about other things than the cricket. But we've got plenty of cricket. The weather is set fair today. Just another ball is outside the off stump and left alone by Webster. So we've had 3 overs. It's 14 for no wicket. Calfman on 8. And Webster yet to score. Right, let me just mention before Luke comes in, as I said, you're listening to Live Sports FM, our commentary on the Voneus Village Cup final. But we're also simulcasting on the live video stream that's supplied by Frogbox. They're the official live streaming partner of this year's Voneus National Village Cup. Thanks to Frogbox, the final here at Lord's today has been live streamed, as I said, so family, friends and fans around the world can follow the action in real time. And you can see it either on the Cricketer YouTube channel or via the National Village Cup Play Cricket site. And a big thank you to our friends at Frogbox. And also we will give mentions as well to the Cricketer, who've been great supporters of Live Sport FM. One of the other reasons why we're here today, as Hussain starts the 4th over from the nursery end, bowls, and Calfman plays it defensively. And a bit of hesitation there as the ball went between Gully and the fielder, who's on the quite deep there at cover point. And once again, Webster was the more confident of the two to take the run, and backing his partner up. Another single for Calfman takes him on to 9. 15 for no wicket. Yeah. If you're Adam Webster and you haven't got off the mark after 13 balls, Luke, how are you feeling?
Nervous because I think he got. Did he get? I don't think he got many last year.
No, he got 97 not out.
Oh, okay.
Won the game with a 6.
Of course he did, because he was left stranded, wasn't he? Just before.
Yeah.
Just before the end, wasn't he? He could have got his 100 as well, but yeah, like say he finished with a 6, just fell short of his 100. I don't think he would have been playing him, although he is off the mark now.
He obviously was listening to us up here in the commentary box, because he rather scampered that single. Fielder in the covers had to run across a little bit, but good running between the pair of them. So Adam Webster finally off the mark after 14 balls. Score moves on to 16 for no wicket. As Hussain comes in. So interesting run-up, actually. He sort of stops, I think, at the crease. Somehow I just feel that he doesn't quite follow through. Whether he's got a little niggle, I don't know. That one was played confidently by Calfman for a single into the offside. Another single. Calfman scoring more than a runner ball. 10 off 8. Score moved on to 17 for no wicket. We will introduce the rest of our commentary team in probably after Casey Roach's next over at the far end. We'll bring Rich Dean in to be the pundit, and Luke can do the commentary. As the next ball is sort of on the leg stump and turn around the corner to long leg there by Webster.
I have to apologise to Rob as well, because when I was doing my preview for Instagram, I forgot his name. So I just said it was Keith, me, Rich, and guests. So I knew it was, and I was thinking I can't just say Rob. So and guests, and I've only met you 4 times. I know you're not instantly forgettable, Rob. That's the thing. But we are going to have guests throughout the day. I know Hugh Turbo from the cricket is going to be coming up. We're hopefully going to have Lydia Greenway as well with us. Once again, she wasn't supposed to be coming, but she's made it now. I think we might get the Hall of Fame up, who's the Reed groundsman. They had the media day at Reed, which I went to in April, and he's been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Rang the bell before the start of play.
He did, yes. I made a note of the people who rang the bell this year, and he's joined a pretty stellar list. If he comes up, we'll go through it with him. But Here's Mohammed Al Hussein bowling from the nursery end, and
Slow delivery, that one.
he held it back a little bit, but Calfman read it well. He checked his shot and just played it defensively. Didn't want to follow through with it as goes through for no runs. Yes, 4 off the over so far, and last ball of the 4th over coming up. Solid start so far by Foxton Granta, helped by a lot of extras in the first over. 6 extras in that very first over. Al-Hussein comes in bowls.
Gone.
Is he gone? They're peeling through an edge behind the wicket there. Is Khan taking it? Umpires are not moved. I think the ball must have just bounced in front of him there, but
our wicket-keeping expert Rob says the keeper didn't look confident. It carried, but he's the only one who didn't seem convinced there was an edge there. But everyone else was. I mean, Al-Hussein was virtually down the other end of the pitch, and then he ended up double teapotting. All the other fielders running around. It's probably that excitement of they want to get that first wicket, isn't it? But we haven't seen a replay. It did look close, though. Maybe it was baton to pad. Because it was a good delivery by Al-Hussein.
It really was. It's one of those where I was looking and thinking, oh, there's a very good breakthrough there. But no, he survived, Calfman. He's on 10, Webster on 2, 18 for no wicket. And Casey Roach to start the next over, bowling from the pavilion end. So running towards us here. Khan standing up. He got 2 slips again as he bowls to Webster. He plays the ball nicely. Straight to the fielder at mid-off, but he's a good runner between the wickets, Webster. As soon as he played it, he set off, and he knew that he was running to the danger end. But one of the more experienced players in the Foxton Granta side, he's got a good pair of legs on him and managed to get to the other end.
If you say so, Keith.
I'm very impressed with his running, though. I couldn't possibly comment on how good his legs are. Well, I did actually. I said they were very good, didn't I? I shall make a note of the fact you lot laughed at me. Next time any of you make a mistake, I shall review mercilessly. You'll be warned. Next ball defended by Calfman. It's the leg side for no runs. I think there's a hint I should change commentary, and I will do at the end of this over. Casey Roach bowling from the far ends. Quite good figures so far. First 2 overs, none for 3. As I said, they concede a lot of extras in that first over. Next ball is just edge past first slip there by Calfman. Got a little bit more bounce in it perhaps than he expected. Fielder diving across at first slip, couldn't quite get there. Calfman gets only his second boundary, had a 6. The first scoring shot was a 6, that was a 4. Takes him on to 14, 23 for no wicket. Bit of extra bounce there, Luke?
Yeah, I mean, they've raced along to 23 without... There was only that one real 6, wasn't there? Scoring shot in anger in terms of they just nudged the 1s and 2s, but you've just kind of ticked along to 23 already. And Stayley, as I say, they'll be wanting to break this partnership. They'll know how dangerous these two are from last year.
To say something about first slip in a minute as the next ball is flayed through the offsides. Off the edge, I think, but there's a vacancy at third man. There's no fielder down there, and 2 4s and successive balls for Calfman.
Again, again, it wasn't
controlled, was it?
No, he was just sort of slaying it in that one, wasn't he? And they've taken the third man out, as you say now, so it went down to the boundary. He's 18 off 13, though.
Yeah. I was just saying, going back to the chance at first slip, he's very fine, isn't he? And I just wonder, with Khan standing up to the stumps, whether he actually didn't really see it in good time. Because looking at him, he's very, very fine. I mean, he's not quite behind wicketkeeper Khan first slip, but I just wonder if perhaps he ought to be a bit wider. You'll never know, as Roach having conceded 2 4s off the last 2 balls. And he's pulled that behind. He's really attacking now, Calfman. That one he pulled from just outside the off stump and pulled it behind square on the leg side for his 3rd successive boundary.
It was close to the man at fine leg. I don't know if he picked it up. It seemed to just kind of go towards him and just over his head. It kind of almost ducked underneath it in the end, and he got 4 for it. But yeah, I don't think it's all the sand there. I don't think he picked it up.
I think you're right there, Luke. I think it, Obviously, the Lord's not great, not full by any stretch.
Out of that red brick pavilion,
Yeah.
though, it'd be difficult
Yeah,
to pick
that's
up.
the point, actually. That's probably what he's looking at. And red ball with the red brick pavilion, difficult to see. So the next ball is outside the off stump. Is the umpire going to give it a wide? He is. I think I'd agree with that. We can see the blue line there, and I think that was outside the blue line. So another run to the total. 31 for no wicket. Calfman has got 22 of them. Roach, average run up. He's probably about just under a cricket pitch length of run up. So if my memory serves me right, he's 22 yards, so about 18-yard run up. Ball's given a polish by mid-off there. Obviously the ball polisher in the team. Funny, isn't it, how they have a designated ball polisher? Is that an official title? We'll talk about that in a minute as Roach bowls the next ball. Again outside the off stump. Left alone by Calfman. So 5 overs gone, 32 for no wicket. A few words from Luke, who will then take over the commentary, and we'll bring in Rich Dean as the pundit. But a few words from you first, Luke.
Yeah, really good start here from Foxton Granta, 32 not out. And Stayley looking for that wicket. They probed away, they were tight early on, gave away a couple of extras. They are forcing a few false shots from the Foxton Granta batsman, but Calfman's looking to flay away a few. He's looking to get off to a strong start, which he has done. Hello, Rich.
Good morning, Luke. How are we?
Very well. You're in your Middlesex tie. When I came up this morning, you were stood with Keith and Robert, and I thought you were security. Yeah.
Fine.
Thought you weren't letting him in the box for some reason.
We shouldn't have done, really, should we?
But no, very thanks again to our friends here at the MCC who've looked after us, sorted out all the technicals. As in comes all the sand balls and covering up there Webster. And there's no run back to Ul Hassan, who feels off his own bowling. What have you made of the first 5 overs, Rich?
Well, it hardly feels like they've broken sweat in amassing 32 off their 5 overs. Seems very, very serene out there at the moment. See if that changes anytime soon.
Well, I said that when they got to 23, it felt like they just got there without blinking, really.
Yep.
As Ul Hassan comes in again, past the umpire, bowls and flicked away by Webster. Wants a quick single, and there's a misfield there in the end. And they're wanting 2, Webster's wanting 2, and Calfman just wasn't interested. And so they do come through just for 1. They've got their own special shirts there. I'm annoyed because all through the competition they've had the names and numbers on. And I've been like, they've had the names and numbers, it'll be fine. And then because we're like a million miles away in the media box, it's difficult to identify. Thankfully, we have got the scoreboard here. So we're able to see who is bowling, who is batting. That was gone down as a leg by that last delivery. Is Ul Hassan in again, bowls and flicked away nicely by Calfman. That's going to be 4, running down towards the pavilion boundary, and it does get there. And we may be behind glass, but we can still hear the cheers of the Foxton Granta supporters. And you know it's them because they've all got coats on.
Slightly thinner crowd than there has been in previous years.
Yeah,
hopefully that builds up throughout the day. Do you think people will be travelling down from Manchester slightly later in the morning?
We're all round. They're all to the left-hand side here, so there's some quite below us near the media box. I think that's where the Stayley contingent are. They brought 2 coaches down, Stayley.
Oh, very good.
So I know, and then there's some travelling down this morning, so some might be getting here a few minutes late. But as Ul Hassan comes in again, bowls, and that one has Calfman defending on the back foot, out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Very different tale for the 2 batsmen out there. You've got Calfman 26 off 17, and you've got Webster who's managed 3 from 18. So very, very different stories for both of those guys out there. But if you don't lose wickets and you're 37 for no wicket in the 6th over, I would suggest that you're pretty happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, especially after 5 overs. They're going along at 6.5 at the minute.
That one's a slower delivery again by Ulsan, just holding that one up in the square, and Calfman just on the back foot, just gently defends it out to extra cover. Again, no run.
And when you look historically at these finals, it's very rare that there is a huge total that wins these games. So there'll be, with that in mind, there'll be even more solidified at the moment.
Ulsan him bowls and cut away nicely by Calfman, but straight to the fielder at point, and another dot ball. So a decent over from Ulsan, 5 off it, ended over 37 without loss. It's the Village Cup final, sponsored by Voneus, here on Live Sports FM. Luke Edwards, Rich Dean, Rob Etheridge, Keith Higgins, and guests. Going to have David Sharman and Hugh Turbeville from The Cricketer coming up in a bit. So we're looking forward to that.
What we can say, of course, Luke, is that we know Webster's prowess with the bat from last year's final. He managed 97 not out, and I remember him hitting the winning runs into the mound stand.
Yeah, it came towards us, didn't it, I think?
It did, yes.
I think Rob had to take a catch last year, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, but probably dropped then.
Yeah, and also, well, these two were the main men, weren't it, as they won by 7 wickets last year. As Roach continues and forward defending Webster, just calmly out there to Luke Parkinson, who's a character, it's fair to say. He never stops talking. Even when he's batting, you can hear him talking away, annoying the fielders. He's there clapping his hands now, stood there at extra cover. He'll be opening the batting later on. His mum and dad were nearly in tears when he got his century up at Thornton in the quarters. And that's flayed away again for 4. That one went through the gully region and managed to get down to the boundary rope. So 41 without loss. And the first boundary to Webster.
Do you know what I think the most interesting aspect of today is? Parkinson. If he goes early, there have been very few players that have really bolstered the batting. It's been minor contributions. So if he goes early when Stayley bats, you have to start thinking where are the runs coming from.
Yeah.
If he fires, we could be in for a real treat here. But to me, that's the predominant feature of this contest.
Here's Roach, and again from the pavilion end, down the leg side, that'll be a wide signal. Another one to the total, 42 without loss. Yeah, I mean, in the quarterfinals, he made that brilliant 100. He held the innings together. And then in the semi-final, they were only chasing him down about 68. And I think they won by 4 wickets, but Parkinson got 32.
There you go.
So he was there, and he got the half of the runs there. And he always kept them slightly ahead of the rate in that game, even though it was a very tight game. As Roach comes in again, bowls, and left alone outside off stump by Webster.
It would actually be very interesting to work out the percentage of runs that he scored for Stayley this year.
He's one of the top run scorers, as you'd expect, with them being in the final in this competition. And they've had a lot of games, Stayley, where obviously we've had a glorious summer, but typically when Stayley have played at home, it's rained, or at Thornton and vice versa. So they've had to they've almost been playing catch-up as Roach comes in again, bowls, and driven back to Roach. They've almost played catch-up because they've been playing a week after everyone. So they've almost been playing Sunday after Sunday after Sunday, and Nick Woodhead said it. We'll probably hear from him during the lunch interval, the interview that I did with him, but they've actually been grateful for the break and able to concentrate on the league form and get that promotion, because they didn't want that derailing them, because they run to the semi-final 2 years ago derailed their league form, took their eye off the ball a little bit. As Roach comes in again, bowls, left alone by Webster outside off stump. And there is no run.
Roach seems to have been keeping a reasonable look at line and length today. I know there were a few extras in the first over, but he's still conceded 22 off his 3.5 overs, the last ball of his 4th to come. Like I say, still seems really serene out there.
Yeah, and
Roach comes in again, bowls, and that one's driven nicely. Lovely shot that one by Webster. No stopping that one through extra cover for 4. Lovely cover drive.
Now that was quite a full length, and he dug that out and turned that into a cover drive. That was a beautiful shot. 46 for no wicket after 7. This is an ominous start.
What I will say is though, Stayley it's kind of been early on in their innings where when they have bowled, teams have been like 60 odd for 1, and then they've managed to pull it back, and tighten up the runs. Reece Downing, for example, he's been really tight in terms of he's turned it around and kept it really tight. Leighton Parker's someone as well. So as much as Foxton Granta have got off to a good start, Stayley can sort of pull it back in the second half of the inning. So it'll be interesting to see that, or will Foxton Granta get away from them? They have got the platform. Calfman's definitely in. You saw what he could do on this pitch last year. Brilliant 100. I mean, we said it was an imposing total that Dumbleton set, but again, he just kind of got there without any stress, really. As Ul Hassan charging in again, bowls, and that's pulled away again. He pulled that from the offside there, and a lovely shot from Calfman. He took one step to his right and pulled it out onto the onside where there's just 2 fielders out there, picked out the gap, and it's 4 more, and that brings up the 50 as well.
That's a sign of real confidence that he knew exactly where the line and particularly the length of that ball was, and just managed to pull it with absolute ease. And he moves on to 30 from 20 balls.
Here's Ul Hassan in again, that time forward Calfman just defending. It went so quickly off the bat, he manages to get through for a single. The man at backward point does the fielding.
Worth reasserting as well, Luke, that this is a 40 over game.
Yes.
So 240 deliveries per side, obviously. You are looking at this sort of platform, you would be looking at, if you look that far ahead for totals, you would be looking at a run a ball you would want out of this, I would suggest.
First time around the wicket then for Ul Hassan, and full delivery which Webster has to dig out there, and he's done himself a bit of a mischief as he digs that one out. He just hobbles back into his crease, maybe overstretching a little bit there. He's a bit uncomfortable there. He's doing a bit of a, like he's walking on hot coals there, Webster. Looks like he maybe got one on or fired it onto his boot, but already Ul Hassan's discomforted him, and that'll be in his mind a little bit as Ul Hassan comes around the wicket, balls again to Webster. It's a short delivery, and he was trying to pull that away, and it wasn't short enough to pull. And in the end, he backhands it down to mid-on, and there's no run. Obviously, Rich, you're a regular here at Middlesex. Just tell us about what's going on across the way from us.
So there's 2 phases of development. The Allen stand is the one that you're referring to, the smaller stand to the right of the pavilion,
where the other scoreboard would normally be. As Ul Hassan comes around the wicket again, it's short and wide signal by the umpire as Webster stretched for that one.
And what's happening with that? That's being completely reconfigured into 3 tiers with a walkway into the pavilion, and that's phase 1. And phase 2 will be the tavern stand that's also being redeveloped. And if anyone wants to go and see the images, the rendering of how it's going to look, they're on the Lord's website.
Ul Hassan runs in, bowls, flicks away nicely off his legs. Good sprawling stop, so it's just a single. Not as many members here this year. It was packed out last year. They're all there on the top tier. You can see the hospitality box far right is doing a good trade as well. Have you got over Middlesex escaping with a draw at Old Trafford as well, with the rain helping you there?
Well,
thoroughly outplayed.
If you play at this time in September,
Yeah.
it can't be a huge surprise, can it, that the weather beats you? Because Lancashire wouldn't.
No. It's the first time in ages Lancashire haven't had a home win in the county championship this
I'm
year as well.
joking, mate.
At Old Trafford, I think. They won at Outgrounds, but not Old Trafford. There's Ul Hassan coming back over the wicket to the right-handed Richard Calfman. Short delivery which Calfman tries to swat away, looks up at the sky in anguish there as he doesn't get hold of that one whatsoever, and it just dribbles out into the offside, and that is the end of the over. 53 without loss. Oversand 4 overs so far, none for 22, no maidens in there, and Casey Roach 4 overs, no maidens, none for 26. And you're listening to Live Sports FM and our commentary on the Voneus Village Cup final. We're also simulcasting on the live video stream supplied by Frogbox. Frogbox are the official live streaming partners of this year's Voneus National Village Cup, and they've also launched their brand new app, Frogbox Play, which is easy for me to say on a Sunday morning. And with Frogbox Play, you can watch every single delivery captured on Frogbox, save and share your favourite moments, and also track teams and players' best moments, all from your phone, unless you have a Nokia 3210, in which case you ain't getting that.
Are there many of those in circulation?
I know somebody who does use that, yeah.
Wow.
And there's no point sending them an emojis. But you can play Snake and Tetris. You can download Frogbox Play now from the App Store or Google Play and stay connected to the game wherever you are. Find out more at frogbox.live. And if you are watching a video stream or listening to us on Live Sports FM, get in touch with us. Contact us on X at Live Sports FM or Facebook. Look for our whole page at Live Sports FM. We're going to have Casey Roach continuing, probably his last over of this spell, from the pavilion end. Balls and left alone. Outside off stump by Webster, who keeps in that pose for a while. Obviously one for the cameras there.
Yeah, I remember Calfman's innings last year. He was man of the match, if I remember rightly, 110. And I think something like 86 deliveries he got them off.
I'm annoyed because I've forgotten me Village Cup Bible, which has got all the stats in.
Oh, Luke, come on.
And it's been very invaluable throughout the tournament, and then the day we probably need it the most is the day I forget it. That's driven through the covers, but well fielded there. It's only because I was a bit flustered because I've managed to lock half my suitcase and unlock the other. So, you know, when you clip them in, one clips in and one hasn't. So I've only got half my suitcase open.
Right.
So I've had to shove all my clothes in.
You brought a lot of changes of clothes for your trip to London, did
Just
you?
one change, yeah. I'm not going to go home in this in my clobber. As slower delivery there, and he wants a run, Webster. And there is no run in the end. So good over so far from Roach. And he's done this in previous rounds, Roach. He's been a bit expensive in his first couple, then he's dragged it back. And I'm just going to get up about last year's Village Cup final.
Yeah, Roach has got 80 wickets in all competitions this year, so he's going very well.
And that one is just driven back past Roach, up to mid-off, and there is no run there.
There's been a lot of those type of shots this morning, not quite timed, not quite gone where the intent has been. Slightly mistimed, timing just not quite right.
Here's Roach again. Around the wicket bowls. Driven straight to the fielder. There's a shy at the stumps with Calfman out of his crease. It was missed but well backed up. And there's there again, no run. So Calfman smashed 110 off 84 balls last year, and Adam Webster was 97 off 110 as he chased down 240. It was their maiden title last year, Foxton Granta as well.
Well, they had a merger, didn't they, some 5 years ago or so, between two different clubs.
Yeah, Foxton CC and Cambridge Granta.
Yeah.
As Roach comes in again to the left-handed Webster, bowls, and Webster has edged it to slip and taken, and it's a good catch. The first wicket for Stayley, and it's a really good tumbling catch there. It was a sharp catch at first slip. Excellent catch, and just the wicket that Stayley needed. Really sharp, low down catch, and that's got the team from the northwest in raptures there, and out goes Webster for 12 off 32 deliveries, and Roach has the breakthrough.
Very, very good catch at first slip there. I thought initially he may have dropped it, but he just took it in the midriff and and tumbled with it and secured it, and that
So-
is a very much needed first wicket.
Yeah, really good catch by Mohammed Saqib there at slip. And Roach, it just shows the pressure because I think they've scored. There's been no maiden overs up until then, but Roach, it was a maiden over up until that with the last ball of the over, and yeah, Webster was just desperate to try and get him away, wasn't he? And he's just edged at one and taken. I just go back to that Calfman century last year. It's the first time that there was a century, obviously, in the first innings from Charlie Garrett. It's the first time 2 centuries were scored in a Village Cup final.
Good knowledge, Luke.
I've got to thank the Village Cup final website for that. My memory is terrible. I wouldn't have remembered that. But if you want to relieve that, go to nationalvillagecup.com, and the stream is down below. You'll hear our dulcet tones there, and you'll hear me going mad at the 6 being scored by Adam Webster to win the game.
So owing to that maiden, the scoring rate has dropped just shy of 6, 5.89. Still a very good start, very solid, very good platform from which to build this innings. Interesting first 9 overs here at Lords. Been very good, and Clark is now into bat for Foxton Granta, I should say. And he took a hat-trick. And he was the keeper in last year's final. But he has taken a hat-trick this year, so we'll see what he can do with a bat. Ash Clark.
Yeah, Ash Clark, and it's going to be 16-year-old Leighton Parker to start from the nursery end. But yeah, just came at a vital time, didn't it? Rich was saying he couldn't get to 10 overs without losing it, without not taking a wicket. But as I say, this has been Staley throughout the competition. They've maybe leaked runs early on, got a couple of wickets, put the squeeze on teams. Parker's very quick as well. He's got a lot of potential. I think he's been looked at a couple of counties as well.
If he's 17, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. We'll see how he does here today.
Here he is then, one of the leading wicket takers in the competition. Comes in, steams into the crease, bowls and playing a miss there by Calfman. If they could have got Calfman there, that's a big wicket for them. But he starts off slow, Park, and gets quicker as he reaches the crease.
I always look for bowlers who accelerate into the delivery stride and the point of release. And he certainly does that. He foxed me because I thought, oh, that looks like the run-up of a medium pacer. And then he really gets into stride.
Yeah,
Second delivery now.
Here he is bowling to Calfman. Good Yorker. Calfman does well to dig that out and drive it, and it's fielded there at cover.
He's got a lovely flowing action, actually. Impressed with those first 2 deliveries.
And he's used to because there's a hill at Stayley. I mean, Nick Woodhead thought about this. There's a hill at Stayley, so they're used to the hill at Lords. So Parker used to running up the hill at Stayley. He's now running up the hill at Lords. And here he is again into Calfman. He's on 31. Parker bowls Calfman. Tries to drive that off the back foot. Doesn't get hold of it. There's a sweeper down there. Battle point boundary. So he gets through for a single. Calfman, that was a shot of a desperate man to try and get off strike, wasn't it, a little bit?
Yeah, we'll see how Clark matches up to his first delivery here from Parker. The one conceded off his first 3 balls. But it looks, yeah, I mean, on sight of those first 3 deliveries, looks a decent prospect. Only 17 years of age.
I don't think he's even 17 yet.
Really? Interesting. Definitely one to watch.
Yeah.
And 17 wickets this season in this competition. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm being told. Yeah. There we go.
He's just adjusting his field, just waiting to go into motion for this 4th delivery.
Yeah, he's the competition's leading wicket taker. Yeah, there we go. The youngest man in the squad. He's been at the Stayley since 5 years old as well. Here he is coming in again as the sun's just disappeared behind some clouds. It's hit on the pad, big appeal. I think it's just drifting down leg. It's one of those where the appeal kind of stopped halfway through. 2 balls left in the over.
I wonder why he comes on first change.
Yeah, it's sometimes he does open the ball and sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he opens up with Ul Hassan. I think it all depends on the conditions, and maybe slightly better with the older ball.
Well, possibly.
Here's Parker in again to Clark. Ball swung and a play and a miss. Is it? No, he's edged it. He's given Clark just fencing for that one outside off stump, and Parker's done him over. The cocker hoop, they run over to Leighton Parker and give him a big hug, and 2 quick wickets here for Stayley.
We have an interesting contest here. How well are they going to play Parker? He looks a fine prospect, and he deserves that wicket. All his 5 balls so far have been on the money.
Yeah,
looks
that one
good.
he just hung up outside off stump, didn't he? Saying, tempting Clark to try and drive it, which he did, and he got an edge, and there was a bit of extra swing, and it was taken behind the stumps, and you could hear the roar there. Parker was off, wasn't he? Got mobbed there at cover, and this is the thing, Stayley, they leak a few runs early on, they take a couple of wickets, and they're in the game again now. And to get 2 quick wickets like that, and if they can get, they'll feel if they can get Calfman, that's when they can really eat into Foxton Granta. You can hear the roar from the Stayley crowd now.
But I said one of the predominant features, or the predominant feature, was Parkinson. I'm now adding Parker to that mix as a 17-year-old young bowler. Can he display consistency over 8 overs of the like that he's shown already? Because if he can, you can't see too many runs being leaked off him, but you can see him taking wickets, as he's proved in the competition so far. We've said that he's taken 17, leading wicket taker in it. So that leaves the position of 54 for 2 for Foxton Granta.
And the new batsman is vice-captain Johnny Atkinson.
Johnny Atkinson indeed.
Going to bring in Keith after this delivery. We'll have had 10 overs. You can hear the roar then as Parker comes in to Atkinson. Balls and left alone outside off stump by Atkinson. It wasn't far away there. Hands on his head. Not just from Parker, but from most of the side there. But a really good first over from young Leighton Parker, and a few words from Rich, and then in comes Keith Higgins.
Yeah, I mean, Parker's transition into adult cricket at a high level, if he builds his body, builds some muscle, you can see him getting a few extra yards of pace, allied to that lovely technique. If those 2 came together and he can produce consistency, he could be a formidable prospect. What do you say, Keith? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Rich. Lovely to be working with you again, dear boy,
Indeed.
after at Wormsley. Yes, what a change in the 5 overs. Foxton Granta coasting away, got 50 partnership, opening batsman, and suddenly both the key players from last year, Adam Webster and Richard Calfman, are out. And sorry, Calfman's still there, of course. Ash Clark, key player last year as well. But yeah, Webster gone, Ash Clark out, second ball. Different game, isn't it?
It's almost, it was quite a sleepy first 7 overs or so. It's now been brought out of that, hasn't it, Keith? We have, there's a feeling of a really live contest here now. The serenity has definitely subsided.
It's still Casey Roach coming in from the pavilion end. These 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. In fact, I think he got a wicket with his last ball of the over previously. So last 2 overs seen quite a dramatic change as he comes in, bowls, and steered into the offside by Calfman, just behind square, goes through for a single.
That ball from Roach just seemed to pop up a little bit more than the others, but it was very nicely played into the offside for the single.
Sorry about
Sorry
the noise
about
there.
the
Sorry about my
the
phone.
abrupt noise.
I think it was my phone that caused the noise there. So Johnny Atkinson comes in on strike. Look at his stats, which
Well, he's very experienced, Keith. He's made 250 East Anglian Premier League appearances. So you've got youth at this end, and if he stays in, he'll be facing that youth as a very experienced figure of this Foxton Granta side.
We'll be hoping for a slightly better contribution with the bat this year compared to last year. There were 2 ducks in the Foxton Granta run chase, and sadly he was one of them, but plays his first ball defensively in this over, defensively into the leg side for no runs. But yes, 206 runs this year, average of 68.7, 250s, 74 against Bentley, and in the semi-final he got 50 against Hambledon. Home of cricket, if I remember rightly, where cricket all started, wasn't it? Hambledon in Hampshire.
Gentlemen versus players and all that. Cricket started as a forum for betting, didn't it?
That's right, yeah. We'll have to go through the history later as next ball by Roach is left by Atkinson, taken by Khan. Good catch, by the way. We're talking to Rob off air about the skills of Sohail Khan behind the stump, standing up to the opening bowler Roach, and generally a lot of positives. Good sharp catch to get rid of Ash Clark just now.
Oh, it was, yeah. Very, very good catch indeed. And the fielding has echoed that, really. It's been pretty good.
Well, they've been under pressure. They've been good running between Webster and Calfman earlier on, and but the fieldsmen, there's they're virtually all in the circle, aren't they?
Very enclosed.
Every single
field,
in the circle at the moment as Roach comes in right arm over. And one thing I know about Foxton Granta, when they leave the ball outside the off stump, very exaggerated. I mean, that one by Webster, because it was Adam Webster was doing it first of all, and Johnny Atkinson there, really, they both really lift their bats up. Hold the pose, as they say. Hold the pose.
It's almost saying, I know what I'm doing, and it's a demonstration to the bowler that, yes, I left that intentionally, it wasn't you that beat me.
And wherever the cameraman is, please take a picture quickly.
Absolutely.
Roach in his 6th over, coming in from the pavilion end. That one is slightly mistimed, I think, by Atkinson, but he'll be relieved because although he, I think, was playing on the offside and he ended up on the onside, he's off the mark, so he's broken his Lord's duck. 56 for 2. Brings Calfman on strike.
Yeah, we were talking about totals, and if you look back historically at these finals, very rarely a big total.
Last year was the exception. Both sides getting more than 240. It was the didn't do all the maths, but I reckon that must be the highest total runs in a Village Cup final. Both sides, getting 240 in a 40-over game. That's really good. As the next ball is played by Calfman behind point, and there's no run. So remember, it's 40-over game. 8 overs a bowler. So Roach has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 28. At the end of the 11th over, it's 56 for 2. Atkinson on 1, Calfman on 33.
And do I make that 3 runs off the last 2 overs? 3 for 1 off the last 2 overs?
The last wicket was 2. Yes, you're right, yeah. 3 runs because it was 53 for 1, 54 for 2, now 56 for 2. So, 3 runs off the last 2 overs and 2 wickets. So, bit of a rebuilding job here, but key man is going to be Richard Calfman. He's on the non-striker's end, and a chance to look at Leighton Parker. I think I'm going to ask you to pass my binoculars over, because I really do like the look of this young lad. How old is he? 17?
He is.
Accelerate. Comes and bowls.
Very nice.
But nicely played there by Atkinson. Into the leg side, found the gap between the 2 fielders on the leg side. Yeah, just the 2 fielders on the leg side, mid-on and mid-wicket. But nicely played, so plenty of gaps on the leg side. As I said, all the fielders are in the circle. My understanding was that there is a limit on the number of, you're supposed to have at least 4 fielders, but I think everybody's in the circle.
You are quite right, Keith.
Really aggressive captaincy by Nick Woodhead for Stayley. Very even game at the moment. Long way to go, but both sides will feel they're in with a shout, and certainly while Leighton Parker's bowling, Stayley will feel they might have the edge at the moment as he comes in, left alone by Atkinson.
Having a short boundary sometimes lulls people into thinking, oh, well, that's easy for the batsman then. But if you think about it in the context of fielding, there's less space to to govern in the field,
Mm.
and therefore probably less opportunity to get singles and twos.
Yeah.
So you have to look at that in the context of both batting and the field.
It's the offside where the short boundary is much longer on the leg side for the right-handed batsman as next ball is steered by Atkinson, but straight to extra cover for no runs. Yeah, absolutely good point there, Rich. And you sort of think, therefore, do you go for the boundaries and go for the sixes, which certainly on that offside, but two right-handed batsmen means that from the end that Leighton Parker's bowling from, be a little bit more difficult. Having said that, Calfman's first scoring shot off Ul Hussain was a 6 over extra cover. I think he mistimed the shot slightly.
Yeah, I agree.
What as Parker comes in again, 2 slips and a gully as exaggerated lead by Atkinson outside the off stump as the ball goes through to wicketkeeper Khan.
Also has to be considered the conditions. It's not always conducive to going over the top and having a dart. You have to be very mindful of the pitch, what that's doing. You have to look up and see the cloud cover, which is increasing here at the moment. And sometimes getting over the top is a very, very risky business, even if you're the most confident hitter over the top there is. So it can be difficult.
Parker comes in again. I just realised something I mentioned a minute that contradict myself as the next ball is playing to the leg side. And good running by Foxton Granta. There's been a feature of their innings. They've taken the singles quickly, put the fielders under pressure, and that one the fielder at mid-on had to run round to his right to pick up. So it was actually quite a safe run there. Takes Atkinson on to 4, 59 for 2. Just realised there was a fielder outside the circle. He's chatting to the somebody, third man. That's why I didn't recognise him. I thought, in fact, so the fielder's gone out a bit for Calfman. We do have a couple of people outside the circle now. One at third man and one at cover point on, but right on the boundary. So acknowledgement that Calfman, who's scoring at more than a run a ball, is the man in form as Parker comes in bowls. That one he sort of shoveled round from round about outside the off stump into the leg side, but straight to the field at mid wicket. So end of over number 12, 59 for 2. Atkinson on 4, Calfman on 33.
Calfman going really well. I think then that particular ball, the last ball bowled by Parker there, I think Calfman was looking to drive him, but it wasn't quite timed and wasn't quite there. It was almost, it was the type of ball that you want to play a leg side clip to rather than a cover drive.
Yeah.
And that was the reason for the mistiming. He didn't quite identify that early enough. But that's the extra pace that Parker's got, which other bowlers perhaps don't pose, which could have been a boundary then. But the extra pace made sure that that wasn't. So interesting to watch Parker against these batsmen.
But it's going to be Casey Roach bowling from the pavilion end. 6 overs, 1 for 28. Looks like he's going to bowl his 8 overs right through as he comes in bowls. And Atkinson defends up the pitch for no runs. I've got a little interesting story about Richard Calfman, which I found out at the weekend. I was up in Norfolk, but then I came back to see a good friend of mine who lives in Cambridge. And I was chatting to him, and his next door neighbour, Damien, is in the sports department of a school called the Leys School. Head of cricket at the Leys School.
Is Calfman?
Very good. You've done your homework, dear boy. Next ball is turned into the leg side. Atkinson thinks of a single, but he really wasn't there. Good sharp fielding by Stayley today. They looked very sharp. A couple of times the balls could have gone for overthrows, but the backing up's been good. And Atkinson still attacking Nick Woodhead. 2 slips and a gully for Atkinson at the moment. Yes, that's right. Yes, I did ask if he could pass the message on from Damien to Richard Calfman, but don't think he did. Sun comes out again as ball's left outside the off stump there by Atkinson.
I think Roach is bowling really well now. He seems to have got into a really good rhythm. He was slightly wayward early on, but now bowling very, very well, looks rhythmical, and isn't shedding too many runs. He's conceded 28 off his 6.5 overs.
And in fact, we have got the two top wicket takers bowling at the moment in the Village Cup, as Roach has had 16 wickets now with the one that he got just now. But he'll do well to catch up with Leighton Parker, who's now got 18. Basically, he's got 7 balls left, and he'll need to get 3 wickets if he's going to overtake Leighton Parker. So, but nevertheless, a great achievement there. As I said, he will end up, unless Mahmood Al-Hussain, who's got 14. So, in fact, the top 3 wicket takers in the competition are the 3 bowlers we've seen today. Finishing off his 7th over now is Casey Roach.
Why?
He was outside the yep. Just being the slight downside of his bowling, he's been trying to attack that full stump, what Mr. Boycott will call the corridor of uncertainty. God, that was an awful impression, wasn't it? It was terrible.
I don't think any of us were going to say that, Keith.
Let me say it
Maybe
for
the
you.
guys at the back.
Let me
knowing
say it.
them.
No, let me get my retaliation in quick as Roach comes in, bowls and played just behind point there, but the fielder at point runs round very quickly, picks it up. No runs. No ball. Second no ball for Casey
Now,
Roach.
is that a free hit?
No.
No. Okay.
We have got the rules somewhere amongst my bits of paper. I'll dig it out if I can. But here we are. I've got the match rules, but I didn't see anything about a no ball, I have to say.
What do we think of Roach's legs, Keith? Good pair?
Drawing a veil over that comment as Casey Roach comes in, bowls, and I think he was left outside the off stump there. Compose yourself, Higgins, as we've now had 13 overs. 60 for 2. Calfman on 33, Atkinson on 4.
Well,
You be careful, Mr. Dean. As I said, you make one slip, mate, you will not hear the end of it.
I'm fully aware and fully prepared, and good on you if you find that opportunity.
Being the professional you are, I don't think I'll get anywhere near it.
I don't know about that. We've had 13 overs. Let's get back to the cricket, eh? 13 overs, 60 for 2. And Parker's back on at the nursery end to bowl.
Accelerates quite nicely and comes in and bowls to Calfman, who plays it defensively into the offside. Picked up a gully for no runs.
So he's conceded 4 so far off
2
his
overs. Yeah, 1 for 4.
2.1 overs.
Yeah, I do like the look of this lad, and he can bowl under pressure. We mentioned during this over the important part he played against Cleartor in their 1-run win. It's the next ball, Calfman. That's
Shot.
a great shot, though. Just slightly over pitched outside the off stump, and he played a flashing off drive there that pierced the field, no problem. And another boundary for Calfman takes him on to 37, 64 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot from Calfman there. Picked up the line and length very nicely. In the slot, dispatched for 4. Beautiful off drive there. So that doubles the conceding of runs from Parker to 8. We were saying about 1 for 4 prior to that, but that lovely shot from Calfman, he's conceded his first boundary. And Calfman goes on to 37.
As he comes in, bowls to Calfman. Played and missed outside the off stump there. Bit of head on shoulders there by hands on heads there by Parker. Obviously, good comeback there by the young lad. Having just been driven for 4. Next ball beats Calfman. Maybe just popped up a little bit.
Looked like it may have swung away. Lovely delivery. I think that's the finest delivery of this final so far. Beautiful.
Parker in again. Bowls and Calfman sort of walking defensive shot there, but no intention of a run, just plays it to the wicket. Umpired his arm out, but I don't think that was a no ball. I don't think. No, not come up, so it wasn't. Yeah, no, going back to their game against Cleartor in the 6th round, they won by 1 run. They were defending just 100. And at the start of the last over, Cleartor were 97 for 8. And he just conceded 2 runs, Leighton Parker, and took a wicket as the next ball is beautifully driven by Calfman. Almost identical to 2-3 balls ago. Lovely off drive there, straight through the covers. Even if he'd been straight to a field, I think they'd have done well because the power on that shot was terrific. And Calfman with another boundary moves on to 41.
That was a shot
68
born
for
out
two.
of absolute clarity. He knew exactly what he wanted to play, played it with intent, and down to the boundary for 4. Beautiful drive.
So 2 fours conceded by Parker in his third over. Last ball coming up now. Comes in bowls, and that's short and pulled for the third boundary of the over. Now, in fact, yeah, I was right, it was a boundary. He's actually gone over the ropes for 6. Seemed to be a bit shorter. Calfman picked it up very quickly. Second 6 of the innings takes him on to 47. Suddenly, Leighton Parker's figures not looking quite so good at the end of the 14th over. 74 for 2. Calfman on to 47.
No, we were extolling them, but he conceded 14 off that over. That's the biggest over of this final so far, I would think.
It definitely is. 2 fours and a 6.
And to me, it wasn't a particularly bad over. It was Calfman's ability to see the shot, go through it, play positively, and that's brought Calfman to within 3 of his 50 off just 34 balls. He's definitely been the predominant batsman here so far, hasn't he, in this final?
By some distance.
Yeah.
By some distance. Very experienced cricketer, a lot of games with Oxfordshire in the past, and as I said, plays, I assume he plays a lot of cricket in his day job if he's the head of cricket at the Leys School. I'm sure that the pupils there, one of the private schools in Cambridge, get a lot of opportunity to play cricket. But rose to begin his last over and steered into the offside by Atkinson and sets off straight away, so mid-off had to run round a little bit, but unable to prevent the single. In fact, probably did well to keep it down to just a single.
You're absolutely right in your assumption, Keith, that he was going to bowl his 8 straight off.
Well, I seem to remember, since we're slagging off commentators, that the commentator earlier said that this will be Roach's last over. A little while back.
Who was that, Keith?
No idea. Couldn't possibly mention his name.
That won't be mentioned at all today, will it?
No. That'll teach you lot to laugh, won't they?
The thing is, the guest is coming in to commentate next.
Have we got a guest? Let's just wait as the next ball's left outside the off stump.
The man of no surname, Mr. Rob... Mr. Rob Ettridge will be replacing my bad self in 4 deliveries' time.
Okay. Look forward to saying hi to Rob in a minute. And often he brings another guest with him, I'm sure he will do. But anyway, we've got Calfman on strike now. And interesting that, yeah, we've got 2 fielders on the leg side boundary now. But still a slip, still a gully. Roach comes in bowls and Calfman plays it quietly into the offside. Fielded at cover for no runs. Yes, he's a man who obviously likes playing at Lord's. 110 last year off 84, 86 balls.
Yep. 110 off 86, you're quite right, Keith. The previous commenter did say 84, but you're right.
Higgins 2, Edwards 0. Comes in bowls again, and that is 50, I think
beautiful.
It is.
Well
It's
played.
gone right through the offside. Lovely cover drive there by Calfman, and that goes to his 50. 51 off 37 balls. Another magnificent innings at Lord's here by Richard Calfman, and we know his pedigree. He'll look to carry on with that. But 51 off 37 balls. Have to keep an eye actually on the top run scorers, although he's got a little way to overtake the 2 top run scorers in the competition who actually aren't playing today.
Reliably informed, Keith, that he is now the top run scorer.
Okay, is he? There is. Sorry, there are a couple of people who've got runs who are not playing today. We'll come to them in a minute. Let's not get hung up on the stats. The next ball is turned into the offside. Yeah, Calfman's 51 off 37 balls, and we'll check later. Certainly 2 sixes, and we'll check the number of 4s for you in due course. Perhaps if he goes on to 100, we'll get them then. So, last ball from Casey Road. So, time, as I said, Rich, thank you very much indeed. And in between overs, I will fill in while Rob Ettridge joined us. But your last comment, Richards, Roach bowls the last ball and left outside the off stump, and that's the end of Roach's spell. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. So your final comments, Rich, before you take a
When I first came on to commentate, it was a serene affair. Seemingly Foxton were going on very nicely. A couple of wickets has introduced a different dimension to the game, which I'm sure Rob Ettridge is going to narrate very, very well.
Okay, you're listening to Live Sports FM in our commentary on the Voneus Village Cup final. Also simulcasting on the live video stream supplied by Frogbox. Frogbox, the official live streaming partner of this year's Voneus Village National Village Cup. Thanks to Frogbox, the final here at Lords is being live streamed. Friends, family and fans around the world can therefore follow the action in real time. If you want to have a look at it, then it's the Cricketer YouTube channel or the National Village Cup Play Cricket site. And big thanks to our friends at Frogbox, who have been good supporters and sponsors of the Voneus Village Cup. Don't forget, if you're either watching the video stream from Frogbox or listening to us on Live Sports FM, get in touch with us. You can contact us on X at Live Sports FM or Facebook. Look for our homepage, Live Sports FM, and also on Instagram as Leighton Parker begins the 16th over and defended by Atkinson straight down the pitch for no runs. And a lovely good morning to Rob Ettridge. Rob, good morning to you.
Morning everyone, welcome to the home of cricket here again. I think we've just actually lapsed into the afternoon, but wanted to do that for a few friends out there.
I thought for a minute my dear friend the wonderful Richie Benno had joined us just for a second there. I'm sure you'll hear more from Richie later on, but in the meantime I think it's going to be Rob for a bit. But let me describe that ball that was defended by Atkinson into the offside. Fielder at extra cover, very sharp, throws it in quickly, so there's no chance of a single, but score remains at 79 for 2.
Yeah, I mean Calfman is really the key to this total here. So he's gone to the top scorer, leading run scorer with this innings at the right now.
Comes in, bowls, and left alone there by Atkins outside the off stump. You set yourselves up for this, lads. So there are actually 2 other batsmen not playing today who scored more runs.
Yeah, I was referring to Mr. Parkinson on the Staley one. So
in terms of the
2 teams playing.
Yeah, no, what you said was that the 2 teams playing. Of course you did.
Yeah.
Of course you did. But let's give a big thanks, big mention to Richard Weir of Thornton, who's got 359 runs, and Chris Pratt of Hambledon 351. So just a few more runs yet for Calfman. I mean, let me do some maths as the next ball's left outside the off stump. So let's see if I can do the maths. Before today, he had 288. Add 51 makes 339. Yeah, 288 and 51, 339. So if he gets another 21 runs, he will be the top scorer.
There we go.
So get your fingers out, lads. You've got to count up to 21 for Richard Calfman. Or if I save you the effort, if he gets to 72, he will be the top run scorer. At the moment, he's at the non-strikers end, watching another exaggerated lead by Atkinson outside the off stump. Do you do such exaggerated leaves, Rob, when you bat for Raysbury? You do bat occasionally for Raysbury, don't you, I believe?
Occasionally, yeah. Generally fairly low down the order.
But if you leave a ball outside the off stump, do you sort of lift your bat up?
There's not much of a flourish, I would say, Keith.
Yeah. I must admit, it does seem to be something, it's almost like they've been drilled to do this at Foxton Granta, but at least it means the bat's well out of the way, because a number of times I've seen people try to leave it and not. That one is cut through the offside. It was a bit short. It was outside the off stump, and it probably got the treatment it deserved by Atkinson there. Parker conceding another boundary at the end of otherwise an immaculate over, but another 4 conceded. 1 for 22 off 4 overs now. Leighton Parker. Score's moved on to 83 for 2. Atkinson with his first boundary on to 9. Calfman reigns on 51. And the sun's gone in, but I think the clouds are high enough, Rob, hopefully.
Yeah, I think we should be all right today. We're all a little bit worried about the weather. And Keith's sending weather forecasts over the last week, but actually I think we'll be fine today. Ball is swinging around a little bit because of all this cloud cover. Certainly did early doors with Roche, but right now it looks like a fairly even sort of game. I think Calfman is the key to this.
I think he certainly is. So there's going to be a change of bowling because Casey Roach has bowled his 8 overs, 1 for 34. Give you the bowling figures we got so far. Al Hussain 4 overs, number 22. Of course, as soon as I want the bowling figures, I take them off the screen, but we'll give them to you later on. It's going to be Reece Woodhead coming on from the pavilion end. Wicketkeeper Sohail Khan is standing up to him. Looks like he's got a shorter run up than Casey Roach, and I'm sure that Luke, if he's in the background, will tell us what Reece down in bowls like. Spin. Oh, sorry, it's Nick Woodhead, sorry. My apologies, it's the captain, Nick Woodhead, who's come on. Thank you, Luke. First ball's outside the off stump and left alone. Yep, sorry, my apologies, it's the captain, Nick Woodhead, who's come on. Well, I think it was because they've got similar names at the end, I don't know. I'm getting old. Getting old for this now. Nick Woodhead, let's confirm, is going to be bowling, and he won't bowl that ball because Richard Calfman's pulled away. Coming in from the far end, which is the pavilion, and that looked pretty wide to me, and I think the umpire is going to agree with us.
It is. We've had quite a few wides and extras here today. I'm not sure how many what the wides total is, but certainly early doors there was a lot as the ball was swinging away.
Comes in again, Woodhead bowls. That one is steered into the offside by Calfman, but there's a fielder on the point boundary who will pick that up. Keeps it down to a single. Calfman on to 52. 85 for 2 is the score. Bit of a rebuilding job here. It was 54 for 2. The second wicket fell, so just a bit of a rebuilding job here by Calfman and Atkinson. Not far off the halfway point. We're in the 17th over. Woodhead again from the pavilion end. Not taken cleanly by Carl. In fact, I think he hit him on the bottom of the of his gloves. Seems to have stung him a little bit. As a wicketkeeper, you would know about that.
Yeah, looked a painful one, that. I mean, he does seem to enjoy standing up, though. He's been there since the start of the innings, standing up to Roche, which is very difficult, but he's obviously very comfortable doing that.
Woodhead again comes in, bowls outside the off stump. Must admit, for a spin bowler, he bowls at a lively-ish pace. I mean, not quite Derek Underwood sort of speed, but actually for a slowish bowler, he's got quite a lengthy run up, but got a nice loop on him, and obviously a key player, the captain of Stayley. Comes in again, bowls, and nice defensive shot there by Atkinson. Right on the money there, Nick Woodhead, and goes out for no runs. Just the 2 runs conceded so far, the 1 wide and the single by Calfman in this 17th over. She comes in again for what should be the last ball of the over. I'm not sure it will be, because I think that looked very wide to me.
Yeah,
Notice I corrected myself there. I was about to say the last ball, and I did say should be.
Yeah, they're trying to bowl that channel outside the off stump, but the blue lines that we can see quite clearly here from the media centre are...
Yep, it's got to be within that. That one we could see was just slightly inside, so enough for the umpire not to give a wide, which concludes the over. 3 runs from it, including 2 wides. Total's moved on to 86 for 2. Atkinson on 9, Calfman on 52. Yes, a bit of a rebuilding job here. It was the 10th over when the second wicket fell at 54. So they put on 32 runs in 7 overs, just 6 overs rather, and just slowly rebuilding. But still plenty of batting to come. They got Chris Pepper, who's been in good form, to come in next. One of the 2 players who didn't play in the final last year, him and Freddie Dole. And they've also Freddie Dole come in at number 7, very useful batsman as well as the wicketkeeper. Right, I was obviously a bit premature, and I think I can now say it is Reece Downend to come on from this end. Got that one right, Luke, didn't I? Looks like another spinner.
He is a spinner.
Yeah. So
Taken 7 wickets so far in this year's competition.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see what his best bowling figures were. He got 3 for 42 against Thornton, but against Dumbleton, 5 overs, 2 for 10 in the semi-final. Another right-arm bowler, slightly curved run-up, which you don't see very often, do you? He's not that curved, not sort of... Do you remember a chap from Middlesex called John Price?
Yes, yes.
I mean, he started off at sort of on the boundary at extra cover, didn't he? And sort of curved round. Slightly curved run-up, but...
There's an interesting field placing as well, so not a long off, but kind of sort of a wide cover right on the boundary.
We'll give you the field in a moment since you mentioned it, Rob, as the first ball is played defensively by Calfman for no runs. So the offside still got the very fine first slip, got a very deep gully, probably just about saving the single. Probably more like backward point, I would think, who just fielded the ball down for no runs. We've got extra cover, we've got a mid-off. We've got a sort of sweeper on the boundary, sort of extra cover sweeper. And then on the leg side, we've got the long on, got the short mid on, got the deep mid-wicket on the boundary. The man just inside the square on the, what I think is known in the trade as the 45. Which I think was a single once, wasn't it, by a band? Brimful of Asher on the 45. Down end again, bowls. That one's a bit shorter, and Calfman goes for the cut and misses it. Didn't get the edge. Probing bowling here by Reece down end. Comes in again, bowls his off spin, and that one's turned very nicely by Calfman. Very, one of those that clear gap. 3 fielders converge on it, and in fact I think it was almost couldn't have placed it any better to get a comfortable single.
He's got a very nice loop down in terms of the angle of trajectory.
Yeah. Few field changes for Atkinson. Well, not really. The deep long on who was on the boundary has only come in a little bit. So actually not many field changes at all. The next ball is squirted out behind the square, behind the fielder at backward point. Don't think Atkinson knew too much about it, but he won't mind because he's got the single. Means he keeps a strike at the end of the 18th over, 88 for 2. Good tidy over there by Reece down end, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a nice action, a very nice loop. I think they were playing for the off-spin a lot of those, but he's obviously got quite a good drift on the ball. So a few arm balls there were just taking it away slightly.
So just coming up to the halfway point, a couple of overs time. It's 40 overs a side here in the Voneus Village Cup, and each bowler allowed a maximum of 8 overs. Casey Roach already having finished his 8 overs. And as I said, we're coming up to the halfway point, and we'll go through the bowling figures. During that, I'm sure there'll be a short break, a drinks break. Lunch will be taken in between innings, probably around about 1:30, 1:45 to 2. And it's Captain Nick Woodhead bowling from the pavilion end. Again outside the off stump, just inside or just on the line, but enough for the umpire not to give a wide.
Just flirting with that blue line, wasn't he?
He was a little bit, yes. 2 umpires today, Alan Minot and Chris Bolton. So he comes in bowls again. That one's on the stumps, and straight away Atkinson almost tip and run, I think, but took the fielder on. Always running to the danger end, knew he had the acceleration to get there. Gives him another single. Brings Calfman on strike. The more dangerous Calfman. In terms of the fact that he's got a 50 already, and certainly responsible for more than half of the runs that Foxton Granta have got so far. 89 for 2. Comes in again, bowls, and good length there, just probing on the off stump, and Calfman, despite the fact he's got his eye in, plays it, gives it its due deference, plays it into the offside, and there's no runs. Woodhead turning from the far end, pavilion in, running towards us, comes in bowls, and again that teasing line outside the off stump. Calfman not tempted, obviously feels there's still a long way to go in this game. If Rich was here, he'd tell us the number of deliveries that are left. 128 if I've done my maths correctly. Long way to go. Woodhead again bowls, and very quietly turned into the leg side, straight to the fielder coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. Easy single for Calfman, takes him on to 54, 90 for 2. Sun's come out again here at Lord's, and those clouds that have come in seem pretty high, so fingers crossed we're in for an uninterrupted day today. It didn't seem likely on Thursday, I have to say, when I was here. Woodhead comes in, bowls, off driven by Atkinson, but got it off the bottom of the bat, straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. So, end of 19 overs, 90 for 2, Atkinson on 11, Calfman on 54.
Absolutely, one set of hands swathed in sunshine down there below us, and the other one's in the shade looking a bit more wrapped up, but I think the liquid refreshments are starting to warm them up by the looks of things.
Just have a look at the extras, by the way, 13 extras. There were 4 byes, 1 leg bye, 7 wides and 1 and 2 no balls, so quite a few extras already in the total, which obviously are extra runs, as the name implies, that obviously leg byes perhaps the one that the fielding side have little control over, but the others they do. So sometimes these games, you know, you look at the extras afterwards and think there's the difference. Probably feel that they conceded a little bit more than they would like, Stayley, but it's going to be Reece down end to bowl from the nursery end, running away from us here, bowling his right arm off spin, steering to the offside there by Calfman. Actually been a bit becalmed since the spinners have come on, hasn't after that acceleration he had with 2 4s and a 6 off Leighton Parker, just becalmed a little bit there. And
yeah, I think part of it is just keeping wickets in hand. I think he knows he's a critical wicket for this, so if he can stay there, there'll be plenty of overs left at the end.
Comes in again down end, bowls to Calfman, who again textbook forward defensive shot, straight to the fielder, running in from extra cover.
He's also bowling a very tight line, Calfman, here, just tempting him.
Yeah, but Calfman not tempted by down end, who comes in again. That one was slightly down the leg side, probably leg stump, but shovelled round, and he's going to get 4 for it, I think.
That was the commentator's curse, just erring onto leg stump there and just paddled round the corner very nicely.
Timed it beautifully. I thought he mistimed it, but he timed it beautifully. Just behind square on the leg side. I thought he got the toe end of the bat and he didn't have any pace on it, but he placed it so well that he beat the fielder, who's just at backward point, behind square on the leg side. Beat the fielder running round on the sweeper boundary. Another 4 runs. Calfman on to 58, 94 for 2. And he comes again down in bowls, and Calfman just a little bit looser. Okay, we have a little change in a moment. Let's just wait for this over to finish, which it nearly has done. So that's 1 more ball to go. Calfman to finish the 20th over, the halfway point, coming into bowl to Richard Calfman on 58. A much quicker ball, really down the leg, really fired that in, and he sort of lost control. And another commentator's curse, it wasn't the last ball of the over, was it? Another wide conceded. So we'll have a look and make sure we get the extras for you shortly during the second half, because probably conceding 1 or 2 many. Goes back to his tried and tested method as down end to finish the 20th over. So 20 overs gone, 95 for 2, Atkinson on 11, Calfman on 58. Few words from Rob Ettridge, and for the next 10 overs it will be Luke Edwards with the commentary.
Keith talking about that one that was fired down the leg side there. It was really fizzed down. The keeper actually did very well, sort of stopping 4 wides. It would have been down the leg side. But the game's finally in the balance here as well. I think this could go either way. Calfman is obviously central to this chase. If he stays there for the next 10-15 overs, then Foxton Granta will be posting quite a good total here. And I would have thought somewhere around about 250 would be a par score, having looked at the conditions out there.
Yeah, so we're just taking drinks here. So here is how you can get the cricketer online at a very cheap price. So there you go then. The Cricketer for just £1. If you go online, you can subscribe there. We're here at Lords. It is the Voneus Village Cup. Luke Edwards and Rob Etteridge with us. We're going to have David Sharman from the Cricketer very shortly with us. Keith's just taking him outside. I don't know if he's gone to beat him up or anything or what. He'd walked in and suddenly they've disappeared outside. But
maybe a briefing.
They are taking drinks currently, and they're in 95 for 2. Calfman's 58 for 55. He's doing it again, Rob, isn't he?
He really is, after last year's final performance where he got 110 and played superbly throughout. He's well on the way for another repeat of that. So without wishing to curse him, he's playing very, very sensibly and just calmed down a little bit after his flourish at the start, but setting a very nice total.
Yeah, Calvin's 58 for 55. The wickets to go down. Clark out for 0. Webster out for 12. Atkinson, the vice-captain's there, 11. Not out. Leighton Parker currently taking 1 for 22 off his 4. Casey Roach, he's been bowled out. 8 overs, 1 for 34. Nick Woodhead is currently none for 5. And Reece Downend is none for 7 off his 2. And you're listening to Live Sports FM and our commentary on the Voneus Village Cup final. We're also simulcasting on the live video stream supplied by Frogbox. And Frogbox are the official live streaming partner of this year's Voneus National Village Cup. So thanks to Frogbox. The final here today is being live streamed at Lords. So friends, family and fans around the world can follow the action in real time. Check it out via the Cricketers YouTube channel or via the National Village Cup Play Cricket site. And if you are watching the video stream from Frogbox or listening to us on Live Sports FM, get in touch with us. Contact us on X at Live Sports FM or Facebook, and look for our homepage at Live Sports FM. Drinks are just being taken off then, with Foxton Granta 121 for 2. They'll be pleased with this, especially as they lost the toss as well, and Stayley elected to field.
Yeah, this is a very solid base actually for Foxton Granta. So they will definitely be happy after rebuilding when that second wicket was taken around about 54, I think it was. So this has been a good partnership.
Nick Woodhead, the captain, then to continue. Lords bathed in sunshine. I was looking at the weather. Poor old Jersey's getting a bit of a soaking, but it's the old English Channel that's getting it today. As in comes Woodhead then, bowls and driven nicely away. That's going to run down the hill. I think the ball's going to win the race. Is it? Parker's the one sprinting after it. I think they're quite glad, Stayley, it is Parker, because he's able to go after it and drag it back in.
That's right, send the young lad after it.
Yeah. 2-2 Atkinson. He moves on to Woodhead bowls and was blocked there by Atkinson.
Field in very tight for Atkinson, obviously trying to keep him on strike, and Calfman away from it at the other end there. So everyone really is saving one here, as far as I can see on the field.
The scoreboard goes quicker than I thought it does. So yeah, 97 for 2. Atkinson on at 13, just drives that one to mid-off, no run.
Just squeezing very nicely here.
Gentleman's just arriving, I can see down there, and he's heading for the sun, which is a good option as Woodhead bowls, and that's forward defending. The sun will be on that stand, I'm guessing, later on, so they'll be able to feel the benefit of the afternoon sun here in northwest London. Planes flying in above us, heading towards Heathrow, I imagine. In floodlights as well above us, as we're here in the media centre, as that next ball is just defended on the back foot by Atkinson.
Yeah, just can't get Woodhead away here, just bowling a really nice tight line just outside off stump, and they've got the field packed on the offside for that to save the one.
And that's what happened when they got the couple of wickets. They just put the squeeze on them for a couple of overs, hadn't they? And they just went at a shot they maybe shouldn't have.
Just pushing out the sweeper now, so maybe to give him one.
As Woodhead bowls, full delivery and nicely driven back past him there. Perfect stuff from Atkinson down to the boundary in front of the pavilion for 4. And that sort of ruined Woodhead's over a little bit, that one. 6 off it.
It did, just release the pressure a little bit there, so a fuller ball right on the stumps, you know, right in the zone, straight down past the bowler for 4 runs.
And that brings up the 100 as well for Foxton Granta. 101 for 2 off 21 overs. And we're in the second power play as well. And well, at least that's 3 away from the 50 partnership for these two as well. Just waiting for Reece Downend to turn up at the nursery end to do his over. He took an extraordinarily long time there. Everyone was stood in position waiting, as were we.
I don't know if he thought he was bowling at that end instead.
Downend's a key though, because in the previous rounds he's been really tight. He's struggled to get him away. He's the one who's put the squeeze on things. He's gone for 7 off his first 2, so not too bad, but he really needs to either take the wicket at Calfman or stop them scoring. Here is Downend, 3 or 4 paces in, bowls. Calfman cuts that away for 4 more. Bit of a loosener, that one from Downend. His first ball that over, it was just short and wide and given the treatment.
I'm surprised they haven't got the sweeper there to Calfman's. He's very, very strong through that spot there, and I thought they wanted to keep him down to a single.
No fans in there, so it's meant that the fielder Ul Hassan has had to clamber over the fence to grab that one out of the seats. And that's brought up the 50 partnership as well between these two.
It's a good recovery from where they were.
Yeah, they got off to a good start, lost 2 quick wickets, and they've recovered again as Downend in bowls, and again Calfman cuts it away, and or tries to, misses this time, and it's taken behind the stumps by Khan.
Yeah, he's eyeing up that gap just square of the wicket, because there's no fielder on the boundary there.
Here's Downend again, and Calfman just forward defends that one. Out to cover where the energetic Luke Parkinson comes in and throws the ball back to Reece Downend. Parkinson again scampering in as Downend bowls, and oh, he's nearly stumped there forward. He was there. Good quick work from Khan, who's stood up to most of the bowling, I think, hasn't he, today?
He really has. Apart from Parker, I think he's been up to everybody else.
Gives it a bit of a biff as well when he bats, so that's why he's number 3 on the scorecard. As Downend comes in again, bowls, and forward is Calfman, playing it back to Downend. Former Oxfordshire man Richard Calfman, so he knows his way around, is cutting that one away for 4 more. Anything short he's latched onto, and he's done that again there. So 4 off the first and last ball of that over for Reece Downend. And it's 0 for 15 off his 2. Out steps Rob, and in steps David Sharman of the Cricketer. Hello, David.
Hi Luke, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you for having us once again up here in Lords.
Well, you do such a sterling job throughout the village cup, and we really appreciate the work that Live Sports do, covering every round, so yeah, we're more than happy to have you here.
We've been almost following Stayley on the road to the final, because it's the most closest to me.
I was going to say, you've been a bit of a good luck charm really, haven't you?
Well, you say that, but when I've turned up, it's usually rained. Them in Thornton I covered a bit, and it kept raining, and they kept saying, "You here again?" And then I didn't tend to go to reverse fixture, and it worked. So yeah, fortunately I've not brought any rain with them, but yeah, they kind of know me quite well now. But it's intriguing so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Woodhead bowls, and that's flicked away by Atkinson, no run.
yeah. I mean, Foxton Granta obviously off to a flying start, as you'd probably expect with the 2 sort of real heroes of the final last year from their point of view, opening up. But you know, Staley stuck away, pegged it back. Calfman hold the key, don't you think?
Here is Woodhead into Atkinson, flicking that away again. Wants a single. And he's fielded there at mid wicket, no run. And Woodhead just going back to his mark, about 10 paces. He's a medium slow. Here he comes again in bowls and defending that one on the back foot, Atkinson.
Yeah, it's intriguing, really, Staley's decision to field, winning the toss, perhaps with half an eye on last year's final and what Foxton Granta achieved then. Whether it works, obviously, is yet to be seen.
And they've chased a lot in this competition as well. They back themselves to chase, especially with Parkinson at the top of the order. But Foxton Granta, they've been here before. Here's Woodhead in bowls, and Atkinson leaves that one alone outside of stump. But we say this every year. The previous winners seem to come back to the final the next year, and we say, well, they've been here, they've got the experience, but then they get turned over, don't they?
Yeah, defending a title's difficult. And I spoke to Lewis Hill, the Foxton Granta captain, and kind of, asked him, do you think people have upped their game against you this year? They had some sort of new entrants in their regional group to deal with.
Here's Woodhead in again, bowls, and left on outside off stump, but too wide for the umpire's liking, and the arms are outstretched. Another one added to the total, 1-1-0. That's 110 for 2.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously that sort of sparked a bit of interest in their area, like, well, Foxton Granta made the final, can we beat them?
Woodhead in bowls again and just defending that one off the back foot. Yeah, he said they feel no pressure as holders either, which is interesting. I think they're just embracing being holders, and I think they want to make, it's not history because it's been done before, but it's not been done since I think 1997. So they want to be the first team for nearly 30 years to defend the title.
Yeah, it's such a rarity.
Woodhead bowls and again off the back foot straight to Luke Parkinson at cover, and that is the end of the over, and just the one off it, which was a wide, so much better over for Stayley. So 1-1-10 for 2, and yeah, it's quite a vocal crowd. Even though we're in a media box this year and there's no sort of windows open, we can still hear them through the glass.
Yeah, I believe, looking at their social media pages, that Staley's contingent were packing out a pub in Kilburn last night, making a real weekend of it. The fans are stressed, not the players.
Yeah.
So they were clearly warming themselves up for today last night. Well.
And it's more the old boys. I haven't been to Stayley. It's more the old boys who like a drink. I think Billy, the president's the one there. I think they're worried about letting him in the pavilion. Nick said to me, he's like, I might have to keep him away from the pavilion. But yeah, I don't think some of the members will have met anyone like Billy. As down in bowls, that's just nudged away down to short third man, no run.
That's really what the Village Cup is all about, especially when you make it to Lords, is just that whole community coming together and getting that big day out, which now Foxton Granta obviously is second year in a row they've got.
Forward again, Calfman defending. You've got Hall of Famers and you've had a bell ringer this year, Gary O'Connor from Reed. He rang the bell, didn't he? And then you've also got a new Hall of Famer, which you can tell us about after this over. As in comes down in, bowls to Calfman, forward, plays and misses. Calfman's a key wicket here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just such a fine player and a real Village Cup player as well. He had quite a high role at one of the schools in Cambridge.
Down in bowls to Calfman, again just trying to nudge that one through third man region.
And he's sort of head of cricket there, which limits his availability for league games early in the season, and it really sort of adds to the strength of the Village Cup side for Foxton Granta, because there are a few players in that bracket as well.
That one's given more air from down end. Calfman just treats that with respect and drives it to the fielder, no run.
Yeah, both sort of as pupils and as teachers, so it really, their Sunday availability is very good.
Calfman cuts that one away. The sweeper is coming across. Can he cut it off? He does. Good work there by Ul Hassan. Just the one run to Calfman, and that is the end of the over. So obviously we're at Reed for the media day.
Yeah.
And I know you couldn't give away who was ringing the bell then, but now we know.
Yeah, it was Gary O'Connor, who is an award-winning groundsman actually at Reed, former Village Cup player himself, thoroughly nice chap and well-deserved honour, ringing on behalf of Reed, who been in part of the Village Cup since its inception. They made the quarter-final in the 70s. Wonderful club, some lovely stories. We had a great day there, and I thoroughly enjoyed being up there. The archetypal Northern Club ground, and it was just brilliant to be there.
Yeah, and he had a walkover that day as well, didn't he? So I think he ended up just having an inter-team game, and obviously Lydia was there as well.
Yeah, Lydia Greenway, our Voneus Village Cup ambassador, still doing a sterling job. She's all over everywhere. She was at Trent Bridge yesterday, but loves the Village Cup, really gets into the tournament, and she had a great time at Reed as well.
Here's Woodhead then to continue from the pavilion. No, he doesn't. It's Calfman just, don't know, decides to start scratching his crease, just maybe not comfortable. As Woodhead just flicks the ball into his right hand, comes in, bowls, short, wide, and Calfman on the back foot. And that's a deep backward point where there is a sweeper fielder this time, so just the one run. Lydia's here again, is she? She made it.
I've not seen her yet, but I believe she'll be along at some point, yes. Yeah, obviously, with the weather at Trent Bridge yesterday, we weren't certain about what her availability would be like, because it's a bit of weather around Nottingham, should we say, yesterday, but they managed to get that game in, a great win for Worcestershire.
I was going to say, big win that for Worcestershire,
Yeah.
not the one of the more well-known counties, and they looked chuffed to just get that, didn't they?
Yeah, very emotional as well, with Josh Baker's father being on the pitch and lifting the trophy for them. So, yeah, wonderful win for them and a great occasion.
Here's Woodhead then, just a slight adjustment in the field, and Atkinson on strike, just looking to get a quick single here, and that's a very good quick single, just nudging that out onto the onside. There's a couple of close fielders in there, but Atkinson quick off the mark, the vice-captain, and scampers through for a single, moving on to 18 off 44 deliveries. Calfman, a runner ball now, just been pulled back in a bit, a touch. He's now 68 from 68. He was going along at quite a rate at the start. Run rate's 4.6. Calfman's pulling that one away. Again, a sweeper out there, and just the one run. And you've got a new inductee into the Hall of Fame, which we'll get onto in a minute. You can tell us a bit more about Peter Johns very shortly. Playing all the way down there in Cornwall. And Woodhead comes in again, bowls. Short, wide, but Atkinson, misses out that time. Woodhead's just dragging it back here a little bit. Another tight over from him so far.
Yeah, it's intriguing to see how some of the Calfman's experience sort of plays this, but you suspect he's up to the challenge.
Here's Woodhead in, bowls. Again, short, wide, just stretching for that one. I think if he'd have left that alone, Atkinson, it would have been signalled a wide, but a bit like when they lost the 2 wickets, they got tied down for a couple of overs and they're desperate to score, that they went after shots maybe they shouldn't have, and you feel Atkinson's maybe getting a bit itchy now, isn't he?
A little bit, but they'll know that they've got big hitters down the order to come in, and Chris Pepper, and
and that's gone through everything, has it? We're going to see what the umpire signals. Oh, he runs, he signalled, so it must have come off the edge. So past the lone slip there, and yeah, Woodhead on his haunches, can't believe it. And that's what I was saying about the shop. He was just going after one there. And
yeah, a little bit.
It.
But he got the look, and that'll relieve a bit of pressure for him. But they'll know that there's guys back in the hutch waiting to come in and have their turn. Like I say, Chris Pepper, the brother of Essex player Michael Pepper, and Freddie Dole, the young wicket keeper, who I'm told hits it quite hard as well. So plenty of batting to come in the latter overs, should they require it.
So just tell us a bit more about Peter Johns. I know he was the first player to take a 5 for, I think, wasn't he, in the Village Cup final. He did that 5 for 25 for Troon against Aswood Bank back in 1972. As Downend comes in, bowls. He's a bit quicker this time. I thought we might get a word on it, but he started his over a lot quicker this time. He was 3 for a single. Yeah,
so Peter Johns, like you say, took 5 for 25, the inaugural Village Cup final in 1972. We've done a big feature on it in the new issue of the Cricketer, October issue. It's a fascinating story. Troon, as you say, down in Cornwall, they actually put on a chartered train for sort of hundreds of people to come up from Cornwall overnight to Lords in 1972.
Those were the days.
Yeah, but the problem was it got the train in front of them in Devon got derailed, and so they didn't make it.
Oh God.
So the captain, Terry Carter, got a call at 2:30 in the morning at his hotel in London to say, sorry, we've all been turned around. So the night before you're due to play at Lords and you get that call, it's not ideal, but they overcame it in front of a couple of hundred fans and made history.
Here is Downend in bowls. Just edged away again through third man. That's going to run down to the boundary for 4 more. Atkinson moves on to 26 now. yeah, slightly short and wide from down end. Anything slightly off, he's just getting punished for currently at the minute. The spinner.
It's, yeah, true part of Village Cup history. They went on to win it a couple more times as well.
Down end in bowls and better deliver that one straighter, quicker, and defended by Atkinson. Sure, Keith Higgins, remember that one? He'll be in short trousers when that final took place back in 1972, Keith. That's driven nicely, that's gone away quickly. Well fielded out there though by the sweeper, just a single for Atkinson. And he moves on to 27, 124 for 2.
Yeah, Peter Johns is a left-arm quick bowler in his heyday, so no doubt be picking his brains later about some of the seam bowlers in both attacks. Obviously, Foxton Granta quite a spin-heavy attack, as last year.
Down in bowls, tries to cut that one again. Calfman likes the cut shot, but again played and missed, and taken behind the stumps by Khan. Down ending again, bowls. Full delivery driven, and tries to drive it. He's played and missed at that one again, and taken behind the stumps by Khan. And that is the end of the over. 124 for 2. There was 6 runs off that over. And Stayley wearing some, I think, historic caps. It's very sort of WG Gray style caps again, very thick set caps on the heads.
Yeah, they I don't know if they've been made especially for the final, but they look very good. We've had some comments in the boxes over there about how good they look, so yeah, credit to whoever designed those.
And annoyingly, David, throughout the previous rounds they've had the names and numbers on the back, and today they've gone for a special final shirt, so I don't know who's who now from this distance.
Well, I was going to say, you've probably been commentating on them up close, haven't you? So up close you might have a better shot. But yeah, it seems a terrific club, as Foxton Granta are, worthy finalists.
It is well worth doing an interview with Lance, the chairman, well worth it. He can tell you about, because it's only really the last 5 years they've really kind of exploded into life, as Woodhead continues from the pavilion end, and that's swept away there by Atkinson. Lovely shot there over mid wicket for 4. Woodhead, bit of a loose delivery there on his legs, and anything that's slightly offline is getting punished at the minute.
Yeah, and you'd very much expect that from these two. Like I say, Atkinson's been in the runs in the rounds before as well, so obviously I believe he got a duck here last year, so clearly happy to get off the mark and getting some runs on the board.
Yeah, really picked up as the competition's gone on, and he's again maybe not got hold of that one, but he's drilled it away again through the onside for 4 more. Got 15 and 1 in the earlier rounds, and then got 66 against Leeds and Broomfield, and then 50 against Hambledon. So he's coming to this in good form, averaging 68 in the competition.
It's intriguing the way the league's gone for both of the finalists today. Foxton Granta, I believe, were in relegation playoff last week, which they won convincingly, and Staley obviously been promoted as well. So they're really on a high, both sides having had exciting matches that mean something in the last rounds of their league campaigns.
Yeah, and 2 years ago, as I mentioned earlier, it derailed Staley's league campaign getting to the semi-final. Not this year, as Woodhead bowls and outside off stump and wide, and yeah, we were saying about Woodhead's been tight, but this over he's conceded 9 already and just kicked the turf in frustration. He's just having a little chat in his head to himself, I think, as he wanders back to his mark.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem with being captain, isn't it?
Here he is, bowls, full delivery, and again driven back past him. He can't stop that one, and 4 more. Atkinson's putting on the afterburners in this over.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the skipper, you have to put your hand on your own shoulder when things aren't quite going your way, don't you? There's nobody else to do it for you. I mean, he's a strong character, isn't he, Nick Woodhead? But yeah, clearly the frustration getting to him there.
Yeah, and there's a few Staley players just double teapotting, hands on chins. Luke Parkinson's still enthusiastically clapping away, but the shoulders are just sinking a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit. Luke Parkinson, interesting, and Richard Calfman have played against each other before.
Here's Woodhead in bowls, and Atkinson just nudging that one down to short third man. Do tell, David.
Yeah, the National Counties Championship final, or the Minor County Championship, I think it was then. I can't remember the year. But Luke Parkinson kept wicket in that game and had Richard Calfman caught behind.
Yeah, he's ex-Cumberland.
Yeah.
Oh, he won it in 2015, so I'm guessing that was it.
Yeah, that
was
would have been it.
nudged through towards the third man boundary. It's a desperate chase down there, and it's not holding in the end. It was Saqib just chasing after that one. Maybe should have put the dive in there. He was just waiting for it to slow up, I think, and it didn't. And I'm surprised he didn't dive after that one.
Yeah, having got my feet on this glorious outfield at Lords, I can tell you that was not going to slow up. It's a real picture. It's beautiful. But yeah, Parkinson and Calfman, something of a little rivalry renewed there. Whether they remember playing each other is another thing entirely, given how long ago it was. But I'm sure they might do.
They might reminisce over a beer later, mightn't they?
Yeah, potentially.
17 off this over currently. Last ball for Woodhead. In fact, well, as I said, there's one more actually, and again that's edged through the vacant slip area, and that is 4 more. And this is proven to be a really expensive over this for Nick Woodhead.
Yeah, Atkinson's really grown in confidence, hasn't he, since that edge through the slips. He's sort of played some lovely shots and really grown into his innings.
21 off that over then. That's the biggest over of the match, I think, so far.
Yeah, Stayley really need to pick themselves up here, and it's down to Woodhead, unfortunately, bowling that over. But as skipper, I think he's got to find that extra strength now and just gee his team up. One wicket could change everything, though. You know, you saw just how much it meant to them with the 2 wickets they got already when they'd been sort of struggling with Foxton Granta's flying start, and they brought him back in. It's the magic of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the big thing about Downend and Woodhead at the minute, they've only taken 9 wickets between them in the competition, but their economy rates, I mean, 4.34 and 3.76, so they don't take wickets, but they squeeze on teams, don't they? But that's the thing with Foxton and Granta, they feel if they got after him, you're almost destroying their weapon in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got the other thing to factor in is the short boundary on this side now.
Down and bowls forward is Calfman, just playing that out to extra cover. And no run there, fielded by the enthusiastic Luke Parkinson. That one's given more air and driven, is it? He tried to drive again, missed out there, and from where we are it's difficult to sort of see if he's connected, but he hadn't. He's down on his haunches, Calfman, and taken behind the stumps by Khan. Here comes Downend again, bowls, and that's just driven back past the bowler. There's a man there. Mid off, and there's no run.
Yeah, like I say, plenty of batting to come, so it'll be interesting to see when this pair decide to really open up.
That will signal the wide down the leg side. So another one added to the total. Downend in, bowls. A bit shorter, cut away. There's a sweeper out there, Al Hassan. Comes across quickly, throws it in, just keeps it down to a single. And the umpire, it's very enthusiastic the way he signals his 2 left. He kind of does a little step forward and then just points at his 2 to his colleague at the square leg umpire, at the square leg. As Downend bowls, and that's again just nudged really nicely by Atkinson. He's played that dab the last couple of overs really effectively, and again through third man for 4.
Yeah, and brings up his 50
and
as well.
Brings up his 50, and it's a double-armed cheer from Atkinson, like he's got a century there. He was, I think, after his, I know it was Richard Calfman actually doing that and celebrating delight. I'm guessing because he knew he had a duck last year. He looked more happy than Atkinson himself. But he's got that off 57 deliveries, 10 fours, no sixes.
Yeah, and like you say, he's worked that shot really nicely in the last few overs, and Staley got to do something to kind of cut that out, you would think. Pretty sharpish.
It's looking ominous. I mean, they'll back themselves to chase it, but you don't want to be chasing 250 on here. And that was just played out to mid-wicket and end of the over. 6 off it. 151 for 2. Are we having a little swap round, potentially? Keats waving his arms around. I don't know what's happening. Are you going to have...
Yeah, I think
Should we have a double change in a minute, Keith? No.
before I pop off, I'll say a very quick hello to my daughter Orla and my wife Hannah, watching at home. Orla has been an enthusiastic Village Cup viewer. In fact, her first ever cricket match was at Elveston, former Village Cup winners last year.
That's Harden then. You made her into Harden cricketer. You're not just taking her to the 100 as the first game. It's like, we'll take her to the Village Cup for the first game.
Absolutely, and she's 18 months old now, but she's already got a better arm than her old man. We'll see how she bats.
Gonna have James Coyne coming in very shortly, David. We've got cricketers on.
Yes.
I was going to say on tap then, not quite
yeah,
on
I
tap.
tee you up. I'm very much the support act for Mr. Coyne. He's a true headliner.
Scott Devlin's coming on, I think. He is indeed. Yeah, looks similar to Nick Woodhead, but he's not. But he's a similar build and medium pacer. Ball slings that one in. First one down leg side, another wide, and Devlin swings his arm there to get them going. But interesting to see. We'll try and find out later how many extras they are. That's 18 extras now for Stayley. Not what you want, really. As Devlin comes in again, bowls, kind of almost stops at the crease. Side on bowls, and again fires it down leg side, and again another wide.
Yeah, you feel like they're perhaps with the bowling that kind of line, trying to entice the two men on the boundary into the game and force a mistake. But well, you can't be bowling those lines in a Village Cup final.
And as I say, remarkable rise for Stayley. They first entered the Village Cup in 2021, so this is only their 4th year, and here they are.
Yeah,
it's the final.
Great. It's great. It really is to see that remarkable rise, as you say.
Devlin ball. That's a better delivery into Calfman, who's forward. And I can hear a lot of roaring now. I think that the Stayley contingent, I think they've just come out that pub from Kilburn and turned up here.
Yeah, geeing up their side, as you'd expect them to. It's about the occasion as much as anything else, but they're backing their lads all the way.
Devlin bowls. Nice shot by Calfman. Just through for a single. Yeah, and he's leading run scorer now in the tournament until Luke Parkinson gets a bat, see if he can overtake him back again. I don't know if they get any sort of trophy, did he, for being a...
There's a man of the match trophy, but just the honour of being the leading run scorer in the tournament. A great honour it is. I mean, you've had some great cricketers this year. Richie Weir at Thornton,
yeah.
who's my best man actually used to play with him, and he said he's a really formidable batter. So
in bowls, and that's played nicely back to him, shows the maker's name. Yeah, we did Thornton in a couple of rounds, and Richie Weir cleared, he put one into someone's house, and the neighbour wasn't happy. She came round quite angry with a ball, saying this happens every week, to which the response was, don't live near a cricket ground.
Quite. It really is a farce these days, isn't it? People who move near to cricket grounds and don't understand that. It's a bit of a joke.
She wasn't happy with it. She was a Yorkshire lady, and she wasn't happy with the response she got back. That next delivery's forward defending.
Is that because she's a Yorkshire lady and she was expecting cricket to be played properly on the ground, boycott style,
yes,
perhaps, rather than just didn't like the shot?
It might have been Mrs. Boycott. Anyway, that's off the back foot again, and Devlin's recovered himself a little bit here after 2 wides. Just gone for 1 single after that, and he's got 1 more ball left of the over. Then we'll swap over David and James. As in comes Devlin again. That's side on action, bowls, and that's open edged, and Peel for caught behind. Umpire's not interested, he's just walking away. He's having a word with the square of umpire, is he, or is he giving it not out? He's giving it not out, I think.
Is that the soft signal?
Soft signal, we haven't got.
No.
We haven't got replays in this, so they're just waiting, and the umpires are. Oh, he's giving him. I don't know what the delay was, because it definitely carried.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it'd come off the boot. It looked very much like it was off the full. Yeah.
and it's Atkinson who has to go. Ideally, Stayley would have wanted Calfman to have gone, but Atkinson goes for a well-made 51 or 61. But Devlin, after a wild first 2 balls, has recovered and got the wicket.
Yeah, well, that's what they wanted from Scott Devlin, wasn't it? Somebody to inject something a bit different and get that wicket, and well, he's gone and done it.
Great. Well, David, thanks for joining us. We'll bring in James Coyne as that wicket falls. And is David calling himself the hors d'oeuvre and you're the main course?
Well, he's being very, very kind there. Dave's the oracle when it comes to Village Cup information at the cricketer, so I do defer to him on that. But really interesting, that dismissal, because we see it all the time in top level cricket where, you know, someone hits the ball in the vicinity of their boot, and has it hit the floor first, or has it hit the boot and gone straight up? And that's the $1 million question that the umpires would have been debating at that point.
David was on about soft signals there and everything.
Well, and it was interesting that they did take the time to confer, didn't they? They went and spoke to each other so he could ask the square leg umpire's opinion, and that's what they decided in the end. And actually, really, really, you know, fantastic for Devlin there. He's clearly been brought on just to get a wicket, and he's managed to get one there. So that does inject a bit more interest, certainly a lot more interest in these last 10 overs, 11 overs, I should say.
Yeah, everyone's scarpered out of the box, which is...
The food must be here.
Yeah. But yeah, that massive wicket out for Stayley. 154 for 3, and I mean, the new batsman who's come out there now is Chris Pepper, and David was saying about him being a big hitter. They need to break this partnership quickly now as well, don't they?
Well, if he's anything like his brother, who obviously plays for Essex, he's going to be quite useful. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting little period.
So Calfman on strike to down end, because that was the last ball of the over the wicket, and Calfman continuing on his merry way. I'm going to have to check the Bible actually and see if anyone's got back-to-back centuries in this competition.
Well, that is a great question.
But I have got the Bible here.
Oh, there you go.
So I will have a look.
Yeah.
By the Bible, I mean the Voneus Village Cup handbook, not an actual Bible.
I did wonder for a moment.
Yeah.
It being a Sunday and all.
Yeah, I don't think the Gospel coin to Luke wrote about back-to-back centuries as down end in bowls, and just off the back foot there, Pepper.
I mean, they're doing the right thing here, Staley, in the sense they've got the spinner on from this end. Obviously, being an off spinner, he's been forced to hit to the big boundary, so that's the right move. You just think from the other end they'd be crying out for a left arm spinner. They don't seem to have one at that end, but
down and in bowls off the back foot, Pepper off the mark. He scrambles through.
You know, you just want somebody just to slow things down, to make the batsman have to force the shot, whereas the seamers, it's such a fast outfield. You get anything on the ball with a short boundary, it just goes.
So I've got the final scores here. I'll have a look while I'm off to see if we've got a back-to-back centurion. He could be making history here, Richard Calfman. He's on 73, and I'm going to head off shortly. Keith will come in to replace me at the end of this over. 2 balls left. Here's down and in bowls, and cut away by Calfman. Enthusiastic dive by Luke Parkinson. He's left face down in the turf. He's not getting there. 4 more, and Calfman moves on to 77 now. So he's just 13 away from that milestone of another century here at Lords.
And you know, I think even a century full stop would have been fairly rare back in the day in this fixture, but I suppose, you know, the pitches and scoring rates are so much higher.
Just flicking that one away. He's going to get another one to his toes. He scampers through for a single in the onside, and that is the end of the over. 161 for 3. Calfman is 78 off 82. Pepper is 1 not out, and I'll let James have a few words, and I'll bring Keith back in.
Yeah. So Richard Calfman, I mean, you know, he's clearly a very, very good player. You know, he scored a century last year. He's played national counties cricket for a long, long time, and you can just see by the way he paces in his innings that he knows what he's doing. He's making sure he stays there until the bitter end, and he's really holding this innings together. So they're still in a great position here, Foxton, and you know, with power to add over these last 10 overs.
Thanks very much indeed, Luke. Thanks very much indeed, James. Good to be working with you again. How have you been the last year?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, a lot going on. I mean, Dave made an announcement about his kids there, and I've got 2 of them running around at home. So, yeah, not dull.
Yeah, No, feel free to mention them as Scott Devlin comes in from the pavilion end, right arm over. Got the important wicket of Johnny Atkinson in the last over as Richard Calfman drives him into the offside, but fielder on the boundary there picked it up nicely and just kept it down to a single.
Yeah, I suppose the crucial thing that Devlin's done here is he's obviously bowling sort of slightly round arm seam, but he's kept it outside off stump now, and that's really, really important with that short boundary on the leg side.
Yeah. Yeah, as when we were analysing last year's final, you were talking about having sort of a left-arm bowler, which Foxton Granta have. Ravi Mahindra, when he bowls, will be, I'm sure, bowling quite a lot. As a nice steer into the offside by Chris Pepper will get him 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, just this end that Devlin, I mean, he's doing a decent job to be fair, but you just think that you'd imagine that would be the end that Mahindra's bowling from, and at this stage of the innings, you know, he'd be a godsend really, but obviously he's on the other side.
Yeah, no, I think Dunwoodson just couldn't work it out because they had Webster and Calfman left and right hand combination, so whichever end they were batting from, there was always the short boundary as the next ball is cut fiercely by Pepper. We were talking about his power earlier, that was well hit, but backward point, managed to pick it up first bounce, or certainly made sure it didn't get to the boundary. Chris Pepper, by the way, by profession is a dentist.
That's right, that's absolutely right, he is.
Ah. Funny how I picked that up and didn't pick up about his brother. Perhaps the fact that I've got to go and see my dentist in a couple of weeks' time as he plays the next ball quietly into the offside for no runs.
Yeah, I mean, his brother isn't no slouch either, you know, for Essex he really does go after it, so yep, you'd imagine it will follow in the family and he'd be ready here to go and let Calfman back through the overs, you'd imagine.
Yes, he's one of the only 2 players who didn't play last year in the final, Chris Pepper, as he plays the next ball. That looked pretty short and cut away by Pepper as he got it to the boundary. No, the good fielding there on the boundary, running round well there. Did the dive that we were talking about earlier. One of the other fielders did not do the dive to save the boundary, but the fielder on the cover boundary did. Saved 2 runs, but another 2 runs to Chris Pepper onto 5, 166 for 3.
And I guess the way they've got to think about this is that, you know, you don't ideally want to be chasing 250, but it's, you know, last year 240 was chased down by Foxton, so, you know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility if you can keep them down under 250.
Devlin again bowls and Midland off stump, well pitched up and dug out by Pepper, but straight to the fielder at short mid on. End of the over, 31 overs gone, 166 for 3. Pepper on 5, Calfman on 79. We got 9 overs left. Run rate just over 5 and over. As I said, 240 well within their grasp, which obviously is a challenging total, I think, James. Whatever else, you know, it's certainly, I mean, whatever you think of last year, you know, that was a challenging total Dumbleton set, but well done to Foxton for getting it. So well, they'll have their sights, I'm sure, on something similar today.
Absolutely. No, I mean, I suppose the question that Stayley have got to answer is, do they keep Devlin on from that end? You know, he's done a decent job so far. And it's interesting, I was reading his biography, apparently it's only his 4th year of cricket, so, and you can actually, if that is true, you can tell that by his action, slightly unusual, sort of slightly round arm action.
Yeah.
But he's done a good job, you know, slightly different, and he's done a good job so far.
Reached down end to bowl his last over from the nursery end. Figure so far, 7 overs, number 35. And he'll be bowling to Richard Calfman, who's actually said earlier, I don't like taking the mickey out of my commentators, but a total miscalculation by Luke Edwards, and he's 21 for his century. I think he said 13 earlier. Make that 20 as he cuts him to the point boundary, but there's a fielder there who makes sure he doesn't cross the boundary, but because the short boundary is just a single. Calfman into the 80s, 167 for 3.
You'd imagine Calfman would be pretty content to just see down end off now and see what happens from from this end.
Just imagine it would be more pace as Pepper goes for an almighty heave at the next ball and must have kept it a little bit low, but he completely missed it. Wasn't taken cleanly by Khan, but certainly made sure he didn't get past him. Conceded 4 byes in his in the first over, but not much after that, and we're certainly complimenting Sohail Khan, James, for standing up to some quite quick bowlers for Staley.
And that's, you know, that's the skill at this level, you know, where you're having a lot of, you know, medium pace or fairly medium pace bowlers. Can you do that just to drag the batsman back a bit?
Down end again bowls, and steer quietly into the offside, so the fielder at backward point has to run round, but can't stop the single. 168 for 3, Pepper on to 6. Yes, quite a few fielders now out on the boundary. We've got deep wide mid wicket, a long on, got wide long off, and cover sweeper as well. As next ball's hit very quietly to the fielder at backward point, and they scamper off for the single, and fielder at backward point probably prudently decided that even though it might have been a bit of a risky single, there was no point in throwing at the stumps and maybe conceding overthrows. So Calfman on to 81, 169 for 3. And the next ball, Pepper swipes through the leg side, but again great fielding by the fielder on the leg side boundary. Had to run, what do you reckon, James, about 30 yards, 25 yards to cut that
He did
off?
very, very well there.
He did.
Very well. And the boundary ride is probably more so than any game these guys would have ever played. Such an important role, you know, today at Lord's. It's such a quick outfield.
Brilliant piece of fielding there. Keeps it down to 2. Pepper on to 8. 171 for 3. Next ball, he goes very quickly for the single, and I think rather prudently and correctly sent back there by Richard Calfman. I don't think the single was on there, and good sharp fielding at extra cover.
Well, yeah, and Kaufman knew that down in was done then now, so you know, they've got 7 wickets intact for the last 8 overs, and he knows that they can start to really go for it now, I think.
Yep, good observation there. But the fielder who just came across to save the single has gone down, and he's getting a little bit of treatment by one of his colleagues. I don't know if he's just stretched a hamstring too much. Is he carrying on? We'll have a look. I think he is. And
you don't really want to be trudging off in the middle of the Lord's final, do you, really? Looks like he's going to soldier on.
Yes, he's going to be okay. He's trudging off to the... he's got quite a way to go. He looks like he's being sent to the wide long off boundary. So, Scott Devlin coming in. This, as James just said, a very good observation, James. This sort of novice cricketer. Started playing 4 years ago, and here he is at Lord's. That's rapid development. 2 overs, 1 for 9 as he comes in from the pavilion end, bowling to Calfman. He plays him into the onside, but straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. Definitely no runs.
You know, to be fair to him, I think he's bowled 1 short ball so far outside off stump, and everything else has been up there, forcing the batter to make a decision. So fair play to him so far.
This is the slightly right arm sort of slingy action. But the next ball just a little short, and Pepper didn't really get hold of it, and it's gone behind square. I think he actually wanted that to go for 6 in front of square, but got enough of a bat on it to get a couple of runs.
Yeah,
Does Calfman, sorry, takes him on to 83, 173 for 3.
Yeah, it was inevitable that was going to come. These guys are going to swing across the line to Devlin, even if he does keep it outside off stump.
Scott Devlin again. That sort of slingy action. I don't want to say it's sort of similar to Jeff Thompson or anyone like that. He's not quite the same pace, is he? But if that helps you, if you're listening to us on Live Sport FM, get an idea of what his action is like, that's the best I can do with you. Lassa Malinga, I think, might be another example, but not quite the pace as Calfman turns the next ball into the leg side just behind square. Straight to the fielder on the boundary for another single.
I think Tomo did have a season here at Middlesex.
He did,
so,
yes, he did. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it was the season of an Ashes as well.
Was it?
So I'm just trying to think which one that would have been.
81 maybe?
81?
Yeah, maybe 81.
Yeah. No, that's right, yes. It's speculation. I wish I'd checked to see if Middlesex played Australia and whether he was unleashed against his colleagues.
I've got a funny feeling, this is going to sound like massive nerd alert, I've got a funny feeling they might have played for Middlesex against Australia on that tour, I think.
Yeah, I massive nerd number 2 agrees with you. As the next ball where Pepper tries to swing in the leg side, and they're going to get a run of sorts. Did it come off the bat? Umpire's not giving a signal, so another run to Pepper. Takes him on to 9, 175 for 3. No, I think 2 massive nerds here are going to agree with you.
And the reason I think I'd say that with some confidence is that I think we've carried the pick when we were putting the photo caption in the cricketer. We might have had to check which game it was, and it was that game.
Yes, because he was featured recently, wasn't he? As the next ball is just cleared over mid-off's head, but more than up on it, and another boundary for Pepper. Sorry, another boundary for Calfman, my apologies. Takes him on to 88, 179 for 3. So it was Calfman who got that 4. So, 33 overs gone, 7 left. 179 for 3 is the Foxton score, so 7 overs, 42 balls. They'll certainly be eyeing a total not far removed from what they got last time.
It looks like they're bringing the seam bowler back at this end.
Looks like Al Hussain is coming back 4 overs, number 22 in his first spell. Didn't look quite as threatening. I mean, we're looking at his figures earlier in the competition, James, and some outstanding bowling by him. Not quite the top wicket taker. He's got 14 in the competition, but how about this? 8 overs, 4 for 4 against Cleartor. 4 for 24 in the semi-final against Dumbleton. I mean, 4 for 4. What wonderful bowling that is. Basically, 4 well, I don't know how many maiden overs there were. I haven't got a record of that, but 4 for 4. Wow.
I mean, I guess, you know, you've got several things to contend with here. It's a pretty good wicket, fast outfield, and you've got the slope as well here, haven't you? So it is a bit of a different challenge bowling at Lords. And obviously the standard of the batters like Calfman is very, very good. Absolutely, yes. As we were saying earlier, I think David was telling us that Calfman and, I've forgotten who he was now, but Oxfordshire and, sorry, who remind me, who did Richard Calfman play against from Stayley? Parkinson, I think.
Parkinson,
yeah,
thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he's played a very good standard of cricket as Richard Calfman, and on the verge of a bit of history here, but only on the verge, he's not there yet.
I mean, he's from Northants actually, Richard Calfman originally, and you know, you do wonder how close would he have been to getting a deal there at one point or another when he was younger. You know, he played for the Northants cricket board, I think, in the old C&G Trophy, I think, possibly. So yeah, I mean, he must have been there or thereabouts.
But yeah, made a good name for himself, so we said, playing for Oxfordshire, which yes, Live Sport FM, we've covered quite a bit of the NCCA this year, so yeah, we did the T20 finals at Wormsley, which was a delight.
Fantastic.
So great supporters of what is a really good standard of cricket, I have to say. I've been very, very impressed. And mentioning that, can I give a shout out to Buckinghamshire, who won the NCCA Championship, and in their 2 innings game against Devon, Connor Haddow took 16 wickets.
It's funny, Keith. I mean, I mentioned about left-arm spinners. Maybe I got it in my mind about it, but he is a left-arm spinner, and they really are a godsend at national counties level. Every team has a good left-arm spinner, and it's interesting when you consider that compared to first-class cricket, where spinners barely get a go. So it's an interesting aspect of national counties cricket. That
really was. I mean, you know, in a pressurised game like that, hats off to him. But back to the cricket here as Mahmood Al Hassan continues his, well, starts his second spell, and that one was drifting down the leg side and come off, I think, the pad there, so a leg by, 1 more to the total.
He's got a lovely action, this guy, hasn't he? Got a lovely flowing action, and you can imagine, as you say, at club level, he'd be a very handy bowler to have.
Absolutely. I would hate to face him, that sort of action. 180 for 3, and brings. Seem to got a bit of a discrepancy between the 2 scores we're looking at. One says it's Pepper on strike, the other one says Calfman. I think I'm going to go for. They're both right-handers, but I can tell actually. Pepper's
Calfman.
got the sort of slightly shinier badge on his helmet.
I think he's got a sticker over. I'm afraid to say it's one of those stickers over the top of his helmet. I think on the badge. I think.
So some sort of rights issue. We'll come back to that in a minute as the next ball is steered behind square on the leg side. Al Hassan just straying down the leg side at the moment, and. Helped round the corner there by Calfman, but brings him 2 runs and should take him into the 90s. 182 for 3.
I don't think he's sponsored by a rival radio station, if that's what you mean, Keith. But no, I think what it is probably he's got a different club helmet on or something.
Yeah,
or that's what it'll be.
Rival radio station?
No such thing.
Is there such a thing?
No, well there you go. How dare I even suggest it?
You have reminded me, James. I just got a little script to read at the end of this over, but nothing to do with the radio. Well, a little bit of the radio, but next ball is. Played into the leg side by Calfman. Said he's in the, well, he called it the nervous 90s, but he dealt with it very well last year, and let's see how he deals with it this year. He's on to 91, 183 for 3. Partnership now 29 runs. So still quite a few balls left, still plenty of time to accelerate this run rate, currently just under 5.5.
He's been very particular about his field here, I think he realises here that this really is the crucial part of the game from Staley's perspective.
The slips have long gone. Pepper steers that one into the offside. He really has speared that. What's that gone?
That's a lovely shot, that. I mean, that's
gone for 4.
6 over extra cover.
Was it 6? What's he signalled? I think it's just the 4. But 4. You're right, it was certainly aerial enough for me to think there could be a 6, though, as you said, James. But lovely shot by Chris Pepper. Takes him on to 13. 187 for 3. Yes, I can even see at this distance without my binoculars. He's got a strong pair of forearms. Don't you lot laugh behind me, okay?
It's a shot that I would dream about playing rather than actually playing.
Great shot. Just going to try the binoculars and just see if I can see what's on his helmet.
I have played it once before in a club game. The fact that I can remember it tells you everything.
Next ball, he flat bats the offside for a single as James reminisces about his wonderful cricketing days.
It really is a reminisce, I'm afraid.
You're talking to someone who played club cricket for years and never hit a 6. The one time I thought I did, there was a fielder on the boundary who was the sort of brought in at the last minute to make up numbers. He fell over and the ball landed in his stomach. I've never forgiven that man. If I ever find him again, I will tell him off. Next ball is driven by Calfman, but straight to mid-on for no runs. End of the over. 34 overs gone, 188 for 3. Pepper on 14, Calfman on 91. That was a great shot, though, wasn't it?
That was a glorious shot. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? The 6 over cover used to be a very rare shot. It was like the likes of Viv Richards played that shot, and now, you know, you see it quite often. But that was an absolutely lovely shot, regardless of how often it's played.
No, it just looks so lovely, doesn't it? I mean, we always used to eulogise about David Gower playing offside drives, and that wasn't far off it, I have to say. So 8 off that over from Al Hussain, and it will be Scott Devlin to continue his good spell there, to getting the vital wicket of Johnny Atkinson at the end of his first over. 3 overs so far, 1 for 16. He's going to be bowling to Chris Pepper.
Yeah, this has worked so far, the Devlin move, but there will be a point you sort of feeling they're going to really start going after him in a minute.
Yeah.
And there's no one on the boundary at mid-wicket.
Yep. Is that deliberate? We shall see. Yeah, interesting field. Try and quickly go through it. Let's start with the leg side. We have got a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. We got a mid-wicket, short mid-on, and a sort of wider, deeper mid-on as well. Just watch, give you the offside field after this ball. No, I think that might have been a full toss, but that's been smote into the Tavern stand for 6. Didn't really get his length right there, did Devlin. And food and drink, I would suggest, to somebody like Chris Pepper. And his first 6 takes him on to 20 and 194 for 3. Yeah. Not what Stayley wanted at the stage, James.
No, absolutely not. I'm guessing what they're thinking is here. He's just going to bowl outside, try and bowl outside off stump, but there's having no mid wicket. That seems. Well, actually, no, he is there. He's just off the boundary, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is there. Apologies, he is there.
Yeah, no, it's easy to miss him, but yes, he's actually off the boundary. He'll come in as he walks in, but Devlin again goes for a similar shot, but it wasn't a full toss this time, and that fielder we just been describing, who was very tempted, I think, to go and sit in the Tavern stand, but decided to come and do the fielding, which is good. Limits Chris Pepper to a single. Brings Richard Calfman on strike. 91. I would ask Luke to do the maths here, but I think I'll do it for him. 9 away from a century. Yeah, I was saying earlier, Jamie, I'll tell you after this ball, not a very good link to Richard Calfman with me, but a semi-link. As the next ball he plays defensively and offside for no run. Yeah, I was with a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine in Cambridge on Saturday. His next door neighbour is in the same sports department as Richard Calfman.
There you go. At the Lee School.
The Lee School, yes, yes. Damien, my friend Phil's next door neighbour. Hope you're listening, Phil, by the way. I told you to tune in today. You're a good friend of mine. Well, you were. I hope you still are. So the next ball looked very wide to me, but flayed through the offside there by Calfman. Fielder at backward point dived across, but had no chance. It was short, it was wide, and maybe Scott Devlin just feeling a little bit of the pressure now. It's 6 and a 4 he's conceded in this over.
Yeah.
Calfman just 5 short away from his century. 199 for 3.
He's paced this so well, Calfman, hasn't he? I suppose we'll find out at the end of the match. He's paced it so well, but it just feels that way. He's a runner ball, and he's got time now to really motor.
No, he's played a beautiful innings. I'll tell you why, because he accelerated nicely earlier on, while Adam Webster, who last year was the anchor man, wasn't he? But he accelerated so well. Then he sort of reined it in when they lost Ash Clark so quickly. Just watch as Devlin comes in, bowls again. Now, has he lofted that in? Has he got his answer? He has! Big applause here in the commentary box. Calfman's 151 minutes, 14 fours, 3 sixes. What a great knock, and history's been made here, James. We sent Luke out to find out, but I can't believe there's been 2 successive hundreds. Yeah, 2 successive hundreds in Village Cup finals.
Extraordinary, really extraordinary. And I mean, he's a superb player, and that was I mean, to do it once is incredible. To do it twice must be just amazing. So
pleasure to watch him bat. It's been a beautiful innings because he said he's paced it, and he's still there. And I'm sure he want to see the team home now. But I think he's gone for another big pull, and has that gone over the ropes? He has. It's a short leg side boundary, and anything that he can pick up, he will do. Another 6. 211 for 3. Calfman on to 107. 23 off the over there by Scott Devlin.
Okay.
And 5 overs left, 211 for 3.
Top tier. Wow.
Yeah, excellent shot.
That'll take a while to find that because there's no one up there at the moment.
Yes, I think there are offices up there, aren't they? Some of them was just shut today. Certainly our commentary position, the other side of the score box, is offices at the moment. So, yes, just a bit of a break. So just give me a chance just to say you're listening to Live Sports FM and our commentary on the Voneus Village Cup final. Simulcasting on the live video stream supplied by Frogbox. Frogbox, the official live streaming partner of this year's Voneus Village National Cup. And Frogbox have got some great news they'd like me to tell you about. They've launched their brand new app, Frogbox Play. With Frogbox Play, you can watch every single delivery captured on Frogbox, save and share your favourite moments, track teams and players' best moments, all from your phone. You can download the app now from the App Store or Google Play. That's Frogbox Play is the name of the app. And a big thank you to Frogbox. If you want to find out more about them, visit frogbox.live. And since I've got James here, I will also say big thanks to the cricketer, James. We have got a little promo on there actually about your digital service. We'll try and play that during the innings break. But a great support by James and David as Al Hussain starts the next over. And that looked a little bit wayward down the leg side. Let's see what the umpire's going to give for that. Fielders running towards the pavilion, can't quite stop it, and he's gone for 4 leg buys. But it was just a little wayward there by Al Hussain. And as you said, James, I mean, never been a fast bowler, I can never understand it, but clearly this Lord Slope can have an effect on the bowlers at all levels.
Yeah, it is different from either end, and they have to adjust as they're running in sometimes, but I mean, that one just crept down leg, and lucky it wasn't a wide actually.
Al Hussain comes in again, right arm over. Bowls to Pepper, who doesn't really middle it, and straight to the fielder at square leg, who awkward there because you got all the old pitches and the ball can bounce very awkwardly, and I know from my club cricket days you can go down to field it and the ball turns through 90 degrees and you feel a bit of a fool. But the fielder at square leg was not a fool because he picked it up and there's no runs.
He did a good job there.
He was. Al Hussain again, right arm over. Pepper does a couple of steps down the track, which shows how confident he is when facing a bowler who's not too slow, is Al Hussain. A couple of steps down the track, plays it through the offside. Another 4.
Yeah, it's that horrible feeling at this point when you're the fielding side and you're thinking, are we chasing 260? Are we chasing 300? You just don't know, and it's just that sinking feeling. You're just hoping from somewhere that you're going to get a couple of wickets somehow and slow it down. But
This is the 50 partnership between these two, by the way. In fact, well on that now. They've put on 65, make that 66 as Pepper steers the next ball into the covers for 1 run. 220 for 3, and Pepper moves on to 26. Yeah, must be awful being the fielding side at the moment, James. Must be. I feel for them.
yeah, I suppose the way you got to think about it, and I'll come back to it after this ball. But
As I say, right arm over, running away from us. Oh, does that look very leg-sided? So that's going to be a wide. Sorry, James, you were going to...
No, I was just going to say, it sounds like a terrible cliche and a bit sort of trite, but I suppose you just got to think how few people in your situation have got a chance to play here on a day like this, and just try and enjoy it. Even if you're under the pump, just try and enjoy it and relish it, because it may never happen again,
Yeah,
So.
sort of thing you might enjoy afterwards.
Yeah.
But can I suggest at the moment that it's not an enjoyable experience for Stayley, but they're trying to keep their head down. They haven't made any obvious misfields. Can't remember any drop catches today.
I don't think.
There's hardly been a chance, actually, to be honest. The 3 chances Foxton have given have all been taken.
Yep.
2 by keeper Khan and 1 a good slip catch to get rid of Adam Webster by Mohammed Saqib.
Yep.
Very sharp catch. As the saying, comes in again, bowls.
Oh.
And Peppers, no, he's got underneath that one. There's a chance for a catch. Who's going to take it? 2 fielders going together. They collided. They spilt it. Their communication there, as my colleagues are saying behind me, must have been non-existent. It was up high in the sky. 2 fielders, 1 a mid-off, 1 on the cover boundary, came running together. We could see it in the commentary box, James. It was a crash waiting to happen, and it did.
As you said it there, kid. We've got an amazing vantage point here. We could see that excruciating period as the ball was in the air, thinking, please, one of you just call for it. And they just obviously, well, if they did, it didn't work out. But
what a shame we can't open the windows here, because I swear if I could, I would have opened the window and said, one of you! It really
name on it,
was.
please. Yeah.
Well, after all of that, 4 overs left, 223 for 3. Chris Pepper keeps the strike with a single from that. He's on 27, and Richard Calfman on 108.
Yeah, and this is a tough gig for the lad who's coming on to bowl now.
Is it Leighton Parker?
I think it might be.
Well, he's shown he can do it. We talked about his performance against Clear Tour, where they needed 4 runs to win off the last over, and he managed to restrict them to 2 and take the final wickets, which meant that instead of losing the game, Staley won by 1 run. So he can do it. But this is a different gig. This is not playing, I can't remember if they were home or away that day, but in fact I can do, because I made a note of it. They were away at Clear Tour, so he can do it at unfamiliar grounds to his home. But this is a bit different. This is Lord's.
Yeah. Well, and he's got potentially a couple of overs here to he's got to get his 12 balls on the money as best he can, really.
Yeah. He is the leading wicket taker in the competition. He's got 18 wickets now, having got the key wicket of Ash Clark, second ball. So he can do it. Obviously, a lot of potential, but as James reminded us, he's very young. He's under 16 or 17. I've heard 2 numbers quoted. He's younger than me, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
He's going to be coming in from the pavilion end. His previous overs were from the nursery end. Running towards us here. Field well spread now. Plenty of singles if they want to do it that way for Foxton Granta. And he's coming into bowl to Chris Pepper. Bowls now. Pepper slight edge, but they're going to get 2 runs for that as it goes into the very vacant area. I'll go through the field in a minute as Pepper goes on to 29, 225 for 3. Yeah, on the offside we've got a 3rd man, we've got backward point but on the boundary. We've got a shortage extra cover, but just about saving the single. Then we've got a very wide extra cover stroke mid-off, got a straighter mid-off, leg side long on, mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary, and I'm sure there's another fielder I missed somewhere as the next ball is steered into the offside. Well picked up by the fielder there at mid-off. It was in the air for a while, no chance of a catch, took it first bounce, threw it in, but single there. Pepper on to 30, 226 for 3.
Well, so far, this young lad's done exactly what he had to do, and he obviously has played enough limited overs cricket, even at his age, to know he's got to keep it outside off stump here and just stop getting hit over that leg side boundary.
Comes in again. Exactly what James said, that was outside the off stump. Got to be careful though, because the umpires have been quite rightly strict on wides, and that one was probably close to the blue line, but Calfman went to play it, didn't middle it at all, and didn't get a run. Rare commodity for Stayley at the moment, a dot ball. Young Leighton Parker comes in again. Really does look young when I see him close up. But that was swept round into the leg side there. 4 runs for Richard Calfman. Just one where, as you said, he's got to be outside the off jump, James, and straying onto the stumps is not good.
He didn't do a lot wrong there, I don't think, but it just, I mean, this guy's been back for 100 balls now, and he's just seeing it like a beach ball, so...
It's funny, isn't it, how a particular ball can be treated so differently. Oh, sorry, the same ball can be treated so differently depending on the nature of the game.
Right.
As you said, that was a good ball.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
They've been called a wide, it has.
And many a club cricket will know this, because you go from a certain level of club cricket where people are very relaxed on the wides, and then you go up to play a certain standard, and it's very, very strict on the wides, and it's a completely different game.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's a bit disappointed there, Leighton Parker. We could see his reaction, but he's coming in again. What can you do this time? Well, when you got a batsman like Richard Calfman, who's, as James said, is seeing the ball like a beach ball, he pitched it in the right place, but he just took one step across and heaved it into the leg side for a clear 6. And you know that there's nothing I don't think Leighton Parker did wrong. Calfman is just premeditated, seeing the ball well. Then product, another 6 for him. 118 is his score, 237 for 3. Last ball of the 37th over coming up. Run rate now over 6 and over, so Rob has very kindly told us what the highest ever score is in a final, and Richard Calfman is in touching distance of that. He's still on strike. I'll tell you now, he needs 13 more runs to be the highest scorer ever in the Village Cup final. Let's see what he can do with this. Should be the last ball of Leighton Parker's over, we shall see. Oh, and he edges that just past the keeper, but Sohail Khan couldn't get to it. But the fielder at third man comes across, but means that Calfman would keep the strike with that single, takes him on to 119. 237 for 3, 3 overs left. I think we might be looking at some of the highest scores in the competition, having been told that Richard Calfman, thank you very much indeed Rob, telling us Richard Calfman is very close to the highest individual score. Somewhere I've got a list of the highest score. There was a 300 once, I think, wasn't there?
Wow.
Oh, we've got. Sorry, thanks very much indeed to James. I didn't realise James had gone. I was so engrossed. Hello, Rich.
Good afternoon again, Keith. 3 overs left in this affair. Well, my word, hasn't it become an expansive one?
It really has. Really has. So just to say thank you very much indeed to James, who's gone probably for a spot of lunch. We'll keep going here. 3 overs left. 238 for 3. Mehmood Hussain to carry on bowling, and as I said, somebody will tell us what the highest ever score is in a final. I think there has been a 300, in which case I think the chances of getting over that is a little unlikely. No, well, then, Lucas told us the highest ever score in any round of the Voneus Village Cup is 418 for 4.
Wow.
I don't think they're going to get there, but let's see what they get as I was saying. Comes in bowls, and Calfman turns it into the leg side behind square for her single. Takes him on to 120, 239 for 3.
It would be interesting to know the highest in the final, wouldn't it, Keith?
Well, I have got it somewhere. I'm just trying to think where I have written it down. I do have a record of it. I know I do. I downloaded it. 307 for 5 by Sesse against Sipton Park in 2016.
Al Hassan to bowl.
And
he does.
I think that one, Pepper was looking to hit it down St John's Wood Road and ended up in not in the tavern, but towards the tavern, so totally the wrong way, but picks up another single. Takes him on to 31, 240 for 3. Partnership worth 86.
16 deliveries remaining. You would think they want another 30 to take them up to 270.
If they do that, that will be the second highest total. As the next ball is strikes Calfman on the pads. Rare dot ball.
It needs to be expressed again, if it hasn't been enough already, that this Calfman innings has been absolutely fantastic, hasn't it? It's been scoring reasonably steadily from ball number 1.
Well, he was scoring at above runner ball, wasn't he, early on, as the next ball again misdirected. He was looking to play that in the offside, came off the toe end of the bat and went down behind square on the leg side. But another single takes him on to 1-2-1, 2-4-1 for 3.
And even he early on was mistiming every so often. But to still be here, having carried his bat to this point, 121 from 105, that's a magnificent effort.
I was saying, right arm over bowls. Pepper takes a step down, tries to strike it into the leg side. Good bowling by Hussain. He's kept them on a bit of a tight leash in this over, just the 3 singles from it. 241 for 3.
And the field is spread wide, isn't it now? Then they're certainly not going to let any boundaries go very easily here. Coverage all over the field.
They need 4 more runs to beat their total of last year, do Foxton Granta at 242 for 3 at the moment.
2 there.
There could be, because Hussein's had to go and run into the leg side off his own bowling because there was no fielder close by to do it, but he keeps it down to a single. End of a good over there by Hussain, just the 5 runs from it. 7 overs, no maidens, none for 43. So we've got 2 overs left, 243 for 3. Pepper on 32. Calfman, who will keep the strike, on 122. Partnership worth 89 runs.
And of obvious interest is Calfman and his individual score. So, do we know the highest individual score in a final prior to this?
130. I think I've got 138 on my list.
138.
So
he needs 17.
Yeah, so actually a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what this. You can't get the staff these days, Rob. Either way, he's batted superbly. Whether it's a record or certainly, at the moment, he's certainly the third highest run scorer. And if he gets 2 more runs, he'll overtake Kevin Isles from Gotaker, who got 1, 2, 3 in 1990.
Do you know what, Keith? I'm going to back him. I think he can get these 17 to take him to the highest in finals history.
Well, he's facing Leighton Parker now. He's taken a step down the wicket, and is he caught? He is.
I told you I wouldn't back him.
He took a step down the wicket, tried to. Well, he did hit it round the corner. Got a little bit of a toe end of the bat on it, and it was caught on the boundary there. So the end of another wonderful innings by Richie Calfman here at Lord's. Getting 1 or 2 pats on the back, and I noticed one of the fielders coming across and really wants to shake his hand. Wonderful innings by Richard Calfman. 122 off 106 balls, but he's finally out, caught on the boundary off Leighton Parker, getting his 19th wicket. It's not sure they got. No, they haven't put the catcher up there, but you might just be able to hear in the background the Foxton Granta fans giving their Richard Calfman a big celebration. And God, he must love playing at Lord's. And how many other people can say they've got 2 centuries at Lord's?
Absolutely, in consecutive finals as well. I mean, you can't overstate, obviously, importance to the team's total, but for him personally to have that accolade when he finally hangs up his bat, hopefully in a few years yet, to say that in consecutive years he's got 100 in a final at Lord's, quite something, eh, Keith?
Absolutely. Give the fielder credit. It was the substitute, actually. The substitute fielder is on Jay Wardle. Luke happens to know his first name. That would be nice. Let's have a look and see if he got a first name on it. James Wardle. All right. One of Staley's youth player, or has been on their youth book. So good for him to take. And it was not an easy catch. It was dropping, but he didn't have to dive forward. It was pretty well straight to him, and he was able to collect it. So one of the two people who's played, this will be his third Lord's final. It's, well, not quite actually, he was 12th man in 2015, but he was one of the not-out batsmen last year in their win. It's Harry Hopwood who's come to the crease.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. He hasn't got very long to put himself on this final.
Another
put his own
right-handed
imprint.
batsman. Just have a look to see what he's done this year. Hasn't had many opportunities, just 3 innings, scored 50 runs. But was there at the end with his captain, or sorry, former captain Adam Webster, to make sure that Foxton Granta got over the line. Still a couple of runs short of their total from last year as Parker comes in to bowl to Hopwood. Bowls now. Hopwood. Yeah, it's a difficulty now, isn't it? If you've not really, Foxton Granta got a massive problem, but a new batsman obviously wants to try and get the single, and I think he tried there, but played it straight to the fielder at wide cover. Was able to run round, pick it up in front of mid-off, and there's no runs.
And just a note on Harry Hopwood, this is actually his 3rd Lord's final.
Yep.
The first one, he was 12th man.
Thank you, Rich. So he goes to the next ball, and I think he steered that nicely past the fielder at mid-off, so they have beaten their total from last year as he goes for 4 runs. Hopwood off the mark with a sparkling 4. 247 for 4.
And you might not say that being a 12th man is hugely significant, but when I say that he was 13 years old at the time, that's of some significance, one would say, would you, Keith?
Absolutely. There was, I remember sort of having a discussion because the Dumbleton wicketkeeper last year, Will Sweeting, was 14.
Wow.
And we wondered if he was the youngest player, and he was, we reckon, the youngest player to actually play in the final. But yes, Harry Hopwood was 13 when he was here 10 years ago. 23 now, as he goes for the next ball, and that's well bowled by Leighton Parker. It was outside the off stump, but not too wide. Hopwood went for the expansive drive and missed it, taken by Khan.
He wanted to put that one on the St John's Wood Road, didn't he?
He tried to. I
Going
just wonder
for it.
whether, I mean, interesting now, what do you do for 2 balls left? Because presumably you want Chris Pepper on strike for the last over. Do you go for the single now? No, he's gone for the big shot, but I think it's going to be just a single.
So he keeps the strike.
No, not quite. You've got one
one
more
ball
ball
left.
One ball left, Rich.
My
So this is
mistake.
interesting. What do you do now, Chris Pepper?
4 or
248
2.
for 4.
I'd say a
Wow.
4 or 2.
Well, I just wonder whether you perhaps bring the field in and just try and tempt him a bit, or whether he'll just play for the single. With plenty of gaps. I mean, the offside, there is a vacant gap in the covers because the fielder on the boundary has meant there's a gap. Plenty of room behind square on the leg side. He's got plenty of place if he wants to single. Let's see what he'll do with Leighton Parker's last ball. Instead he's, well, obviously he's gone for the big shot for 6 over square leg.
I said 4 or 2. I didn't have the 6 in the equation. What a shot. Picked that up very, very well. Beautifully smoked into the mound stand. 6
So,
runs.
Yeah. Leighton Parker finishes with 6 overs, 2 for 48.
Is that the 250 up?
I think it is, yes. Let me just write down his figures before I lose them. 250 up for Foxton Granta. So, records falling by the wayside. This is now, well, they've overtaken their score from last year. This is the 4th highest score in a final.
How many away from 3rd?
How many away from 3rd? Not far, 256, Woodhouse Grange.
Oh, that's
Again.
on.
Now this is the irony. Guess who Woodhouse Grange were playing in 2015?
Let me guess. Foxton.
Correct. They'd love to overtake that, wouldn't they? Let's see if they do. Whilst over. Mahmoud Hassan
That's
is
4.
bowling it, and what's that going to be? It's going to be probably 4 as it
4 byes.
races down to the pavilion boundary. It's off the pad, so 4 leg byes, but even though it's no runs off the bat, does mean that they have now become the 3rd highest score in the Village Cup. 258 for 4. Village Cup final, I hasten to add.
And 2nd is Go Taker, is that right?
267.
That's on the cards as well then. 9 runs to get in the 5 remaining deliveries in this first innings of the Voneus final. Been very, very entertaining. Al Hassan up to the wicket, bowls.
That looked very leg side-ish, but he hit Hopwood on the pad, so he's just gone out for a leg bye. So brings Pepper on strike. Probably not what they wanted, but obviously so many gaps in the field, a single was always on the cards. So 5 leg byes off the first 2 balls of this last over.
If we're optimistic, can Pepper get his half century? 12 away.
Well, he had a 6 just now. 2 shots will do it. Tell you something, I said earlier his profession is a dentist. Imagine him extracting teeth out of him. Just need a pair of pliers, wouldn't he? Out they come. So strong. Right, he's gone for the big pull. He's got the longer boundary, so the chances of him getting them.
They're going for 2.
Going for 2. Has he got there? No, I think he got there, Luke.
He's in.
Luke was saying he's gone, but I think he got there.
The umpire was completely unmoved.
Yeah. No, good call there. Good running by them. Pepper on to 40, 261 for 4. No, they've got to go for it now. I mean, they've got so many wickets in hand. I mean, you know,
Absolutely.
It's almost tip and run, and I was surprised didn't seem to take the first run as quickly as I thought they would, but they got home, they got away with it. 3 balls left. Pepper on 40. Next ball. Oh, that I don't think I've ever seen before. That was a straight drive by Pepper, took the middle stump out.
That couldn't be straighter.
That was as straight as a die. Hit firmly, Hussain couldn't get near it, unsurprisingly. And the stump saved 4 runs there for Stayley.
So he needs a 6 and a 4 to finish off for his half century. 2
Make
balls.
a note of that, by the way. If there's a 4-run difference in the game,
Oh,
did those stumps play a part in it? We shall see. 2 balls left. Pepper still on strike, facing Al Hussain. Goes to the big pull on the leg side. Should be picked up by the fielder at long on, who comes running round. Saves 2 runs, but another 2 runs for the total. So, unless there's no ball or wide, Chris Pepper will not get his half century, but he's played a valuable innings. 42 runs off 30 balls so far. 263 for 4.
and did we say that 267 was the second highest?
We did. So looks like they're going to end up being the 3rd highest. Let's see. That was a well bowled Yorker
2,
there on the
2.
stumps, but they're going to get 2 again. Fielder for long on, who's been very busy last couple of balls, comes running round, but restricts it to 2. So, innings is over here at Lords in the Voneus Village Cup final. Foxton Granta are put into bat. They've made 265 for 4. What we'll do is we will have a little chat, go through the stats. We hopefully will get the bowling figures as well, and we will keep you updated. There'll be lots of interviews here on Live Sport FM and on the stream if you're watching us live. Let me just make a note, because unfortunately we haven't got the on-screen stats that we usually do, so I'm having to rely on the scoreboard. Right, okay, so Rich, do you want to stay for a minute as we go through the we'll go through the batting of Foxton Granta first, and then perhaps I'll bring in I don't mind if it's Rob or Luke, and we can talk about the bowling as the fielders go off. There'll be a lunch break, so as well as the innings break, there'll be a lunch break. We'll try and see if we can work out what time they'll come out. It's 2 o'clock. It'll be a late lunch for some of us, isn't it?
2:37.
2:37. You're telling me that's when they're coming out rather than a cricket score, are
The
they?
resumption, yes.
2:37.
Resumption at
So we've got
2:37.
about 40 minutes. Right, let us go through. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me just make sure I get the bowling figures. So,
Roach 1 for 34.
it's all right. Let me write them out then. Down end. 8 overs, none for 40. Yeah, we'll write these out in more detail. Don't worry.
So we're just gathering together
Just gathering the key stats for you.
bowling figures. At the mid-innings break here
Yeah.
at Lords in this Voneus Village Cup final.
Right, so let's go through the scorecard for you. Foxton Granta, so they lost the toss. Staley invited them to bat first, which they accepted. And the scorecard is as follows. Adam Webster caught Saki bowled Roach for 12. Richard Calfman caught by the substitute, James Wardle, bowled Leighton Parker for 122. Ash Clark caught Sohail Khan, bowled Leighton Parker for 0. Johnny Atkinson caught Sohail Khan, bowled Scott Devlin for 51. Chris Pepper not out 44, and Harry Hopwood not out 5. Quite a few extras which we'll bring you, but the key thing is that Foxton Granta have reached 265 for 4. Go through the bowling figures in a moment, but let's have a look at your comments on the innings. But I mean, clearly the dominant figure is Richard Calfman, and what a brilliant, wonderful, superb. Any more superlatives I can add, Rich?
I mean, we gave him a lot of superlatives last year, didn't we?
We did.
And we can only echo those again. To produce 2 years in a row in this occasion must be hugely satisfying for him as an individual. I mean, what bigger highlight can you have in your cricket career if you are if you're a non-professional player than coming here and scoring 2 centuries 2 years in a row? And the way he did it with such aplomb, and the way he burst through later on when it was necessary to do so to push the scoring on, having had a fairly solid, stable, fast scoring start. I thought his innings was paced marvellously, Keith, and you can't pay him enough credit.
No, you can't. We got to the total extras. There was 31 extras, so that's something that Stayley will be disappointed with. Haven't given you the fall of the wickets. First wicket fell at 53, the second one at 54, and of course the screen's changed before I can write down the other two. So, but obviously the two big partnerships were, the main partnership was between Calfman and Atkinson, who, you know, both of them getting, well, Calfman getting his 100 and Atkinson getting 50. I mean, it was such an intelligent innings, Rich. That's what I liked about it. It was so intelligent because the way in which, you know, first of all, he accelerated when he was with Adam Webster.
Yep.
And you just know that that's the right way to do it. Webster anchored the innings superbly last year. So, you know, for a while, I mean, I think he took about 12 balls, 13 balls to get off the mark, Adam Webster. But by then, Richard Calfman was scoring at more than a run a ball. But he realised that there was a long way to go and he didn't need to sustain that. When they had that little mini collapse, when they, first of all, Adam Webster out at 53 for 1, and then Ash Clark coming in at number 3 was out only faced 2 balls, caught by wicketkeeper Khan off the youngster Leighton Parker. 54 for 2, just a little bit of a possible wobble. We spoke earlier about, you know, how strong Staley's bowling is, and, you know, that needed some stability, and Calfman made sure that he played himself in with Atkinson, and, you know, it's they played it so well. But just go back to that beginning, because just suddenly remembered something. You were saying in that first 50 runs how effortless it was.
Yeah, it was. I remember seeing that he had 30 off 20 balls at one stage. And as you say, Hopwood was on about 3
Webster.
from 18.
Yeah.
Sorry, it wasn't
Webster.
Webster, sorry.
That's right.
3 from 18. So that was the stark contrast that was in effect early on. And there you have to say that the momentum and the serenity was built around Calfman. And therefore, if there's that serenity, that means he's fairly chanceless. Which then means his shot selection was very good, as it was throughout the duration of the innings. And to see a player in such control and able to have a command of his own game and be well organised enough to up the pace, bring the pace back down, to then up it back again when required, that's a huge allocation of credit to a batsman to be able to say they can do that. And with the aplomb that he showed it was a pleasure to watch.
122 off 107 balls for Richard Calfman, the third highest individual score in a final. And he's also he's demoted himself. He's the third and the 6th highest scorer, because of course he scored a century last time, and the first person to get a century in 2 successive Village Cup finals. I'm going to paraphrase somebody who'll be in the commentary box, I'm sure, at some point today. Richie Benno, I should say, it's a marvellous achievement there. Okay, but the other innings we must compliment on is, first of all, Johnny Atkinson, who came in at that difficult time, the 54 for 2, 50 off 62 balls, and again he sort of played himself in,
Yep.
and then sort of accelerated. There was an over where he got some I think 2, 3, 4s and a 6. I think it was off Leighton Parker, I think. But either way, he just began to accelerate nicely. And in the end, although you may say 51 out of 62 balls suggests he played the anchor role, I think he played a supremely intelligent innings as well. And bit of a controversial dismissal, but perhaps we'll come back to that in a minute. First of all, Johnny Atkinson's innings, what are your thoughts, Rich?
It's one of the reasons why I like 40 and 50 over cricket, because there are still elements of real cricket, so to speak, within them, in that you do have a little bit of time to establish yourself at the crease. You have a few balls to get acquainted to the conditions, and therefore, once you have, that's your base for them pushing on. So I really like, for that reason, and this is exactly what he showed, I like the 40 and 50 over game very much for those reasons. And he was a symbol of how to play in those terms today. So I thought that was excellent.
And then at the end, Chris Pepper, who we knew, everyone said, oh, you know, he can really hit the ball. He's got pedigree because his brother plays for Essex. So we knew that we had a good cricketer on our hands. And 44 not out of 31 balls. Yeah, just the right innings at the right time.
You couldn't have said it better. That was exactly what was required at that point of the innings, and he gave it to them. He gave it to his team. So whilst we absolutely eulogise over Calfman, Richard Calfman, and we're right to, we must acknowledge the supporting act of the likes of Pepper, who we're talking about right now. It was a brilliant way to let Calfman express himself with knowing at the other end having confidence in his partner. So that's also part of it as well.
Okay, Rich, we're going to have a swap. I'm going to ask you a question, but it will be, when you finished your answer, it will be Luke sitting in this chair.
Sure.
But just your
Are you
comments
sure about that?
Just a general comment about... You're answering yes to that, Mr. Edwards. Just your views generally about the Stayley fielding. And all I'm going to say is that, you know, there are one or two instances where the fielding, I think they'll be disappointed. There was the drop catch down here where two players went for the same ball. A dive that should have been made to save a boundary. But generally, I mean, they're under the cosh and I thought they stuck at it very well. But give us a bit more thought about, you know, your views on Stayley's fielding first.
Yeah, I thought it was... I would completely agree with you, Keith. I thought, generally speaking, it was really good. There were just a couple of occasions where I thought players individually could have shown a bit more commitment in terms of really striving and diving to get the ball. But what has to be remembered is this Lord's pitch, this Lord's outfield is not like outfields in club cricket. So maybe the anticipation of the ball going as quickly as it does here is not quite there in terms of the expectations when they play on their
It's
club
lightning
ground.
here, isn't it?
Absolutely. And if you're going down the hill at any point, it just flies away.
Well, they're letting the fans on the pitch now. They're all just...
This is called perambulation.
Yeah, they're all just going out there and enjoying themselves on the outfield. I'm glad you gave a longer chance there. Gave me a chance to come in, Rich.
I know these things.
We're going to let Keith have a break because he's soldiered on.
Keith's done a great job, hasn't he?
Yeah, we'll go and let him sample the
Did we establish...
hospitality.
Carry on.
No, I was just struggling to speak, that's all.
No, that's absolutely fine.
We're going to bring in a guest anyway.
Are we?
Yes.
Very good.
So...
Does that mean I vacate?
That means you have to go, Rich.
Absolutely.
Get out, Rich, basically. We have got Ian Smith, who's from the cricketer, who's also the tournament director. So we are joined now by Ian. Thanks for joining us, Ian.
Absolute pleasure.
It's been an exciting, history-making innings, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it's always interesting when you get a team coming back for a second successive. We've had that a few times in the last few years, but they've always ended up not winning the second game. So I think Foxton Granta have put in a real strong effort there. So maybe they'll be the first ones for a few years to retain it.
I think 97, 96 and 97 when Caldy did it. They're
That's
the last
right.
team to retain it. But yeah, I mean, Richard Calfman, first ever batsman, we think, in the history of the Village Cup final to score 2 centuries.
That's
as well.
correct, yes. And even if somebody else comes along to do it again in future, which I'm sure they will, to get them in consecutive years, I think will be something that he'll probably hold that record for a while.
So just tell us about your role then in this tournament and in general.
Okay. I work for the Cricket Archive, which is the cricketers subdivision that does all the stats around the world. But I'm also the tournament manager for this cup. And essentially, I'm here in March when we hold the draw for the cup in the committee room, which is such a privilege to be in these surroundings, both for the final and also for the draw. So I basically administer all the clubs entering, make sure they qualify, they've got the right, they are a village, they're not a town.
Yeah.
They have fewer than 15,000 inhabitants. We put them in the draw, we put them into 32 groups across the country, split into 2 regions, north and south. And then we just administer the game. We make the draw, publish it, and then it's the whole way through just making sure the results are updated. There may occasionally be some queries about player eligibility. Touch wood, we had none this year, which is good. And then just generally communicate with the clubs and get them here. So I said to someone earlier on that my job is done by the time we get to the final. We've got 22 players here, and hopefully they're all legitimate, which they are today. So.
And make sure that people follow the match rules as well.
Correct, yes. So we did make a change to the match rules for the final this week when the weather earlier on was looking dreadful Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we decided to, in order to try and ensure we get a result on the pitch, we reduced the number of overs in the second innings to 5. I don't think we're going to have to worry about that today, but we didn't want to have a bowl out, which is the worst way to win or lose a competition.
Although 5 overs here at the final would have been a shame, wouldn't it?
It would, but it was just done with a view to trying to get the result on the field, which is what we wanted really. And thankfully, late Friday, early Saturday, the forecast turned around and we've now got some beautiful weather, and hopefully we'll get a full day in. So.
And another good crowd as well. I know both. Obviously, Foxton have been here before. This is Stayley's first time.
Yes.
I can see Billy, the president, down there. I followed Stayley's local to me, so I followed them throughout the tournament.
Okay.
And they only entered the Village Cup in 2021, so they're
That's
very
right.
sort of.
They're a very new team compared to Foxton, who've been in it for a number of years. Foxton obviously this is their 3rd final. They played as Foxton back in the 2000s, but lost. But then they were obviously here last year and again this year. And as I said before, there are plenty of occasions where people have come back to the final having won it. It'll be interesting to see how they go in the second half. And in Richard Calfman, they've got someone who knows how to play the big occasions. And didn't he play well again? That's 2 years running. He's really put a shift in for his team. That
could be the difference, and we said in commentary that Staley needed to get Calfman early or at some point midway through the innings, and he virtually, I think he batted to the second to last over. He nearly carried his bat through, and he's put them in a winning position. I mean, we saw Foxton Granta chase down, I think it was 10 less than this last year. If I check me thing from last year, I'll just get up the scorecard from last year and
but while you're doing that, I think that innings today from the entire team shows, I think, that having played here last year, the big match nerves are slightly less because they've gone through this process before. Whereas for Staley players, this will all be absolutely new, and there'll be some additional nerves associated with that.
245 they made, so they've gone past that. But it's interesting you say that, because I obviously spoke to Lewis Hill earlier in the week, and he said about they're embracing the fact that they've been here before. A lot of teams, as you say, come back the year after and lose, and it's amazing how many times it happens. You think they'd be more comfortable with Lords, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd think so, but and maybe maybe the enthusiasm of the first-time finalists overcomes some of that. I wouldn't say lethargy, but you've been here before. It's not a new experience. It's always special playing at Lords, whether you played here once or 100 times, I guess. But it's maybe that you need that bit of edge, that you're not quite as relaxed because you've been here before and you know how it works. So I think the first 10 overs of the second innings will be crucial to see how they go. If they, like Foxton, they didn't lose many wickets in the first hour or so, and I think if Staley can keep their wickets intact for the first hour, that will be a good basis from which they can kick on. If they're 3 down in the first hour, then that might be more challenging.
Yeah, they do like to chase Staley, so it'll be interesting to see. It's a bit of a tough task for them. looking up about when they beat Thornton, what score they got there, which I can't see at the minute because I was just they posed 201 for 9 Thornton, so they chased that down with, I think they won by 4 wickets in the end. So they are comfortable chasing, but obviously mentally that 250 mark's a very tough barrier to cross, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anything sort of around 220 you'd probably say, do you know what, we are confident, but anything above 250 is such an imposing total. It's the 3rd highest total in Village Cup final history.
And that's where if I was in their dressing room advising them, I'd say, don't worry about keeping up with the pace at the start. Just ease yourself into the game and make sure your best batters are still there after 15, 20 overs. Because they're the ones that will win you the match, not 7, 8, 9, 10 usually. So, I think I've never seen a boring final here. This is my 5th or 6th final, and they've all had some jeopardy. I've never seen much of a one-sided final. 2 or 3 years ago, we had a game that ebbed and flowed. Both sides at multiple points thought they'd win, and I do think playing at this ground does give an extra edge to it. If it was just played on a club ground, I think it would be a bit, players would be more relaxed. And I have to say one thing about the MCC. The MCC love this competition. Everybody I speak to when we're organising specifics of the day, I went into the scorebox before the game today just to make sure everybody was all right, and they all said, "Oh, we love the Village Cup." I said, "Why? What is it about the Village Cup? You see World Test Championship finals here. You see all sorts of very high-profile big games. What's it about the Village Cup that's so special?" He said, "It's just the fact that your players from your village green can end up playing at Lords, which I don't think you can do in football or tennis or rugby.
No, it's just special, isn't it? A special day, and it's how people handle the nerves, I suppose, in the day, isn't it? Some players thrive on it, some players will freeze a little bit. Some of the Stayley players who bowled well in this competition have maybe just been caught out a little bit, but also with the very tight wide rule as well. I mean, you can maybe get away with it earlier in the competition, but here anything sort of slightly off is getting called a wide, and that's difficult to get used to, I suppose, as well, isn't it?
So you said you'd followed Stayley throughout this competition. Who would you say is the one to look out for in their batting lineup?
Luke Parkinson.
Right.
He's been at Cumberland. I mean, he scored. He can overtake Richard Calfman as the highest run scorer today in the competition.
I think he also played some Lancashire twos back in the day as well.
He did. He was at Cumberland. He scored a brilliant century against Thornton as well. He got 119 not out, which is his highest score, and he also got, I think he got exactly 100 against Sacriston. So we've got 2 tons in this competition this year. Good bat foot player, so this pitch will suit him as well off the bat foot. They've got a couple of players who can give it a bash. Sahil Khan and Mohammed Saqib can give it a bash as well. But I've never really seen them bat really low down because they've never really lost many wickets when I've seen them bat. So.
And that might be a challenge if the first time the tail has to perform in the cup is at the final. That might be interesting.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I think, like you say, the key's early on, isn't it? I think if Staley can get through to like 150 with only a couple of wickets down, they'll fancy themselves. If they're 80 for 4, it's going to be probably one-sided, you feel.
And it's interesting, I was talking to one of the players who played here on the losing side 2 years ago for Leeds and Broomfield in Kent. And I said to him, "What's your reflection on the day now, 2 years on? Obviously you were disappointed on the day that you didn't win, but how do you look back on it now?" And he said, "It was just the greatest day of my cricketing life. Yes, we wanted to win, but we got to play here."
And did he go on the honours board here?
No.
Still, no. I was going to say I don't know if it.
Unfortunately.
I was going to say it's a shame Richard Calfman can't go on the honours board really.
No, that's the only respect I would say in which this is not treated like international cricket. The players are given the same access to the ground, and you see the club flags above the pavilion, above each of their dressing rooms. Yeah, it's interesting that Foxton. We draw it out of a hat, but Foxton were in the home dressing room last year, and they're in the away dressing room this year.
But I suppose that's an experience you can experience both dressing rooms then as well, can't you?
I was very disappointed when when the World Test Championship was here in, was it May or June, when South Africa played Australia, I would have loved Australia to be in the home dressing room, because they'd be looking up at all the England players who'd done well here at Lords, and they'd be sitting on a balcony where they've seen their most despised opposition sitting, but again they drew it out of a hat and they got the away dressing room. So
is there any difference between the two in terms of size, or is it just what's in there?
no, there's no difference in terms of size. It's really just that obviously in the away dressing room you've got the honours board with the overseas players who've scored runs or taken 5 wickets, whereas in the England dressing room it's just the England players. So, but no, apart from that they're exactly the same, and that's what I was saying before. You know, the MCC treats them exactly the same, so that they'll now be sitting down in the players' dining room to a sumptuous lunch. Hopefully not too sumptuous for the Foxton bowlers.
But they'll all kind of be sat together, will they?
They'll all be sat together, in the same places where Johnny Bairstow was sat across the table from the Australians in that test match.
The umpires had to sit in between them.
They did, but it's in the same environment, and after the close of play we have the presentation of the cup and the medals on the outfield, and then we have a dinner in the long room, which is, again, it's worth coming for that. You know,
I bet that's not beans on toast, is it?
No. I think if you probably asked for it, you could probably get beans on toast. But no, we get very well fed and looked after here. And again, I don't want to labour the point, but the MCC are such gracious hosts.
Do you know what's on the menu for tonight's dinner?
I don't. I haven't looked. I've just had a very nice lunch. So if it's up to the standard I had in the Boxer and the Townsend side, then I'll be very happy. But no. Thankfully, as I say, my involvement in the organisation stops when the teams get here. I don't have to worry about which menu we choose. So
you can just enjoy the day out.
I do, and there was a bit of a chance yesterday. I was at Trent Bridge working yesterday, and if that 50 over final had gone to a reserve day, which again the forecast looked like it would, I wouldn't have been here, and I would have been really disappointed. I love coming here on this day. It just means so much to everybody involved.
Just quickly on that, I mean, great win for Worcestershire that in the end.
It was a hell of a game, and a very emotional game at the end when the whole thing of, Josh Baker, and they presented the award to his father, and it was just, I think days when you expect not to get a game in, and then you suddenly do, they are sometimes the most satisfying, because you think it's all gone, I'm going to have to come back tomorrow, and it had a bit of a damp squib. But we were very lucky that Trent Bridge, the weather just behaved, but it was a great game of cricket. It was a terrific game of cricket, and a great advert for county cricket,
and the One Day Cup as well, which is much. Well, it's not much maligned really against the proper cricket fan. It's just been put on the back burner a little bit, hasn't it?
And someone said this to me yesterday. Yesterday was the first time this year that the One Day Cup was front page news cricket-wise. The rest of the year it fits in below the 100 and other county games. But yesterday it was the top, and everybody with an interest in cricket would have had an eye on that game if they weren't watching it. No, it was a terrific game, and I'm really glad we got it in, personally, so I could come down today. But just really pleased. I work for Trent Bridge, so I didn't really have an official affiliation yesterday, but I secretly wanted Worcestershire to win.
Nottinghamshire fan then, are you?
Well, yes, I operate the scoreboards and I do the Duckworth Lewis and everything.
So busy week coming up for you potentially.
Yes, and the 4-day game is a little more relaxed. It doesn't go at quite such a pace, but yes, we're hoping that sometime on Thursday or Friday there'll be a bit of silverware added to the cupboard.
Rain dance this week then?
No, what we want is for the sunshine to be like this, and I've no doubt Steve Burke's the groundsman will be producing the flattest wicket in the history of the world. And we'll declare on 680 for 3 on day 4, and that'll be it. Because I think we need 2 bonus points and a draw, and we're guaranteed the championship.
Excellent.
So.
First time in, is it 13 years it will be for Notts?
Good question. Yeah, I think that's right. It was either 2010 or 2012, yeah.
And it's about the first time in 5 years that Surrey won't have won it as well.
Yeah. I don't know whether you saw any of the game last week.
I saw the climax to it, yes.
What a game, game. And again, I think this is something that doesn't get said very often. There's a lot of friction in the game in England about different formats and the 100 and the 50 over and the championship. I think the game at the moment is in the rudest health it's been in for many years. The championship has got people's interest, and people are watching it either live or online. The 100 this year was the best 100 version we've had. It was great big crowds, proper overseas stars, good cricket. The One Day Cup has had a rebirth. The interest in that this year, when counties like, including Nottinghamshire, took the game to outgrounds and got big crowds.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the game is in really good health. And there's a lot of debate about the future and how many championship games and what we do with it. But we're doing all right. And to top all that, the game has just paid off its debts. No county club has debts anymore.
We have got our Hall of Famer coming in, Ian, so I'm going to have to let you go very
No,
shortly.
I'm more than happy to step aside for this great man, so I will do that. Thanks for all you've done today, guys. It's been really good that you're supporting us this way, and hopefully you'll have a good afternoon.
No problem, thank you, Ian. It's Ian Smith, who's... it's alright, it's fine. It's alright, it's only the chair gone, Ian hasn't fallen over. We are going to bring in our Hall of Famer, though, Mr. Peter Johns, who's got a lovely box in front of him as well. That's it. Hi, Peter, nice to meet you.
And you, my friend.
What's in your box there? Wow, a lovely silver plate there with your Hall of Fame inductee number 7, Peter Johns. How does that make you feel?
Very, very proud. Yeah, 6 before me, which is no number at all, is it, when you're talking about the size of the country you're playing in and what have you, the number of years it's been going. Unbelievable.
And the first time you came here was with the inaugural Village Cup final,
Yes,
was it?
1972.
Yeah, and you were obviously man of the match in that.
No, I wasn't man of the
Were you
match.
man of the match after
No,
all that?
no.
Wow.
No, I took 5 wickets, but came second.
How annoying.
Yeah, no. As long as the side wins, that's all
Yeah.
you're there for, basically.
That was a great... I mean, that was a great day, I suppose, but we were hearing from David before about... There was a lot of disruption leading up to it, wasn't there?
Yes, the train got stopped at Plymouth and wasn't allowed through the tunnel for just derailment or something in that line. But they let 2 passenger trains up afterwards, which makes me wonder whether they wanted the supporters up here or no, But no, a lot of them went back, got in their cars and drove up.
How much can you remember of that day in terms of the final?
Quite a bit, really, because the first one is your first major experience and that sort of thing. You don't ever not forget, shall we say. Some things might be a bit vague, but somebody mentions something, they all come back to you right away, sort of thing,
But I mean, in terms of the atmosphere, was it similar to what it is today in terms of you had a lot of people in and it was everyone getting behind the village?
There was a lot of people in, but not many of ours, obviously, because the train was turned back. But yeah, the people that were here made enough noise to know that they were here, sort of thing, Yeah, and it was excellent days, cricket.
Was that your only trip to Lords, was it?
No, we've been over 4 times.
Wow. As a player, you've been as a player as well, have
Yeah,
you? Yeah,
every time.
Does it you still get that same tingle each time?
Yes, I got that this morning when I walked on the ground, because, it comes back to you, doesn't it? I ain't so fit as I am then, I am now. But, yes, brilliant, unbelievable.
What does the rest of your day look like, Peter? Is it just enjoying it now?
Just
having
enjoy
a few drinks?
A few drinks, enjoying it, and looking around, see what we can take photographs of to make a bit of an album when we get back and what have you, and meal this evening.
I was going to say, did you get invited to the dinner
Yes,
after? Yeah,
yes,
excellent.
so should be a good.
You've been there a few times then.
Yeah,
so you know what it's all about at least.
Yeah, we know where we're going anyway. Put it that way.
Yeah, I mean I've never been in the pavilion. They won't allow someone like me in there. But just tell us what it's like walking through that long room.
It's unbelievable. The think plaques on the wall and people's names and what they've done and what they've achieved. Is a museum on its own, sort of thing. I know when the first time we was here, you then over 2 flights of steps in the changing rooms. You keep going, you get down in the basement without realising you've got to turn left, sort of thing, But no, it's good fun. Good fun, lovely place to visit, and yeah, beautiful.
And as I say, you'll probably proudly put that up alongside your Village Cup medals as well.
Yes, we'll do. That will be centre stage. And
your club Troon, how are they doing at the minute? Are they in?
We've won the last 2 divisions this year, 6 and 5. We're in Division 4 next year. We're rebuilding, But we're getting there. Everything is looking a lot sweeter now than it was 2 years ago, sort of thing. Everybody is chipping in, and people are quite happy to play for us again.
And forgive me, what's your involvement now at Troon? Are you just?
I am vice chairman of the club.
Chairman, excellent. Okay.
And I do all the scoring for the team.
Excellent.
So.
Do you have? Are you at the point yet where you can get Cornwall down as the NCCA to play there yet, or?
No, not yet. No.
Because that'd be a big thing for
that
you
would be
to
a
get
big
it down,
thing.
wouldn't
Yeah. We've got a lot to do with mobility cricket now, and they to play games there and what have you. Then you've got to, everybody got to be catered for, haven't they?
And I imagine you're a big advocate of the Village Cup, so will we see Troon next year in it?
They're going in it next year, but I don't think they'll ever get as far
Oh.
as seeing them up here yet. Anyway, not what I've seen on show today anyway. But they're going back in it, so that's the main thing.
What have you made of the first innings here today as well?
It was very good. Very talented cricketers. You know, the batsmen were very, very good.
And he's made history today, Richard Calfman as well.
Yes, yes.
Back-to-back centuries.
Hundreds. Yes, I heard that.
Never
yeah.
been done, so.
No.
Interesting. How do you think the chase will go? Do you think it
I
can be
don't-
gettable?
It's going to be gettable, but I don't know the other side. You know, I don't know if they got batsmen that can score hundreds or what. I don't. Just a matter of watching and see what turns out, basically.
Well, Peter, thanks for joining us.
You're
I
more
won't
than
keep you
welcome.
any longer, and take away your nice little trophy, frame it at home, and enjoy your meal tonight.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's Peter Johns joining us there. He's the 7th Hall of Fame winner, presented by the cricketer, and the sun is out. They've got the crowd off the pitch now. We're going to resume in 7 minutes' time. And they're just heading out now. If you have just joined us here on Live Sports FM, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for getting in touch as well. Scott Bland saying enjoy the comms. Hopefully it's a good game. And we are on Live Sports FM. If you want to get in touch with us, we are on X or Twitter at Live Sports FM. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram as well. And we are coming in association with Frogbox today. We're also simulcasting on the live video stream. And Frogbox are the official live streaming partners of this year's Voneus Village Cup. They've also got their brand new app, Frogbox Play, so you can watch every single delivery captured on there. You can save and share your favourite moments and track your team and players' best moments all from your phone. Just go on the App Store or Google Play if you have that type of phone and stay connected to the game. And if you are a local cricket club and you want to know how to get hold of Frogbox, go to their website www.frogbox.live. Here's somebody, no offence, Rob, who won't be in the Hall of Fame anytime soon.
I think that's fair to say. Luke.
But I know we got you in briefly, and then obviously the head honcho David came in and we had to get rid of you.
That's fair. Happy to step down for him.
What did you make of that innings, especially from Richard Calfman?
Oh, it was unbelievable, wasn't it? I mean, he did it last year, and to do it twice in a row is just a sensational session. And actually, they posted very competitive total there. I think, you know, we last year in the final, you know, it was about 240 odd, wasn't it? I think they got, which we thought was a very competitive total, which they chased down pretty easily in the end. But you know, I think with the scoreboard pressure of, you know, your first final as well for the Stayley guys, you know, this will be a remarkable chase if they manage to pull this off.
Yeah, I know they like chasing, and it's like I said in comms, a lot of their big bowlers just, they're probably not used to the dimensions of the Lord's pitch. I mean, look at the blue lines, they're very tight, aren't they, to the wicket? So anything slightly offline is signalled a wide.
That's right, and particularly in the early sort of 5 or 6 overs, the ball was swinging quite a lot, and it was often, you know, pitching you know, in line, but then swinging outside of the blue line. So you know, there were a few wides early doors. I don't know how many extras they ended up with in the end.
I think it was 35. It was over 30
Wow.
anyway.
So that could be a big difference.
And behind the stumps for Foxton Granta is, he got a duck in the first innings, is the Golden Glove from last year, Ashley Clark. Took 9 catches and 5 stumpings in the whole competition. So we know he's a good glovesman. As a glovesman yourself, Rob, you must appreciate good glove work.
Absolutely, it was interesting to see the Staley guys stand up to most of the pretty much all of the bowlers apart from Luke Parker. But you know, I think he had a bit of a challenging time early doors with everything. But you know, he's obviously feels comfortable standing up to the stumps.
And Luke Parkinson's the key man here for Stayley, averaging 83.3. He got 2 centuries in this competition, 111 against Sacriston and 113 against Thornton. The only other centurion was Sahil Khan. He's got 148 runs in the competition. The only big score he got was against Sacriston. So you're looking at some of the scores, and it's not amazing for Stayley in terms of the runs around Parkinson. So Liam Parkinson, he's scored the majority of the runs and got them to this final. So they need other players to stand up today, don't they?
Absolutely. If you're going to do it anywhere, though, this is the place to do it. So save your big innings for the home of cricket. But yeah, it would be great to see them a competitive game and to get close on it, if not chase it down.
Yeah, and I've been calling him Luke Parkinson. I don't know why, just because it's called Luke, I think. But
Liam Parkinson,
yeah,
and Leighton Parker, I think is the.
Yeah, but I think they're going to they're going to come out short. The Foxton Granta players are out there now, just doing warm-ups. The 2 umpires are out there as well.
And we've had the sun come full circle round and coming right into the media centre now. It's getting pretty warm up here.
I know, we need to try and find a way to pull the blinds down, I think. And I've not brought my shades today, so
No.
I was talking to poor old Ian then and squinting. So
Our co-commentator, Mr. Richard Dean, always has a pair of shades, you know, to fit in with his security image.
Yeah. yeah, he does look like the official security guy now,
absolutely.
doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. 1 in, 1 out.
So the 2 batsmen are just coming out now. I can see them there. They've walked through the long room. Liam Parkinson is coming out alongside Jake Barlow. And here they come then. So 266 to win and have a new name on the Voneus Village Cup trophy. Can Foxton Granta become the first team since 1997 when Caldy from Merseyside beat Shipton under Wychwood by 56 runs. That day Caldy posted 166 for 9 and they bowled out Shipton under Wychwood for 110. Since then it has never been done. Because Woodhouses and Woodhouse Grange, different teams, they won it. Woodhouses won it in 2011, of course local to Stayley, and then Woodhouse Grange won in 2012. Here they come then, 2 batsmen. You can hear the roar. I'm not sure which set of fans it is roaring, but I know they're all well oiled. They're all enjoying the little foray onto the field between innings as well.
Absolutely, get on the hallowed turf. It's that chance to have your moment in the sun.
Run rate 6.6, so it's not like ungettable in terms of that, is it really? Probably just a boundary and over and, you know, just knock a couple. I mean, that's what Fox intended to do. They had that one big over, didn't they, of 22. But a lot of the time they just hit a boundary and then just milk the singles, didn't they?
It'd be interesting to see, particularly in the first few overs, you know, how much the new ball is swinging, because it did quite a bit for the Staley guys when they were bowling, but they were struggling to sort of shape it properly.
Stand up if you love Stayley. I can hear his reverberating around the ground. All those fans who had the coats on before, the sun's now on them. The coats will be off. They'll be enjoying the sun, enjoying the beer and the hospitality as well. And it's going to be Sam Beer.
Talking of beer, yeah.
Talking of beer, it is Sam Beer to open up from our end here, the nursery end. And it's going to be Liam Parkinson to face the first delivery. I always do this where we give them the big build-up and then they get a very low score. But Parkinson's been my man to watch. I've not shut up about him all day, have I?
Well, no, quite rightly so. I mean, he scored 333 runs so far in this competition. So,
how many runs does he need now to overtake Richard Calfman? As Beer comes in, then first ball of the reply into Parkinson, who's squared up by that one. Just plays that onto the offside, no run.
I'm not sure on the exact figure. Must be 40 odd, somewhere around there.
Just let me have a look at what. Keith's back. Can sort the maths out. He'll tell us in a minute. Beer again. He's just had the ball thrown to him. He just drops it. Now he's having to give it a good rub. Coming in past his mark, and here at the nursery end in, balls to Parkinson. Full delivery. Edges it though through slip, and that's going to run away down the hill. And as we've seen, the outfielder's lightning quick, and that is the first boundary. And that brings up the roar. Well, I think we know who the louder fans are. That's Stayley. We could hear that through the glass here in the media centre. And Parkinson forward there, just went with soft hands, kept it on the floor. roll through, and he'll feel a lot better that he's off the mark.
Yeah, it was very Joe Root-esque, just played it very late and just guided it through the slip cordon, but perfectly under control.
He needs 77, Liam Parkinson. Well, 73 now to become the tournament's high scorer for this year. And here is Sam Bear again then. Into Parkinson, bowls, Parkinson forward. And he's very quick off the mark, scampers through for a single. As I say, Parkinson, the big thing I noticed him when I watched him in the early rounds was he's not only talkative in the field, he talks when he bats, and you see some of the fielders going, "What you see? What?" And he's just talking to himself, I think, a lot of the time. And he's
is that just motivational chatter, or is that
I think it's a bit of both. He's probably chatting away at the bowler, trying to put him off, and just chatting to himself as well. I know when, like, sometimes he misses out on a shot, he'll walk up to square leg and you can see him, his head
quick chunter
going in. Yeah. So here is Jake Barlow then, facing Beer, and Barlow drives that one in the air slightly to cover, and there's no run. Barlow only 49 runs in this competition, only averages 8, so now would be a good time for him to really get in the runs.
Yeah, and Beer's one of the leading wicket takers for Foxton Granta.
Yeah.
12 wickets.
Only 2 of this side who didn't play in last year's final, so that experience is there. As Beers into Barlow, who's forward defending. And the difference here, well, we saw early on in the Stayley innings, I think the first over, Foxton Granta batters Webster and Calfman didn't lay a bat on anything, but I think 7 runs were given away, weren't they, in extras?
Yeah.
So we'll keep you abreast on what is the sort of the scores are and how we're doing. Beer bowls, and that's left alone by Barlow. Dylan Barlow and Jake Barlow are no relation, by the way.
Okay.
So they're in the same squad, but no relation.
Nothing to do with Deirdre Barlow then?
No.
No.
Or Ken.
Or Ken, okay. That's about where my Coronation Street knowledge ends, actually.
So they end up first over then, 5 without loss. I'm going to see Henry Campbell from the pavilion end open up. Nice crowd in here now. They look more. They don't look that many in the stands, but when they're all out in the field, there was a lot there hanging about, just enjoying the hallowed turf of Lords.
Yeah, a lot of them we can't see. They're right,
right
underneath the media centre. So that's where the cheering and the chanting's coming
and
from.
Foxton Granta are there underneath in the tavern stand. Members are sat in the top tier as well.
It's turned into a beautiful day here.
It has. We can see London ahead of us there in the distance, and the sun out. As here comes Campbell then, first delivery for him into Parkinson. Parkinson leaves that alone outside off stump. Just scrapes away at the turf. Campbell just going back to his mark, and shoes on the other foot for Foxton Granta this year, and that they were the ones chasing down. So they'll know what's required to, or what a team needs to do to chase it. As Campbell bowls to Parkinson, quick delivery, tries to drive that one, doesn't get hold of it though. It's picked up at point and there's no run.
And interesting with a square leg sweeper. I don't know if that's because they know about Parkinson's game, or whether that's just protecting that short boundary over there.
I think, yeah, he does like to cut and pull. He's more a cutter, is Parkinson. So anything short and wide outside off stump, he'll flash away. As he's in bowls, and that's a full delivery. Hits Parkinson on the pad. There was half appeal. Must have been a bat, I think, because it was a strangled appeal in the end. No run. Parkinson, yeah, just looking up to the sky there at that one. As former Cumberland man. He's got a good pedigree about him. Just one slip in place. A gully, point, extra cover. That It's driven past extra cover for 4. Bit of a fuller delivery that time from Campbell, and he drove it away nicely.
It's a delightful shot, a classical cover drive there, just threaded through the fielders there.
Half volley length. And the shouts of Liam Parkinson. He's got his own chant there as he drilled that away. Yeah, I mentioned the extra cover there, and he had no chance with that one. So loose delivery there from Campbell. Parkinson 9 off 7. It's Campbell in again. Parkinson flicking it away. There's a man down there at fine leg to do the fielding, and it's just a 1 run for him, and leg by signalled. So we're on to 10 without loss, Stayley. I must say the soup was very nice. Carrot and ginger, which I've never had ginger with it before, and it was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, good kick of ginger as well.
As Campbell in again, bowls, and Barlow soft hands edging that one. It's fielded at gully, and that is the end of the over. 10 without loss. Rich was laughing because I got it all over my nose. It was quite a messy cup of soup. Yeah. I did. Which he was delighted in telling me about. So 10 without loss here on Live Sports FM. Mike Edwards, Rob Etheridge on commentary. Got Rich Dean and Keith Higgins here, and got guests throughout the day. Hoping to get Hugh Turberville up later on. I've not had a drink. I've not had a drink at lunch, honestly. I know. All I can hear is Rich giggling away in the background. It's so off-putting. Beer bowls to Parkinson forward. Depends out into the offside, no run. He's a bit Labouchet like Parkinson in that he's just very walkabouty, isn't he? Ball at the other end, get to get off the mark. Here's Sambeer again, then into Parkinson. 2 slips gone in now. Beer bowls, full delivery hits on the pad, and he's given him. Parkinson, I wasn't sure if he got an edge or not there. That's a big wicket, and Sambeer, that was a full, quick delivery. Maybe did Parkinson for pace there, but he's gone. The big wicket for Foxton Granta. Parkinson's out for 9. LBW to Sambeer.
Yeah, we don't have the benefit of a replay here, but I don't know whether he thought he got a slight inside edge or whether he thought he was just outside of off stump there, but didn't look too happy with the decision, unless it was just the frustration with having to walk back to the pavilion.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he got an edge or not. It was a big appeal from Beer. It was a good, quick, full delivery, wasn't it?
It's in the right space, definitely, yeah.
His first over just seemed to be a sighter, but he'd really he went up the gears there with that delivery, didn't he? And an early breakthrough.
And it's the big breakthrough as well. I mean, to your point earlier, Luke, I mean, I think that some of the other guys are going to have to step up now that Parkinson's not not scoring his hatload of runs today.
Yeah, so he won't be. That means Richard Calfman will be the top scorer in the competition. And that should bring Sahil Khan out to the crease. He's in no hurry. He's got to be careful he's not timed out here. Makes the long walk down past the members.
Yeah, that would be an ignominious way to get out, wouldn't it? Being timed out at Lord's.
Here he comes in, the wicket keeper. And he can give it a bash. 113 against Sacriston. That's made up 148 of his runs in this competition. So Lance tells me, the chairman, once he gets going, but it's one of these again, another one if they can get him early. But he'll be eyeing up that stand where all the fans are. He'll be eyeing up old Father Time on there, I think, as well.
Boy, could they do with another 113 here today. It needs someone to step up to the plate.
I mean, Calfman just played. It was brave cricket. He just went after the bowling, didn't he? He was almost he didn't give away many chances at all until he got out, I think.
It wasn't reckless, you know. It was just took ball by ball.
is Beer then into Khan. Big bashing down on the turf of his bat for Khan as Beer bowls to him and leaves that outside off stump. Nice leave actually. And through to the wicket keeper, Ash Clark, and Khan just doing a few stretches there. Sun's out now, all the jumpers that any players will have had on have been removed. Beer goes back to his mark, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Khan. Here he's in, again he bowls, and Khan just dabbing that down there into the ground, and fielded there at gully and full slip. Good soft hands there from Khan. Good sharp fielding though. Oh, okay. Freddie Dole's wicketkeeper. Apologies. Ash Clark kept wicket last year. He was Golden Glove, which is why I was getting confused. Thank you, Keith. And it does say that on the scorecard as well. There we go.
Keith very smiling now like a Cheshire cat, and very, very pleased to get one over on his co-commentator.
Yeah. Here's Beer then into Khan. Bowls. Khan swiping a miss at that one, taken by Dole. Khan's not going to die wondering, I don't think. He's had a couple of sighters and he's like, right, I've had enough now. Swished and missed at that one.
Yeah, you get the impression if it's in his area, he's going for it. And particularly with the field in, pretty much everyone's in, saving signals right now. So they're putting the squeeze on.
Run rate required 6.89, currently at 3.53. As Beer comes in again to Khan, bowls. Left on outside off stump, and that could be wide, is it? No, this time he was just within the margins of it not being a wide. Tight one though, considering some of the ones Stayley got given against him in that first innings. It must have been right on the line.
Yeah, and you can see Khan's hands coming out almost to signal a wide as well to the umpire to try and help him, but wasn't swayed.
So another 256 runs required off 37 overs for Stayley to win the Village Cup. Just checking Rich hadn't fallen off his chair then.
He did have quite a few sandwiches. I haven't seen him at lunchtime though. Got down to lunch a lot earlier than everybody else.
That's why there was none left. Here's a new over being started by Campbell. Full delivery, dug out by Barlow. Yeah, lunch was between 1 and half 2, but by half 1 there was nothing left. Cake's on at 3 o'clock, 3 till 4.
Look forward to that.
Here's Campbell bowls to Barlow. Good quick delivery, good defensive shot by Barlow.
Feels like the Test match special box. We'll be waiting for Mrs. Jones from Glamorgan to with her coffee and walnut cake.
With a story, no doubt, a little anecdote.
Absolutely.
Well, the TMS box is 2 boxes down from us.
Absolutely.
I'd popped my head in there before, and the window's open atmosphere, and you can hear everything in there. We're like being in a greenhouse. It's Campbell bowls and
then you were shortly kicked out after that, Luke.
I was. No, to be fair, I made my own absence of leave from there. Barlow just fended at that last one, and it went through to the wicket keeper. The MCC box, as I call it, because they're doing the in-house commentary today. Quite a good. We normally don't see many downstairs. There's quite a few in the written area today as well, isn't there? Right. It's Campbell bowls and Barlow a bit high there, and I think he got a bit of bat on it as well.
He's pushing it through, Campbell. Actually, had beaten for pace the last couple of deliveries, which are a bit more bounce.
Barlow still on naught. He's going to be desperate to get off the mark. Barlow comes in, as he comes in again to Barlow. Barlow leaves alone outside off stump. So really good over from Campbell. Big black wristwatch on his left arm, striding back towards the pavilion. And that Alan Stanwich is being done up, no doubt. I see when Rich comes back for start the new season, that'll be done and ready to go. He's In goes Campbell, bowls, and Barlow again, soft hands, just edging it, and that man at fourth slip tumbles to make the stop. So good over there, maiden over.
Yeah.
So 10 for 1 off 4. Two batsmen just converging in the middle.
That total of 266 must seem like a long way off at the moment.
Yeah, there'll be no panic. I mean, I'm guessing they might do it opposite to Foxton Granta, where they just go, do you know what, we'll try and chip away and then go big at the end, try and chase it down. But Beer and Campbell, tough opening bowlers, and that's down the leg side. It's got an edge on that one. Leg byes, in fact.
Good scrambling stop from the keeper.
Kind of down the other end, but left-hander, right-hander, that's what they want to do. They want to move it around. Just force Beer off his line a little bit. Worst thing for a bowler, that, isn't it, when you've got a left-right hand combination and you milk the singles.
Absolutely.
Barlow and strike then to count both batsmen on 0 still. That's just flicked onto the onside by Barlow, no run. And running in there from square leg. It's a short square leg position he's at, just on one of the practice pitches, just to the right of the one we're playing on. We've been to ours before. It's probably about 4 or 5 squares to the right as you look on TV from the pavilion that we're playing on today, closer to the tavern stand where all the fans are situated. As Beer comes in again over the wicket to Barlow. Barlow drives nicely, he's off the mark, he's going to get a boundary. Through gully for 4, he'll feel a lot better about that one. And that was quite a controlled drive as well from Barlow.
Certainly will feel a lot better. It was good to get off the mark there, and that was a very controlled shot, just angled down just behind point.
$15 for 1 then. Beer comes in again to Barlow, bowls Barlow, covering up, defending that one. And the lines have just been better already from Foxton Granta than Staley's were early on, weren't they? Maybe a bit of opening night nerves from the Stayley bowlers. But Sam Beer took 3 for 38 in this fixture last year, so he knows what it's like to bowl well here and be on the winning side. He's already got 1 today as Beer comes in, bowls to Barlow, edging through slip. There's a third man down there.
Yeah, he's already got 1 fifer in the competition. Beer, 5 for 39.
Barlow's on to 5. And look, it's fall so far. That of Liam Parkinson for 9. LBW 2, Sam Beer. The score at 10. So it is calm. Really banging down his bat on the crease. Now raises it just above the stumps. Beer around the wicket too, Khan, who's on the back foot defending, not overly convincingly there, not much feet movement from the big wicket keeper, but he keeps it out and it goes out into the offside and for a dot ball. So 16 for 1 at the end of that over, 5 off it.
Sun absolutely beating down now.
Yeah.
So all of the coats that were out earlier are now turned into t-shirts in the crowd here.
One more from in and Keith will come in and join you, Rob. As in comes Campbell again. Full delivery to Barlow. He did well to get a bat on that because he'd have been out LBW if he'd have missed that. We were right in line with that and it was straight that.
Absolutely, it's right behind us.
Good full delivery from Campbell. He looks quicker than Beer, but Beer seems more, I don't know, offering a bit more off the pitch potentially.
They're both just bowling really nice lines right now.
Here is Campbell then, in, bowls, full delivery again, hits Barlow a bit high up that time. I think Beer Sorry, Campbell acknowledged that as he stifled his appeal.
He's shaping it in nicely to the right-hander. It's swinging in. You can see the deviation here.
Bit of a smile from Campbell as he walked back to his mark there. Here is Campbell again then, running in from the pavilion end. See Barlow, full delivery again, and Barlow just about gets enough bat on that one to keep it out. Oohs and ahs from the Foxton Granta players. Hands on heads. Might nip downstairs after this and just soak up the atmosphere and see how it is. As I say, we can't really hear much in here, but I can hear the crowd getting up. As Campbell in again, bowls. Oh, he's bowled in!
Middle stump, gone.
That one probably kept a bit lower than Barlow was expecting. He was on the back foot, middle stump, out of the ground. And Campbell's worked Barlow over there, and it's 16 for 2, Stayley.
He really has worked him over. I mean, everything's shaping back in, and that absolutely, he was late on that, and I think he's just beat him for pace a bit. Perhaps stayed a little bit low, but middle stump, cartwheeling out the ground. And that's a big blow.
Yeah, Barlow's rotten running this competition continues. He looked like he'd weathered the storm a little bit, hadn't he? But like I say, that last, well, before that, the previous 3 balls, he could have bowled Campbell or Eddie Mel. He could have bowled Barlow or Eddie LBW, couldn't he? So
absolutely, yeah. No, they've been squeezing it very well. These 2 opening bowlers for Foxton Granta, and at 16 for 2 off 5.4 overs, that's exactly the start they wanted.
Yeah, not the start step. We said, I was saying to Ian about Staley really need to do something like be 100 for 2, maybe drinks, and only have a couple of wickets lost, but they don't want to be something like 50 for 4, do they? Because then it's a real uphill task.
Although we've been playing cricket a long time, and you never know what can happen, so just need a good partnership just to settle the nerves a bit here.
And that brings Reese down and out. It's a special moment for him. Of course, his auntie passed away earlier in the season. She was one of the presidents at Stayley, so this will be a special moment for Reese and the family, and he'll want to go out there and do her justice as well. Maybe didn't quite do as he wanted with the ball. He's coming out now and punches gloves with Sahil Khan.
He's got a higher score of 80 not out though in the competition so far, so certainly knows which end of the bat to hold.
Another left armour. Just taking his guard. Rich has worked out how to do the blinds. Could do with come down a little bit more. I'll fix them in a minute. Here he's down, and then first delivery to be faced, and leaves that one alone outside of stump. Swung away from Campbell. Wide signalled. First extra then conceded by Foxton Granta. Down and then in. He's facing Campbell again, leaves that one alone outside off stump. Similar delivery to before. No wide signal this time. Massive balls are wider and no ball again. This will be the last delivery of the 6th over. Glorious day here at Lords. Stayley looking to come the second northwest side to take home a trophy in 24 hours after Ormskirk won the 50 over knockout. Down and digs out that full delivery from Campbell. That is the end of the over. 17 for 2 then. It was a good over from Campbell. A wicket maiden. Sorry, one run from it plus a wicket, which leaves Stayley 17 for 2, needing 266 to win a run rate of 7.3. A few words from Rob Etheridge, and then Keith Higgins will be coming back in to do the next 10.
Yeah, very good start from Foxton Granta here. The two opening bowlers have been very tight, there or thereabouts, bowling stump to stump and swinging it back in. So you look at the figures here, both bowlers got a wicket there. Very good figures. So 17 for 2 off 6 overs. And there's the first shot in anger there, really, from Khan. Smoked through the offside for 4.
So I think I've been that.
Just brought the co-commentator and the legend that is Keith Higgins back into the fray.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yep, that was good commentary there of the first ball of Sam Beer's 4th over. Smoked through the offside for Sahel Khan to get off the mark, 21 for 2. Thanks so much indeed to Luke. Great commentary and great interview with Peter Johns over the lunch interval. Great to have the Hall of Fame inductee here, Rob, and you know, took 5 wickets on the first final here at Lords. Great stories that he was saying.
Absolutely, great to see him there with his wife at the back, who didn't want the limelight, but was very proud clearly as well. So.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I love the story that David Sharman told about that final, that there was a charter train from Redruth to Paddington and only got as far as Dawlish because a train in front had got derailed as Sohail Khan swipes the next ball from Sam Beer to the boundary for 4.
He's absolutely heaved that, and you can see he's the sort of batsman that once he gets going, he could quickly change the game. So this is what they need, the Stayley guys.
Yeah, we got 2 left-handers in, so obviously negates the right left-hander as far as the short boundary is concerned. But yeah, Sam Beer, who had 1 for 10 from his first 3 overs, now 1 for 18, and he's halfway through his 4th over. He bowls to Sohail Khan, and that's on a good length, middle leg stump, and straight to mid-on. No runs. Yes, we've got a stream of guests, as we said, coming in. We've got Oscar from the Cricketer coming in shortly, but we'll keep Rob for another over or 2. It's gone 3 o'clock, Rob, time for cakes.
I was going to say, just hopefully...
No wonder you're desperate to get out.
Hopefully Rich has not ate all the cakes like he did with the sandwiches.
As Sam Beer's next ball is turned into the leg side by Sohail Khan, as he managed to say no. Good fielding on the boundary there. Means it's just a single. Ravi Mahindra there on the boundary, making sure that basically saving 3 runs there. Good fielding.
Yeah, I think he's having to replace his divot now, though, as he's taken out a chunk of the Lord's turf. Maybe he'll keep that for later and take that home as a memento.
Well, he's had a spool to another good school in Cambridge, the Percy School, so I'm sure he's told his pupils, you know, look after the pitch.
Absolutely.
If you play cricket. A good piece of fielding there. He's on the square leg boundary. Single to Khan takes him on to 9, 26 for 2, and brings Reece Downend on strike. As I said, 2 left-handers in tow. He's got the short leg side boundary if he's interested, Reece Downend. But Sam Beer's last ball of the over is on a good length, middle and off stump. Played into the offside by Reece Downend. End of the over, 7 overs gone. Staley 26 for 2. Khan on 9. Downend yet to score. Yes, it's not the start Staley wanted, Rob, was it? And, you know, I mean, if you look at the DLS pass score, which is always a good indicator, 63. I mean, there's no chance of rain, I hasten to add. The cloud is, sun's gone in at the moment, but the clouds are very high.
No, but as you say, that is always a good indicator of where you're at any point in a game if you're chasing. But you know that currently sort of run rate at 3.71 and still needs 7.27, so that's creeping up that run rate as well. So they'll be mindful of that. They don't want that to go above 8 really at this stage.
Well, still early days, but they obviously want to try and make a game of it. It's one thing about cricket, isn't it? You know, if a side starts losing, but you know the game can drag on. I'm thinking of the final Dumbleton against Calmore Sports. You know, it took a long time to finish. As Sohail Khan has just gone down the wicket and hoisted Henry Campbell over long on. It's a long boundary, so if that had been the short boundary, that might have ended up in the top tier of the tavern, but because it's much longer boundary, it was well inside. But yeah, a lot of people said Sohail Khan won't die wondering, and he's certainly showing that now. His third boundary onto 13, 30 for 2.
Yeah, you can see that he's the sort of player just likes going after the ball, so forget the defence, let's just go for it.
Reminds me of someone I mentioned to you in a minute as the next ball is just steered in front of Gully, and I think it was
just
it
dropped.
a chance.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it did fly. It flew quickly. He went to his went to his right, but just put it down as he landed. It's a tough charge. Would have been a very good catch.
A wonderful catch there by the Gully fielder, but as I say, may have been in his hand, but he dived across, landed, and the ball came out. It might have bounced in front of him. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Nothing else, he saved 4 runs, but may go down as a chance there. Campbell comes in again, bowls, and Khan plays it into the offside for no runs. Yes, now not many people know what we're talking about unless you're a fan of Rosebery, but reminds me of Andy Prasad, but a left-handed version.
Absolutely. So yeah, if the ball's in his arc, Andy Prasad will be looking to launch it somewhere over the pavilion. Shout out to Andy Prasad and the Rosebery crews.
Well done. Yeah, just to point out, Rob is the Rosebery wicketkeeper who has played in the Village Cup for a number of years, and one day we hope to see Rosebery here, but not at the moment. As the next ball now, this one I think has been smote over the long on the leg side boundary. No, it's a 4. He took one step down the wicket, almost nonchalantly smote it round there. It's a long boundary, so I'm not surprised it didn't carry, but fielder's nowhere near it. Another 4 for Sohail Khan, takes him on to 17. That's 2 4s in the over. Anyway, 34 for 2. 2 balls left. Yes, really does remind me of him. I mean, I would hate to be at mid or mid-off when someone like Sohail Khan or Andy Prasad cracks one of their drives. Be one of those where I think my hand might involuntarily move out the way. I like to have 4 fingers and a thumb on my hands.
That's why I wear big gloves, Keith.
Yes. As I said, Rob is the wicketkeeper for Rosebery and the wicketkeeper for the Berkshire over 50s.
Yeah, the second
I don't believe that, Rob.
team.
You're over 50. I don't believe that, dear boy.
Thank you, Keith. What, you think is older?
No, not at all. No, you've had a good run, I believe, in the over 50s competition.
Yeah.
Perhaps we'll talk about that a little bit later on, because after this ball from Henry Campbell, which he turned into the leg side but not timed by Khan. Might be a leg by, actually. Yes, it is. But it does mean that Sohail Khan will keep the strike. So Rob's just moving off, and the cricketer has been absolutely wonderful. We've got Oscar Rest. So I can't read the writing of these people. Oscar, good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us here at Live Sports FM and our live commentary also on Frogbox. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Not a problem, dear boy. Not a problem. And yes, we'll ask you lots of awkward questions over the next few overs, so I hope you're ready.
Fantastic.
No. We just want you to enjoy the cricket, and your observations on the cricket will be greatly observed. As at the end of the 8th over, I think we've got a change of bowling, and it's
the captain.
Is it Lewis Hill coming on?
It is.
Ah, well done. You don't need my binoculars. Yes, Lewis Hill coming on. A little bit expensive in last year's final, I seem to remember. Where is he? 1 for 67.
I think everyone was expensive in last year's final. It was an absolute run fest.
It was, wasn't it?
From
Although
both sides.
Sam Beer with 3 for 38 was a bit more economical, if I can say the words. As the first ball from Lewis Hill to Khan is steered into the leg side for no runs. But yes, bit of an uphill battle for Stayley. Sorry, I was hesitating because the fielder throwing the ball back to Lewis Hill put too much on it, and Lewis Hill couldn't get it. But the batsman decided quite sensibly it's a dead ball, so they're not going to run for it.
I don't know if that's a prospective bowler, but I don't think you want to be upsetting your captain by throwing the ball over him.
Absolutely
if he's for a
not,
bowl.
Oscar. There's a jug of beer in that for someone as he fights the next ball up, and he's bowled him.
Yes.
Flighted it up, Lewis Hill, and Sohail Khan went to try and put it on the leg side. It looks like, yes, he's certainly bowled him there. And Khan, who was beginning to look dangerous, has been bowled by Lewis Hill. What an inspired bowling change there for 17. 35 for 3, Stayley. That 260 odd seems a long, long way of Oscar, doesn't it?
It does indeed. That was just a really lovely bit of bowling, actually. Just put it up there and batter took the bait, tried to hit him back over his head and was bowled. Lovely piece of bowling.
Yep. We were saying earlier that I think Luke said Staley don't want to be 50 for 4. Well, be lucky to get 50 for 4 for this rate. 35 for 3. And we're in the 9th over. And Reece down end at the other end yet to get off the mark. So we've got 2 batsmen who are not yet off the mark. Expecting Mohammad Saqib to come in next. And it is according to the scoreboard. So, yeah. But yeah, it's a long old haul for Staley. You still need another 230. Yeah, 231 to win. But still, I hope they're enjoying themselves. It's a great day here, and they've had a good season, Stayley. I think they, well, in fact, I know they got promoted out of their league, Greater Manchester League Division 1. So they've had a good season, and you know, it's their first final.
Yeah, I think you can see here already the experience of Foxton Granta being at the final, not being overawed by playing at Lords. But I do hope, as a neutral, that we see a bit of a partnership and see a bit of a contest, because that's what you want in any final, really, that it's really nice and competitive.
Absolutely right, Oscar. We're talking to Ben, who's doing the in-house commentary for the MCC, and exactly the same sentiments, exactly the same. You know, you want a bit of a contest, but at the moment very much Foxton Granta in the box seat. We had the we don't have them here, but what's it called, the stats, where the percentage chance of winning, win viz, is it, or something?
Yeah, quick viz or win viz, or
whatever it is. I think it will be about 98% Foxton Granta, 2% Staley, but we'll see.
Right.
Bowling round the wicket, Lewis Hill, bowling his off spin. Oh, is he gone? No, he hasn't. There was an appeal for a catch, but he must have come off his pad, and the appeal was a little bit half-hearted from Lewis Hill. The free wicketkeeper Freddie Dowell and first slip were very, very excited, but Lewis, being the captain, realised it come off the pad, so not out. An escape from Mohammad Saqib.
He was very quick to make sure everyone knew that came off his thigh pad there, pointing to his thigh pad afterwards.
Oh yes, good old tactic there. Number of times I rubbed my arm when the ball came off my glove, you know, ow, oh, ow. Yeah, very good at shrieking in pain. So next ball is played into the offside, a little bit shorter by Lewis Hill, and an easy single for Mohammad Saqib to get off the mark. But what a good over by Lewis Hill, what a good bowling change as well, bringing himself on, getting the wicket in the first over. 9 overs gone, Staley 36 for 3.
They do say in T20 cricket that the 3 wicket mark is the worst case scenario in a power play, and I reckon even when you double the overs for a 40 over game, equally damaging to lose 3 in the power play in the first power play. So they really need a partnership here to Staley.
Okay, let's see, is it still Henry Campbell from the far end? Maybe a double bowling change? Don't think it will be. So it's going to be Henry Campbell to carry on. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13 so far. And he'll be bowling to Mohammad Saqib, who kept the strike after that single off the last ball. Sun's gone in here at Lords, but clouds are high. They'll certainly get a finish today, whatever happens. Henry Campbell comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Saqib is tempted, but misses his cut. Ball goes through to one of the 2 players who didn't play in last year's final, wicketkeeper Freddie Dowell. Interesting story there, actually, because the wicketkeeper last year was Ash Clark, who was out on the pitch there, Oscar, and he broke a finger earlier on in the season. Recovered, but they decided he shouldn't be keeping wicket. Quite a handy bowler. Got a hat-trick in his first game.
Incredible, isn't it?
Showed how versatile club cricketers can be. As the next ball is outside the off stump, and Saqib tries to play an expansive, tried to place it in the offside through the covers, but again missed it, and the ball goes straight through to the relatively young keeper, I think, compared to Ash Clark, Freddie Dowell.
Because I think it was an injury that had initially taken him to wicket keeping in the first place.
Yeah.
That he was a bowler, and then he's refound bowling, which is great news for Foxton Granta.
Well, there's also a leggy, which is one thing I was. As the next ball is an appeal for a catch behind, but again the appeal was just a little startled by the wicketkeeper Freddie Dahl and the bowler Henry Campbell, and umpire is not moved. But testing over for Mohamed Saqib at the moment, and don't need to lose any more wickets, Stayley. 36 for 3, and we're halfway through the 10th over.
And this is the real challenge in a limited overs run chase, is that required rate. You need to manage the wickets but also the runs.
Difficult equation, isn't it? As the next ball squares Saqib up a little bit, and it's played out into the offside, fielded by cover running round, and there's no runs.
Because you can, I think, with this short boundary, you can give yourself a harder than usual equation by just absorbing some pressure now, but it's managing that mentally.
Absolutely, and there was a case in last year's final, I think we'll talk about in a minute, as the next ball he plays into the leg side, does Saqib, straight to the fielder coming in from mid-wicket, there's no runs. Yes, I think what undid Dumbledon last year, who said a not too similar title to Foxton Granta, it was 240, just over 240. They lost an early wicket, did Foxton Granta, and we thought, oh well, this is going to be one-sided. But then they had Adam Webster and Richard Calfman, left and right-hander. And with the short boundary, I think Ross Martin, the Dumbledon captain, just couldn't quite fathom the right strategy for bowling at them. So the next ball is defended by Saqib for a maiden over by Henry Campbell. 37 for 3, 36 for 3 at the end of the 10th over. Saqib on 1, down and yet to score. Yeah, that short boundary is quite an interesting sort of effect on the game, because he kept on with sort of the same sort of bowlers all the time. He didn't quite trust his slow bowlers. They were able to whittle the target down, and by the time Ross Martin felt that he could bring on the slow bowler, probably because he had to, the damage had been done, the psychology had shifted. You know, and in the end, I won't say it was a comfortable win, I think it was about 2.5 over, no, just under 3 overs to spare. But yes, it's very interesting run chases at the moment. I think Stayley are just wondering what the right strategy is.
I think the key for a short boundary, both with bat and ball, is to not think about it too much, actually, is to try and avoid thinking about it. I do remember in last year's final, a few times, even when you threw it wide to try and keep away from short boundary, they had got themselves in by that stage to then attack that longer boundary. And what you don't want is to change your entire plan around the boundary.
Well, Lewis Hill is bowling to a left-hander with that short boundary, and that one is, we'll see if it came off the bat or not. It's gone down the leg side. It's been given a wide. So I've got the rules there. I assume that will be 2 runs, 1 for the wide and 1 for the actual run. Let's see what's given on the scoreboard. Nothing at the moment.
I think they're still trying to work out.
Yes, the scoreboard has given it as 2, so there we are. So yes, we got the left and right-handed combination in. Saqib left-handed and the right-handed down end, who's just placed the last ball into the offside for no runs. Yes, they finally have caught up with us. 2 runs from that wide and the actual runners. Next ball is steered into the leg side by down end. He thought about running, and Mohamed Saqib was totally uninterested.
And with all that talk about right hand, left hand, that's why this partnership feels so important with the right hand, left hand.
You need them to be there for quite a while if they can. But obviously they can't just block every ball. Well, that one was blocked to mid-off for no runs. They do need to think about just keeping that run rate ticking over. At the moment, its run rate is creeping up to 8, which, as Oscar said, could be dangerous. But Lewis Hill bowling a nice line, nice loop right arm over around the wicket rather, and Reece down end just defends that one down the pitch for no runs.
That's the challenge. The right arm round the wicket, that angle is just forcing the batter to think about taking a huge risk here.
That one's just dropped a little bit shorter and just cut behind square by down end. That was a little bit of a gift there by Lewis Hill. Once they takes the pressure off, because still a long way to go, but Reece down end will feel a lot better for that, playing it behind square for 4 runs. So I'm getting my down ends and Saqib's mixed. That was Saqib, wasn't it, who just got that?
Yeah. And just to say that the one thing you can't do when you go right arm round the wicket is just drift too wide and give width.
Yeah, and particularly as that was dropped a little bit shorter. interesting, that one was fired more into the leg stump, but Saqib does well to drive it into the onside. He'll keep the strike. End of the 11th over, 43 for 3. Saqib on 6. Reese down and yet to score.
Yeah, just that slight overcorrection really to go to the leg stump, but you know it's a safe one because of that long boundary, because of the protection you've got out there, rather than drifting too wide and just opening up that opportunity just to sit back and cut the ball for 4 like Saqib did earlier in the over.
Just to warn you, Oscar, looks like my commentary team have disappeared. Looks like you're in for the duration if you're not careful. I'm sure they'll come back, but we're going to promise cakes downstairs.
Yes, I think that is the huge selling point. I did see a whiteboard with cakes being advertised for later.
Anyway, change of bowling. It's Ravi Mahindra coming on. He's going to be left arm spin, which, funnily enough, when we were talking about Stayley bowling, we just felt it was the one thing they lacked. Had the spin bowling, they had the pace bowling, but probably just lacked that variety in having a left arm, which Ravi Mahindra will provide. Last year's final, 1 for 36, so very reasonably economical compared to 1 or 2 of his compatriots. He'll be bowling left arm round the wicket, and he'll be bowling to Mohammad Saqib.
He's going to go through here, so he's going to go in front of the umpire.
Yep, that's a good point, Oscar, yeah. Umpire having to stand back a little bit. First ball. Well, he flayed that into the leg side. I wonder for a minute if the fielder at mid-on thought it might be a catch, or whether he just played safe and thought, well, I'll let the ball bounce rather than concede runs. But I don't think he certainly did not middle that at all, Mohammad Saqib. Ended up safe as far as he's concerned, no runs. Next ball is full toss, and it's launched over mid-off. Mahindra just struggling to find his length at the moment, and that one cleared mid-off quite comfortably for 4 runs, and Saqib goes into double figures.
You don't want to use village cricket at the Village Cup final as a derogatory term, but I think the start to this over has been slightly village.
Slightly better, that one. It's a little bit short, but it was fired in. It was on middle and off stump, and Saqib played it to mid-on, but there's no runs. Yeah, Ravi Mahindra, who's a very experienced cricketer. Maybe he's suffering from a little bit of nerves, but seems to have found it now. The next ball was on a good line, sorry, a good length, just outside the off stump, and left alone by Saqib. Mahindra again. I think he's found his line and length now, because that one was perfect. Good length, middle stump.
That'll make him feel much better, yeah. I'm sure.
Mohammad Saqib giving it the respect it deserved.
Indeed.
So he tosses himself a catch, does Ravi Mahindra. Turns bowls again. That is just a little bit too much on the leg side, but Mohammad Saqib did not get hold of it. Just scoops it round to the fielder on the square leg boundary, but gets a single, and I think for the second successive over keeps the strike. 48 for 3 after 12 overs. Saqib on 11, down end, yet to score. In fact, in this partnership, yet to face a ball.
Incredible, isn't it? Incredible that Saqib's come in and faced 22 balls already. Just shows the type of pressure that you can build in a situation like this. Down end at the other end might be more settled and feeling it, but when you're starved of strike, that's almost just as bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I used to hate it when I wasn't getting the strike, and it does make you a bit more jumpy and you want to get on with it. So it's going to be Lewis Hill bowling right arm off spin over the wicket, running away from us at the nursery end. Bowls, and Saqib plays it defensive of the back foot to mid off for no runs.
Interesting to go back over the wicket after going round the wicket. Slightly more of an attacking option. He might just sense there's an opportunity with Saqib 11 off 23 to get another wicket here.
As the next ball is defended by Saqib into the offside for no runs. Just got a message here. Looks like Luke and I are being used. You stay there, Oscar. I think you're going to have Mel Farrell joining you in the not too distant future.
Unless you need to get off Oscar.
No, you're welcome to stay, and we'll have. Looks like Luke is suggesting Mel Farrell does the main commentary. Is that a reflection on my commentary skills, Mr. Edwards? Right answer. No, if you think Mel will be the perfect person for the commentary, I'm more than happy for Mel to come in and do that. So just wait to the end of the over. Oscar, you can stay as long or as little as you like. Just check with the lads if they've eaten all the cakes. That's
Yes,
all I
well,
say.
that's the most. I am doing the match report, but I'm more interested by the cake availability.
If you want to go and have some cake, my friend, feel free. As Reece Downend plays the next ball straight back to Lewis Hill for no runs. There was a single by Mohammed Saqib, taking him on to 12 and with 49 for 3. Tosses this one up. Played into mid-off by Reece Downend, still to get off the mark.
Nice for down and just to get some strike here, you know.
I think he's sort of. I've been out here I don't know how long and I haven't had a chance to play myself in yet. Flighted, appeal for LBW, but I think that was going down the leg side.
Yeah,
And the umpire decides that it was. So the end of the 13th over, it's 49 for 3. Mohammed Saqib on 12, Reece Downend on 0. I think there might be a change of commentator, Oscar. So what you do is you keep talking until the next person's sat in here, and you'll find out who it is in a moment.
Very nice. Well, I think this game is absolutely on a knife edge for Stayley here. This is their opportunity, their make or break, if you will, right now. That required run rate is just creeped over 8 and over, which will be slightly concerning. Hello, Mel.
Ah, Oscarette, yes, Melinda Farrell joining my young, very sweet colleague. He brings out my auntliness, does Oscarette. Right, start of a new over. It's around the wicket and a push forward. It doesn't make contact, but they're very excited, aren't they? I've literally just walked in here, and so I'm just getting my bearings everywhere. And do you know what? They don't have squad numbers on their backs, which makes it hard. Anyway, it's Saqib on strike, and the next ball's just defended out into the offside. No run. Yes. So what have you made? What have you made of this so far, Oscar?
Yeah, I just feel like this is the moment for Stayley. If they want to stay in the game, this has to be the partnership. If they can't build a partnership here.
Next ball is full and it's a thick edge that balloons into the air, ends up going down to short third, and the throw comes back in, direct hit, great bit of fielding. And though they were safe, and it does bring up the 50 for Stayley Cricket Club. It's come off 81 balls, nice bit of fielding there.
I almost did my very first commentator's curse there and ended this partnership before it even got started.
Right, big lesson first up. You're not that powerful. I know you like to think you are, Oscar, but we do not actually have that. We can say whatever we like. It won't actually affect what happens out there on the field. Right, Downend now on strike, the left hand around the wicket, goes for the big heave-ho, and that has gone for 4. Straight over the mid-wicket boundary rope. So nice bit of stand and deliver from Downend on that occasion. And it takes Stayley to 54 for 3. I've got the right team, haven't I? I've got to get my head around all of this.
Absolutely.
I'm a bit discombobulated because I've just come down from Trent Bridge, where I was yesterday for the one-day cup final. So this momentous occasion. Next ball is just an attempt to paddle it around the corner by Downend, but it doesn't make contact on this occasion. Oh, someone's brought up an online scoreboard. Oh, and there's a monitor here. I'm just said, there's a straight right. It was helpful. Next ball is just pushed out into the offside in front of the point. Oh, that actually really helps.
But
Do you know what? This is more than I had when I was at Trent Bridge last night commentating for the BBC. So well done everyone. You're really glad I came up here, didn't you? Gosh, that's made a difference. Last ball of the over, just carved away, and there's a misfield point. It's going to allow them to come through for a single. So they've missed the previous wide that was in that over as well. So 8 coming from the over, and after 14. Stayley 57 for 3, with a mountain to climb, with 8 runs required over.
Or, with this bowler, a very large hill. Lewis Hill is continuing from...
Oh, is that your first little joke, Oscar? He's so, oh my goodness, if you'd only see his dear little face, he's so pleased with himself. He can't stop laughing at his own joke. New over begins, and the first one, it's gone up in the air, but falls safely. Well, 2 fielders converging just outside the ring, and there was a chance that it could have been another wicket. So, Hill, don't make that joke again.
That last over was the first time they've sort of even been near the required rate for a while, I think, in this partnership. So this might just be the opportunity, left-hander on strike with a short boundary to the leg side, to really attack it.
In comes Hill. It's a full ball and just defended back down the pitch. As if I've been doing radio commentary as well. Now I've just realised there's a stream there and I don't have to do radio commentary.
Exactly.
Oh, we're doing radio commentary as well. Okay, well, I'll remember that. The next one is full and there's a big appeal. Umpire not interested. They are up and about, aren't they, though? Really fired up. Great crowd here as well. They've been very vocal. In comes Hill. It's a very gentle defensive shot that doesn't make contact. And there's heads in hands. Might be a couple of double teapots out there as well.
This is an excellent over so far. I mentioned that it felt like a moment to really attack it, and it's just been a lovely line outside off stump towards that long boundary.
So around the wicket comes Hill. This time there is contact, but it's cut away and straight to the fielder in the D. Just get the single. Yeah, so it has been a good over from Hill. He's just kept it quite simple, hasn't he?
Always feels in a chase like this where you find yourself behind, every dot ball means something. Every bad over means something.
Switch over the wicket with a very, very big stride forward in defence. And that is the end of Hill's over. Been a terrific one. Score is 59 for 3. Saqib out there on 6 and down and on... Sorry, Saqib on 15 and down and on 6. Beautiful September sunshine, by the way. I cannot believe how lovely it is here today.
Yeah, the forecast was terrible for today. I did think at one point we would be waiting for a bowl out at the end of today, which is how...
Is that like a bowl off? Or is that
yes.
different?
As in, we would have been in the indoor school, bowling at some stumps.
Is that a bowl out or a bowl off?
I think it's a bowl out. No, bowl off.
Right. What can the Staley side do? First ball goes for the sweep. I do like the hands on head, as though it should be a fait accompli from Mahendra. I've got to say I appreciate this run up, Oscar. I love the running in front of the umpire. Darts this one in a little bit quicker. And it's just played behind square leg.
Really nice. Left arm spin now, especially in limited overs cricket, it's very much drive the ball in and very quick. But this is nice and classical.
Once more, and again goes for the sweep
Oh,
down and is given. Well, the umpire took a little while to raise the finger, but it eventually points to the sky, and that's the end of down end. He departs on 6, and another wicket falls in this chase. Things just got harder. 59 for 4, and Mahendra rewarded for some very nice bowling, but also makes up for going for a few in his last.
that feels like a big moment. The left-hander as well, we were talking earlier about right-hand, left-hand combination with this short boundary. That feels like a significant moment in this match.
It certainly does.
Took his time to make that decision, umpire, which is what you hope for,
Yeah, absolutely.
but did keep us waiting.
I think, sometimes do you ever think that umpires are happy to let the drama build for that
course.
moment?
Of course.
Some are real showmen, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's been absolutely wonderful. I did love seeing everyone out there, the fans, special day out in the middle during the lunch break. My favourite thing was over in front of the pavilion. There's a little, there's obviously the slope, but there's also a little slope down from where the members' benches are, and there was one little kid who was just rolling down it. It's only about less than 2 metres, but it would roll down the 2 metres and go back up to the top and roll again.
No, it is great. It's a lovely opportunity.
So the new batter, Woodhead. I'm just trying to find him on there. He's not on my score sheet. That's why I was having trouble finding him. I think there's an updated one.
It's the Stayley captain.
Idiot, thank you very much. You're here to... You've got the programme. That would help.
I have indeed. He has come through the junior system at Stayley, and so this must be a really, really special moment. Captaining your side at Lords, a side that you've played for since you were a kid. That's a really special moment.
Yeah, so Nick Woodhead has made his way out, just checking his guard. A really proud moment for him. Can he put on a rescue job? A first ball from Mahendra that he faces is just cut behind point, but only as far as the fielder on the ring. What an over this has been from Mahendra.
Absolutely, and it felt like they...
Floats the next one in full, and it's driven, but it'll only go as far as the fielder running in from the deep. They get a single though, and Woodhead is off the mark with his first run at Lords.
Felt like they took special care against Lewis Hill in the last over, I think with an intention to attack this over, but it's just flipped on its head, and that's the problem, and now it's 8.52 and over required.
Here is Mahendra again. Next ball gets into a little bit of a tangle, trying to play it into the leg side. It doesn't go too far, and that will round out what has been an outstanding over from Mahendra. Just the one run coming from it, but most importantly, the wicket as well. 60 for 4 now. Saqib on 15. The captain Woodhead retains strike for the next over.
Captain versus captain in this over, which will be really interesting. Just his second year of captaincy, Woodhead, so this is undoubtedly the most important moment of his tenure.
He's just taking his time again at the moment to get himself settled. Hill looks impatient to get the over underway. Done a fantastic job here today. The first ball is floaty and full, and just played out to that very short boundary by Woodhead. Gets a single. Well, this is my first ever Village Cup. Is it yours?
It's my second.
Your second.
Second.
Well, I have to say it's been a brilliant day, and very, very happy to be here. Next ball is also full, and in the end it just dribbles down the leg side off the bat. He's very willing to toss it up and give it some air. Is Hill. This one's flatter though, and again down the leg side, and it's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, with my limited Village Cup final experience, Richard Calfman in my mind is one of the great batters of the generation. I've only ever seen him score hundreds.
Well, it's the first one to do it multiple times, isn't he? As the next ball is back to that fuller length, a little bit more air, just defended out into the covers. You realise when you whisper, Oscar, we can still hear you because you're on a microphone.
I'm still new to this commentary, Mel. I'm still new to the commentary.
Next ball.
Just negotiating when I'm allowed to go get some cake.
Was looking to flay that one away. Oh well, that's there. Did you not get dessert down in the tavern box?
I didn't know. All the food was completely cleared away by the time I got there. Terrible timing.
Very cautiously defended by Sakib. Been another brilliant over from Hill, and well, their problem is that run rate. It was just over 8 run rate required, just over 8 when I arrived here. It's now heading towards 9. The next one's met on the full but not put away. It's just smashed straight back at the bowler. He did well to stop it. Hill winds up another very good over, very tidy. And Stayley now 62 for 4. And I've managed to get rid of Oscar. It was that whispering on the mic that was it. That was the final straw.
You totally spooked him, Mel, but no, he's done a great job. We don't pay a lot of money to our guest presenter. Did we not mention this to you, by the way?
No.
We didn't negotiate a fee, did we?
I was planning on sending in my invoice.
And we'll bounce the cheque back to you as it comes through.
Please feel free. You can take this over if you...
No, when the others have left us, it's just you and me. You carry on with this great commentary you're doing as Mahindra comes in.
Well, Mahindra comes in, and Mahindra gets the wicket. Woodhead goes out. He's bowled him. Just managed to tickle that off stump. Well, what a spell this has been from Mahindra. And a disappointment for the captain Woodhead. His stay at the crease is brief.
Absolutely, yes. No, it just seemed to get through his defences. He might have played on, I think, but as you said, he just seemed to trickle through, hit middle and off stump and just dislodged the bails. And we were saying earlier, Mel, that we really hope with such a challenging total that Foxton Granta set that this wouldn't be a sort of one-sided game. But sadly, at 62 for 5 in the can't see how many overs we've had, whatever it is, not many overs. I don't think they've even still got to get over 200 to win, and not looking good for the team from Greater Manchester at the moment. Looking a little bit of a struggle for them, but it's been great bowling by the spinners, and okay, they got a lovely big target to defend, but they've been able to sort of flight the ball. They've got the confidence to do that, even with the short boundary, which often puts a lot of captains off bowling the slower bowlers. But no, Lewis Hill, the captain, has backed himself. He's backed Ravi Mahindra, and they're coming up with the goods at the moment. Mahindra 2 for 14.
Well, that is just the perfect example of what getting a high total does for you, doesn't it? Because it does allow you to just keep bowling attacking lines and attacking lengths and take a bit of a risk because you've just got so many to play with.
Absolutely, yes. And Staley, we were discussing before the game, Mel, because it looked like it was Foxton Granta's batting against Staley's bowling, but we thought the ace up the sleeve would be Foxton Granta being the defending champions, and just got the feeling that experience they've had of winning here last year is just proving to be the case. Staley at the moment, needing nearly 9 and over, still over 200 to get. And Mahindra bowling to Casey Roach, who's the new batsman in, who had decent bowling figures actually. Opened the bowling, 8 overs, 1 for 29, which considering the number of runs that Foxton Granta got, conceding just under 4 and over is very good. But he's got to do something with the bat now, hasn't he?
Yes, in a difficult position. So Mahindra in and left alone outside the off stump. And it probably is something that you might take for granted, but the occasion of playing at Lord's, it might be really intimidating. Next ball's floated up, there's an appeal. It's only half-hearted though.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mel, although I had no experience of playing at Lord's. This may come as a shock to you, but I've not had the experience of playing at Lord's, but it's such a great ground. I mean, there is one other ground that touches this, and I'll mention it to you in a moment, but the next ball has left alone. Have you ever been to Wormsley?
Oh, yes. Wormsley was one of the first cricket grounds that I went to in this country. I was there, it was when I first sort of came over for cricket. That one's darted in, met on the full. that one is unable to get past the covers. Good bit of fielding. Good over as well. It's on course for a wicket maiden now, Mahendra. Devastating spell. Last ball, tries to tuck that round the corner. Did he get any bat on it? Umpire says no. So it is a wicket maiden for Mahendra. He really has been outstanding. Spinners both doing well. Staley remain at 62, but they're now 5 wickets down. Yeah, so Wormsley, then they played a women's Ashes match there.
All right, good, yeah.
So I think that was 2013,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the first time
Yeah.
I came over. It was sort of the start of my cricket reporting.
What a delightful ground, as I said. I can never pick, it's either here or actually what's the next one? It's been skied up. Is it going to be a catch? There it is. Sorry, Mel, I took over your commentary there. Sorry
Tell you
about
what,
that.
ever since you've come on, you've been good. You've brought the wickets on. You won't be popular in Stayley, but spinners continue to create havoc, and Saqib, well, he was out there steadfast for quite some time. 37 deliveries in the end, but he departs on 15. Tried to get that one over the short boundary, but in the end it was well taken in the outfield.
Harry Hopwood with the catch. Harry Hopwood, we mentioned earlier, was 12th man when Foxton reached the final in 2015 as a 13-year-old.
Oh, really?
And then he played in last year's final, and the two people who were from that final, Adam Webster and himself, were the not-out batsmen when they won, which I thought was a really nice touch. And took the catch well there because, you know, as a humble club cricketer myself, no catch is easy. That was in the air a long time. Saqib met it well, but didn't. It was a long boundary, and Hopwood read it well. About 10 yards to his left, plenty of time to get under the ball, and in the end made the catch look very comfortable. But yes, I'm afraid our fears are being realised in terms of one-sided final. Stayley 62 for 6. I suppose the one thing they'd like to do is at least get to 100 and make it look semi-respectable, but that does seem a long way off at the moment.
Yes, it doesn't get easier, especially when you've got the double-edged spin attack that is working so well with Hill and Mahendra. They've been pretty relentless, haven't they?
They have, and changed the batting order actually. I noticed that it's Leighton Parker coming in, who is the top wicket taker in the competition this year, and we have an argument about how old he is. He's either 16 or 17. We'll leave you to decide what number. You can pick any of those two numbers you like. But
We could ask him.
it's a bit of a long way to shout, sorry, Mother. And we've got these windows here, which we can't quite reach in. But no, I mean, Lewis Hill, let's look at his bowling figures. 5 just over 5 overs, 2 for 13 now, and Mahindra 2 for 14. It's certainly been those spinners that really have turned the screws on Staley. But let's see what the youngster can do.
Oh, it's a bowler for the best bowling figures at the moment, or a bowl out, as Oscar Ress described what we might have ended up with in rain. Right, first ball, Parker just delicately defends that one out into the covers. No run. Yeah, they've not let up anything, have the spinners. Another one floated up and defended.
Nice loop, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice.
Nice. Almost like there's a magnet on the good length bit.
Yeah, he's only darted in a couple. This one just drags his length back slightly. And, well, Parker's able to get off the mark with a deft little single down towards deep square leg. 63 for 6. Yeah, it'd be nice to see them at least get to 3 figures, wouldn't it?
Well, this is, I think, unfortunate thing now, isn't it? You sort of, you know, almost... It's trouble with cricket, isn't it? When it gets very one-sided, but, you know, there's a long way to go to the finish. You just sort of feel it's been dragged on a bit, and you start setting targets that still mean that Foxton Granta are going to be the likely winners. But there might be hope yet. Tell you why, after the next ball was defended, my colleague behind me, Rob Ettridge, was telling me about, because he played for Wraysbury in the Village Cup. And the game they were playing against Morton, they were 110 for 8, chasing 270. They got to about 250. So they made a game of it.
Oh, that one's nicely cut away. It'll just be the single though. Short boundary doesn't really allow for twos on that side. But that is another very tidy over. 64 for 6.
Yeah, 2 for 15 now, Lewis Hill. 2 for
Well,
14, Mahindra.
It's the contest between the two spinners.
Yeah, I'd imagine Lewis Hill will probably bowl the... Well, it'll be interesting to see, actually. I wonder if he might just sort of keep someone back. Is it the sort of game where you give somebody who doesn't bowl often an over or not? I don't think you should, personally. I think, you know, I was under the view that once you're on top, stay on top. But, you know, there might be somebody out there who, you know, might need a little bit of a boost of an over or two. But I think at the moment he's going to stick with his tried and tested, and looks like it's going to be Ravi Mahindra coming in from the pavilion end.
I change a good thing. I'm a big fan of his approach to the crease.
Me
I
too.
love that the angled run coming in front of the umpire.
Yeah.
That's a winner. First ball's full, met on the full. Just slapped down to mid-off for no run. And I've got to say, I mean, I've never, I don't know if you can tell this, but I am actually from Australia.
No.
Oh,
That's a
specs
nice shot.
that one. What a shot that is from Roach. Well, that's going to give their fans, the Stayley fans, something to cheer about. Well, he just treated Mahindra with all the disrespect that you could imagine, considering what his figures are and what he's been doing.
Yeah, he has actually strayed a couple of times and bowled full tosses. His first 2 balls were actually full tosses, and I think he just lost his line a bit there. But he's more than compensated with his other balls, and the odd 4 at the moment isn't going to cause Foxton Granta any real problems.
Yes, better. Back on it there and defended. So, yeah, this is the first time I've really seen anything like this. In Australia, we don't really talk about village cricket, even though there are villages in Australia. We talk about club cricket. The next ball is bowled and defended out behind point, no run. So this whole thing for me has been quite... all of village cricket has been an eye-opener for me since I've come over here, and it's just a really wonderful part of the sport. So next ball is driven straight back to Mahindra by Roche.
I think it's great the way the MCC and Lords support it as well. You know, they have a lot of demands on the square here, as you can see by how big it is. Yet this is one of the high priority recreation games, as the one that they really do want to support. And if there are moves to move games elsewhere, this one will be low priority. As leave you to tell our listeners and viewers what happened with that ball.
Well, in the end, he's just punched it out to deep point. But they'll just take the single, and that finishes off the over. 69 for 6, but a more positive over for Staley. They're going to need a lot more big overs, though. And hang on, are we stopping for a drink?
If it's 20 overs, yeah.
Ah, thank you. I don't know the regulations for our...
I don't think it's a regulation, but we actually got the sun shining. I don't know how hot it is because we're in a sort of glass house here, aren't we?
It's lovely up here.
Yeah.
Taking my jacket off for the first time today. Yeah, so for me this is kind of something new, and it does. The other thing, I was talking to my colleagues back there, and I'm reminded of it when you see sort of people walking out to bat for the first time, particularly for Stayley, is that I do tend to take coming to Lords for granted a little bit, because if you're here every year, there's always at least one test, sometimes 2, maybe some one-dayers, whatever it is. So I guess I'm so used to it, being downstairs below where we are now in the press box, and I've been to lots of dinners at Lords as well for the Wisdom dinner each year, and various. I've even had dinner in the players' dressing room. Players' dining room, and been in the players' dressing room, and sat
Careful,
in
Mel, careful. No, don't give any details, please.
They weren't there at the time. But yeah, you sort of, days like today, when you look at the people who are going out there and seeing the players who've taken to the field, and you do suddenly realise, yes, this is very special for people.
Oh, it really is. I just can't take my hat off enough to the way in which I said the MCC Lord supported it. First final was in 75, and we had the pleasure of interviewing the Haver Village Cup Hall of Fame. And we had the pleasure, well, it was Luke, colleague Luke Edwards, who I think we'll bring in a minute. I think we ought to share our punditry duties with you, so perhaps I'll make this my last comment, but Luke can tell you about the interview he did with Peter Johns, who was inducted to the Hall of Fame. He took 5 for 25 in the first ever Village Cup final here at Lord's.
Ah, fantastic. A 5 for, all right. Well, this is a bit of a... I thought you were kicking me off commentary for a minute, but...
well, you're welcome to stay. Having said that, my commentary team have legged it again.
Where's he gone?
So, you can carry on with me. And but no, we appreciate your support. You can stay as long or as little as you like. Can you just wait until they come back?
Absolutely. I'm not going to leave you on your own.
Ah, bless you, Mel. Thank you.
And it is warm up here.
It is a little bit on the hot side.
No. Don't let anyone think we're complaining. I arrived and someone said we can turn the air conditioning on. I said, no, please don't.
But mate, what of you? I mean, we're talking about Wormsley and the great cricket ground there, thatched roof for the pavilion and the score box. But yeah, Lord's is still my favourite. I haven't been to places like the MCG. I haven't been to Australia, so I've not had the privilege of going to the MCG or the Sydney Cricket Ground. But
do you know what? They don't have the same. I don't think that the big grounds have the same intimacy. This is going to be controversial, but the MCG kind of leaves me a little bit cold in that it's just a big bowl with a lot of seats in it. So Adelaide and Sydney are probably my favourite two in Australia. I like cricket grounds where you can tell what city you're in. Oh, hang on, we've had a change in commentary.
Abruptly. How are we doing?
We're doing all right. It's the first ball of the next over. Parker onto Hill continuing, bowling from the nursery end. And second ball bowls to Roach. It's in the air, and has he taken it? Oh my goodness, he has. That is a terrific catch. Return catch. And Hill just fell forward, got himself in a position where he could shove his hands underneath the ball. And that's the 7th wicket to fall. Roach just trying to drive down the ground, but a terrific bit of fielding.
Are we saying that is now the death knell for Staveley? It looks a little bridge too far with that wicket, surely.
I think it was a hill he shouldn't have died on.
Oh, she took the bait. That's an Australian right here. No, you're quite right, though. I think we've gone over the hill, over the mound, whatever you want to say. I think we're going inexorably to the conclusion of this. Would you say, Mal?
Yeah, I think the end is nigh.
Although
cricket
does confound.
It does confound.
And we've seen stranger things.
Oh, did you interview the Hall of Famer as well?
I did not.
Oh, hang on. Now I'm getting confused over who's who. I can't remember who everyone is. Oh, that's fine.
I'm just an interloper.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, you were thrust into action very, very quickly up here.
I was, wasn't I?
But I was impressed at which the speed you recognised that you had a monitor with
Yeah, it makes a big difference. It's a fantastic stream
it's
as well.
It's a good tool, isn't it?
Very impressive stream. Look at those beautiful pictures. Graphics looking good as well.
But doesn't Lord's look lovely today?
It does. That's what I was saying about the beautiful September sunshine. It's really turned it on today for this momentous occasion. And you see the fans being so vocal, loving the amount of noise they were making. Properly excited to be here.
But the players as well. Potentially their only chance ever to play at Lord's. What an occasion for them.
It certainly is. So Al Hassan, the new batter, in. And it's a play and miss for the first one. There's a slip in now. Hill has decided he wants to up the aggression, and that is a sign of them feeling they are closing in on victory. Next ball is defended out in front by Al Hassan. That run rate required now above 10 and over. The spinners have just been, they've been so impressive. Yeah, they really have. Hill in again, full ball. dug out along the ground into towards mid-wicket. It might be another wicket maiden coming up as well. I think that's Hill's second. Floats this one up. It is defended into the offside, and it is a wicket maiden for Hill. Keeps those figures of 3 for 15.
They're playing very studiously here, aren't they, rather than completely hitting out, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, they've gone into their shell a little bit.
A little bit.
I think it's just a little bit overawed, and I suppose again the idea of the occasion of this.
Yes.
You want them to be able to soak it up
Sure.
for as
Sure.
long as possible. For each batter who comes in, this
Yes.
is really huge.
Well, I'll restate what I said before. It could be the only ever time they get to play here at Lord's, and that is, there's really something to that. The history of this ground. Think about that.
So a new over begins with Mahendra, and first one is just punched up to mid-on. Only get the one run. 70 for 7 now. Al Hassan on strike, yet to get off the mark, so just taking his time in setting himself up. As Mahendra bowls again and can't get it away.
Tried to cut it, didn't he? But couldn't cut it finely enough. And it just dribbled to the fielder there.
So what's that? So Lewis Hill, it was his first wicket maiden, so Mahendra it must have been who bowled the other one. There've been twin spin trouble as the next ball, well, Mahendra tried to field it. It was driven gently by Al Hassan. It ends up getting up as far as mid-on, but there's no run available. I don't know, everyone's around me laughing. Next ball, it's a
Mel.
risky little shot.
Trust me, it's nothing to do with you. I'm just getting a load of abuse, which is fair enough, because
Really?
I've handed out some today. So.
Oh, I'm not going to have that.
Thank you, Mel. I'm glad you're batting for me.
Yeah, I don't know what. I just don't know what's going on at all today. Next ball, it's an inside edge, and how is that missed? But it gets Al Hassan off the mark, and don't think that missed by much.
I think it didn't. I think it was very, very close to being chopped on.
Well, Mahendra, he needs another wicket to keep pace with Hill. He's got a bit ahead of him now in the bowling figures off. Oh, Nick
Ooh.
Ball's punched down. That's a lovely drive. Straight down in front of the members. So Parker still willing to play his shots.
It was in the slot and he drove it beautifully off the front foot. Lovely, lovely shot before that. But the run rate, sadly, is still about 10.7.
Well, that's okay.
10.6.
May as well have some fun out there. 75 for 7 after 22 overs. And that target is still an awfully long way off. And to see, Calfman, you talk about the special moment about coming up here. How about Calfman and the fact that how many batters, forget professional, non-professional.
Yeah.
The new over begins from Lewis, just first ball just defended. How many batters who score 100 at Lord's, and he's got 2 of them.
2 in 2 years and 2 finals. How many people can say that?
That's really special.
And he played beautifully today, didn't he?
He did. This ball, there's still no run there as Al Hassan.
We were saying earlier how he got the pacing of the innings exactly.
Well, I was
right.
looking up, he was on what? I was on about 11 or 27 or something when I first looked. Oh, that's floated right up. But Al Hassan just can't quite time it to get it past the bowler on the return. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, he just went through the gears. He was a Ferrari. And as the next delivery, Al Hassan tries to whip it on the leg side, somehow manages to just dribble out onto the offside. Yeah, that really was a smooth changing up through the gears.
And then back down again when the situation dictated and required that exactly the case. So I thought it was an innings of great control, assertive when required, played himself in, brilliant innings.
Yeah, it really was. Last ball of the over is a little bit quicker, and Al Hassan is able to turn that one into square leg to get the single. And was that Parker? Hang on. Now I'm confused from the stream.
Everyone's
I'm
confused.
confused. Look, I
I
think
think it
I've
was
confused
Parker.
everyone. It was Parker able to get it away. No, the stream's perfect. They've done a brilliant job. It's me who's anything but perfect. I'm still trying to work out who's who and which team is. I'm not. Now that I know more about the Voneus Village Cup, I will.
You even pronounced it correct.
Did I?
Yeah.
It's about time I got something right. No, I'm now that I understand what it's about, I'm going to be taking a much closer interest in it next year.
Maybe come back next year and commentate from early on in the day.
I'll do my research. First ball from Mahendra is just played out towards deep extra cover. They get the single, so they're keeping it ticking along. Parker looks like the one most likely to have a bit of a dip.
Ticking along, but still the rate is 11.
He does have a dip. Plays at that one. It's only going to get the single though. It's down towards wide, long off. But he looks like it's they say intent. I hate it when people just say intent because it's intent to what? It's in the intent to score quickly.
Sure.
What is it? The next ball is not quite played clean. It comes off the inside portion of Hassan's bat. So he's just been getting a little bit stuck at one end. Is Al Hassan. And once more, he's able to get bat on ball, but straight back to the bowler.
He's playing very, very conservatively, isn't he, Hassan? Al
Yeah.
Hassan.
Yeah.
3 of his 17 deliveries faced.
Yeah, he's just not quite been able to find his timing. He goes for that one. He
Didn't
wasn't
he
so
just?
conservative there as he had a big flash at the ball.
Proving exactly how much commentators really know.
Oh, I know how much I know. and it ain't very much. I may have to go at the end of this over, I think. As we see the last ball bowled.
Oh.
Another big flash from Al Hassan, but he just can't find the ball. And after 24 overs, it's 78 for 7. Oh, no, hang on.
Peter Johns.
Okay, yeah, do come on in, Luke. Now it's Luke,
Hello.
right?
It is.
Yeah, thank. God, finally got one name.
Quick one, quick couple of overs, Mel. Because
Okay,
I know you
quick
wanted to
couple of
talk
overs.
about the Hall of Famer, didn't you?
Yes, do tell me about the Hall of Famer.
Peter Johns, he was in earlier. Beautiful trophy brought in. The 7th Hall of Famer given out by the cricketer. He played in the first ever final here in 1972. And he got a fifer but didn't get man of the match.
What?
I know, I said that to him. Did you get man of the match? He went, no, but we won, and he enjoyed himself, he said. But then they went back 3 more times. They're one of the joint winners of the trophy, like most winners, should I say.
New bowler replacing Hill is Clark, and the first ball is loose down the leg side, and it's going to pull up just before it reaches the boundary rope at fine leg. Now, did he get any bat on that?
Looks like it.
No,
Oh.
no, he didn't.
Oh,
it
did he
was
not?
wides, 2 wides.
Okay. I didn't see any proper signal, so
Oh, I didn't
There we
either.
go.
That's why I was confused.
appreciate you coming on, Mel, anyway, because I know we sort of just bundled you in. Not against your will, I might add.
Yeah,
Like, just
did you
we
know,
knew
it
you came
really-
up, but
It really hurt when someone had my hand behind my back and a knife to my throat.
that'd be rich.
He's
Oh,
got,
he's got
him.
him.
Clark strikes.
I missed that because it looked like it was heading down leg side. He must have bowled him round the legs.
I think he has. Well. He had a bit of a loosener, but Clark now gets in on the wicket-taking action. And it's the 8th wicket to fall for Stayley. It's been relentless. It's been trial by spin.
And the big thing as well for Clark is he won the Golden Glove last year for taking the most catches in the behind the stumps with stumpings last year in the competition. Now he's bowling and taking a wicket at Lords instead. Pretty versatile.
Well, I don't think we've got long. So I want you to tell me more about our Village Hall of Famer. We've got the opportunity.
It was, I mean, he didn't really give away much. He just said he was enjoying it. He's at the dinner tonight in the long room, along with the two teams, so he's going to go in there. He seemed very happy with himself. He said he was honoured because obviously there's only 6 other people before him, so he said I'm in a very short list, which he's honoured to be in. And he's now vice chairman at Troon. He's now vice chairman at Troon. He said they'll be in the Village Cup next year, I think for the first time in a while. He's not expecting to get to the final anytime soon, which is a big... I don't know whether that's a good thing. He's not exactly bigging him up there, is he? But yeah, he took 5 for 25 in the final. Yeah, so he's a lovely man. Obviously enjoying his day out.
Well, I just want to know who got player of the match in that game and what they did.
It doesn't say, does it? But
I bet you it was a batter who got like about 70 or something, because it's a batter's game, isn't it? They always get player of the match.
So, yeah, T. Carter got 79 not out. They won by 7 wickets.
What did I tell you?
Yeah.
Someone who got 70. I wasn't far off, was I?
And then Troon won the year after as well. So they've won the first 4 editions, basically, of it. And then they won again in 1983, and they've not been back since.
Troon sounds like it should be in Scotland.
Well, it is in Scotland as well. There is a place in Scotland as well called Troon. Royal Troon, a golf course.
Clark bowls to Barlow, the new batter in. Can't get it past a short, fine leg.
He was your typical Cornishman. He looked very well turned out. He looked like he was going to enjoy the party later as well. His wife was here with him as well, sat in the back of the back.
He's got him! He struck again! And Clark can't stop taking wickets. Sorry, Luke. There's so much going on. Well, he's out. LBW. He goes for a duck, Barlow.
Rob's pulled out his Richie Benno impression there as well.
81 for 9. The end is nigh.
Mel, are you carrying to the end, or are you going to do a start the car?
I think I might do a start the car. I feel like I should let you guys finish off the commentary, to be honest, and sum things up, because you do a better job. But by the way, Clark started with a 2W, 2 wides, and he's got 2 Ws in the over.
He's first over.
2 wickets.
We'll be in the pub for 5.
So look, thanks for having me on.
No, thank you for coming on and like rushing you in, and I know you didn't really know what was going on, and you missed a big TV screen in front of you, but
I really appreciate it. Well done, guys, because you've done a brilliant job with the broadcast and putting everything together and giving this
it's
occasion.
Good to have a pro on, Mel.
Oh, where? Is someone coming on now? No, thanks, guys, and all the best for the rest of the broadcast. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Mel Farrell there, and she's off there, and we'll be off shortly. I think 81 for 9, with only 25 overs gone, and Rob's going to come in now. And what a come down, Rob's here.
Yeah, sorry, you've got me.
I'll turn you on, there we go.
Sorry, you've got me after Mel, so whether I can reach those heady heights, I'm not sure.
This game's, it's a shame really, isn't it? We were talking off air before, you want to come in, if you get beat, give it a go, but the occasion's just got to them, hasn't it?
It is. I mean, they've played a highly professional game throughout. Foxton Granta, you know, they ended up scoring 260 odd. And that's a very competitive total, you know, particularly when you're chasing, and then their new ball bowlers bowl line in length really well, and the spinners have carried on the job. It's been a very, very tough day at the office for Staley, but they'll just be pleased to have got here. You know, wish they could have done more, but sometimes it doesn't work out like that.
Clark looking for 3 wickets in the over then. into Devlin. Devlin swipes it out, and an ugly swipe, that one. And no run. That was...
Did look like a number 11 swipe, actually.
Yeah. What an honour to have Mel in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
She's... you can hear Mel... Well...
Very energetic.
I'm guessing
very energetic.
She'll be going home reporting. I know she did a lot for TNT for the Ashes last time, and she's over here during the summer doing... Oh, that's swept away by Devlin. He's off the mark. It's down there to deep backward square for a single, and she does various streams and stuff for the ICC. There was that dramatic Scotland-Nepal game that she commentated on. I think you can read about it in the August Cricketer, where I think Nepal needed 3 off 1, and then there was a no ball, so they needed 1. I think the last ball was missed and they were run out, but it was signalled a wide, so they won, and they were 9 down. And Mel was commentating on that, and she was just
getting very excitable. Yeah.
Her head went. Yeah.
Yes, the end is nigh here.
Start the car.
Come on, let's start the car. Let's go out with a with a bang.
You do Richie and I'll do Bumble.
Here we go.
Hey Richie, what have you been up to?
Well, it's a marvellous effort here, really, from the Foxton Granta guys. Absolutely superb effort, very professional.
I know she didn't do that in front of Mel, did you? Should have been very highly insulted, would she? Mahendra then. He's coming in. In bowls, and it's played back to Mahendra. 2 for 27 off his 7.
Yeah, you just want to dart now to say, I hit a 6 at Lords. Here we go.
Into Devlin. Goes for the sweep. It's going to be caught. Is he? No, the wicketkeeper didn't know where it had gone, and then he spun away from the fielder.
Just balloons up in the air over the keeper's head.
Well, at first I thought he was going straight to the bowler, then I thought he was going to the wicketkeeper.
I don't think anyone had a clue where that had gone, but he was
on the old roundabout there, the wicketkeeper, wasn't he?
It wasn't for the lack of trying, was it?
Is Mahendra then in again around the wicket, bowls, driven nicely through extra cover for 4 by Ul Hassan. Lovely shot. One of the shot of the innings that for Stayley.
Absolutely, super shot, straight drill through extra cover. Right. Toss it up, bit of flight here, and I think a big mo.
Richie's taking me notes. Oh, it's LBW, it's close, is it?
Oh, we thought that was the end. Must have been just sliding down leg side.
Yeah, look close. Straight on. I must say the aircon's on in here, but it's absolutely roasting in this box now. As Mahendra comes in around the wicket and goes to cut away, playing a miss. It must have been close. There was hands on heads again there.
Looks like a wicket is coming every delivery here.
The crowd of it had that. The crowd, it's got that late sort of afternoon test match feel, hasn't it? They're not kind of focused on what's going on. There's just a lot of enjoyment, shouting.
Could be a run out.
Oh, there's a shot at stumps. He's run out. Is he? No. The throw was a bit of a sloppy one. He was slow to throw it in the end. They've got through for a single. And it's 88 for 9. And it's a big achievement for Foxton Granta, as I say. Nobody's retained the title since Caldy back in 1997. So you're looking at close to just under 30 years since it's been done, and it's been, like you say, a very professional performance from Foxton.
Absolutely, with Calfman at the heart of it, those consecutive hundreds both years, being core to it all, and then backed up by a really, really professional bowling performance from the seamers that opened right through to the spinners that have just squeezed throughout the day.
In bowls, and Clark with a new over, and that's just played out to mid-wicket in beautiful Lord's sunshine. We've been blessed with the weather. I know they had it a bit on and off for Ormskirk against Penzance yesterday, and that's, well, he was trying to swipe that towards the mound stand, and in the end just missed it. Dribbles down in front of him.
He's itching to run down the wicket and hit it over
towards us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just plays that nicely defensively back to The bowler, I was saying, block this out, see out your overs. Doesn't matter. Get 250 for 9. You've not lost your wickets. Proper cricket.
You don't want to be doing that. Here we go.
Yeah, there's a big swipe up in there, and it's over the fielder. Over extra cover. It plugs a little bit, but it is going to get over the rope for 4. And Al Hassan's not going to die wondering here. He was trying to sweep that, I think, and it just flew off the bat and went over extra cover.
If he floats it up and gives it some more air, he'll try again.
It'd be nice.
Good on them though, they haven't put the fielders back, giving them the chance to sort of hit over the top.
Yeah, it'd be nice for him to try and get to 100 at least, wouldn't it? Here he comes, ball again, and it's a full toss. He's hit it straight to the field. Does he want to? No, I thought he caught it. It looked like a really spectacular catch, but similar area to before, mid-off extra cover region. It looked like he caught it at first.
It did look like he was going across one-handed for a leaping salmon type grab, wasn't it? But just must have gone over his head.
96 for 9. Al Hassan's on to 16 off 28. And yeah, they're going after Clark now. Short delivery, paddled around the corner. The guy going to get the 100 here, I think. Going up the hill, the fielder's chasing after it. Is he going to pull it in? He hasn't. It's 4, and they have got the 3 figures, Stayley. So that'll a little crumb of comfort for him, and Al Hassan will move on to 20.
It's a nice little landmark and good commitment from the fielder as well, particularly at this stage. You know, tend to do a full-length dive to try and pull that back.
And Al Hassan's now the top scorer in the innings, which kind of says what a sorry scorecard it's been for Stayley.
Well, that was actually 4 wide.
Oh, there we go. So maybe he's not quite top scorer yet. I didn't see any signal though.
I missed that as well, yeah.
Here's Clarkin again. Al Hassan drives, squirts it out to deep backward point, but he declines a run this time.
So just the 165 to win on 13 overs.
You never know. A few more lusty blows, he might be getting nervous.
This would be a story to tell the grandkids, wouldn't it? They could secure victory from here.
Well, it'd be one of the greatest Village Cup comebacks as well, wouldn't it? I wonder if that's ever happened in the Village Cup as well, where somebody's been 9 down, needing over 100. I don't know why I'm looking. It won't really tell me now, will it? I don't think. It tells you the scores, but I don't think it'll ever say.
Don't worry, it keeps you busy, Luke.
It keeps me quiet. There's no pictures in here though.
Too many big words, aren't there?
Yeah, there are big words, yeah, loads of numbers, big words. Yeah, Campbell's going to come back on the opening bowler. 1 for 13 off his 5. Just held back there. We were chatting to Adam Webster's mother and girlfriend or partner downstairs before, weren't we? As in comes Campbell bowls, and that's driven nicely there. And it's going to go for 4 runs. It's Devlin this time hitting the boundary. Good shot by him.
Each of these runs being cheered massively by the Staley guys in the contingent in the crowd here.
Well, yeah, they've been loving the highlights, haven't they, from the last year?
Big live Sports FM fans, actually, so it transpires.
So, tentative play and miss there by Devlin at that next delivery.
He's got the last year's final saved on her favourites, she was saying. So
yeah, and on the
keeps
YouTube,
watching, Adam Webster's 97 and the 6 into the mound stand.
And then she'd, oh yeah, I recognise your voice from the 6. I was like, yeah, that's it. But she's like, I don't think Daddy'll be watching back this innings, will she? Because he got 14 Webster. As in comes Campbell again, bowls. Devlin drives again, well fielded at cover. He's just shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, but he's well in. It's amazing to think that Foxton Granta only stayed up in their division with a relegation playoff. When you watch how they play, you think they'd be they've been really good in the Village Cup, and you'd think that they'd be sort of one of the top dogs in their league.
Yeah, really solid side.
And they'll be coming back for a hat-trick, hoping to come for a hat-trick next year, so it'll be 2 years unbeaten for Foxton Granta in the competition. That one's pushed forward by Devlin. Had to get some bat on that, otherwise again it'd have been plumb.
Absolutely.
Would have been salmon trout, to quote the great Shane Lawn, whose lounge is just, I say his lounge, his studio's just down the end of the corridor, where all the Sky do their commentary from. Devlin goes for a big swipe, goes for a big pull shot really, and it just dribbles out to mid-on. I don't know what he was trying to play there. It was a ball outside off stump as well, not even short enough.
Just trying to heave it into the tavern.
I must say the cake was beautiful. I'm going to have my lemon drizzle after this. Have my cake and eat it, because Devlin defends that next one.
That's about the third slice you've had as well, isn't it, Luke?
Second it'll be. Rich
Oh,
has
it was
had,
Rich. It was,
yeah, Rich has had the full 3-course meal today.
I think he's tried chocolate cake, red velvet, lemon drizzle, or a date and walnut, hasn't he?
And all the sandwiches.
Already 3.
And how many sandwiches? And a wrap.
Clearly Rich doesn't get fed much at home, because he's turned up here and ravaged the place.
He's well known around here. When we went downstairs, the security guard went, "Hi, Rich." He went, "Hiya, Bob, how are you?" "Oh, I'm all right." And they were having a good old chat, weren't they? Walks around with his Middlesex tie. Everyone thinks he owns the place now, and everyone's like letting on to him. As that first ball of the Clarko was just defended by Ul Hassan, who's on at 13, not out.
Go on, just give it a bit more air. And this will be... Oh, they put back long on and long off now as well, so...
Here is Clark in. Ul Hassan been given lots of air, drives out for 4.
Yeah, full toss.
And he will be the top scorer in the innings now. Well played.
Nice little
Mohamed Al
cameo.
Hassan. The top partnership in innings as well, 28. So 157 needed off 70. And that's going to be another one added to the total. Well, this would be one for the ages, as you say, if they do pull this off. But Foxton will want to get this done quickly. Done and dusted, get the suits on for that post-match dinner this evening in the long room.
I want to share a few celebratory jars with their friends and family as well that have come down.
I think young Oscar was he's off there, isn't he? He was going on about it before. Yeah. Here's Clark again from the nursery end, ball in an edge through slip. I don't think it carried, and it's going to run down towards the boundary. Is it going to hold up there? Goes into the shadows and it's away for 4. So Devlin moves on to 10.
You'd like to say guided shot down through the slips, but I fear it wasn't quite where he was aiming for.
Clark again then. I say, wicket last year was the Golden Glove in the competition with 9 catches and 5 stumpings. Right arm over, bowls, gives it a bit of air, and again similar shot, edged all along the floor.
To be fair, I think he meant that one. Looked like he opened the face a bit more that time.
And
so.
again, the fielder's going to pull this in this time. It just doesn't have enough on it to get to the boundary, but they do get 3 for 3. Devlin moves on to 13 now off 12 deliveries, 117 for 9. Oh, that's the first 3 of the match, or the innings? The match, there we go. Clark then into Ul Hassan, big swipe there, and just dribbles out to the square leg umpire. They're going to get 2. If you're Lewis Hilly, do you just chuck the ball to Sam Beer and go, finish it off for us, please, Sam?
I don't know actually. I mean, I think they're probably more likely to get them through spin.
Possibly. I mean, they're looking quite comfortable against it at the minute, aren't they?
I think that's what they tried to do with Campbell at the other end.
Very much so, Chris. And just a bit of foot, but a nice little hand from this final wicket pair here for Stayley. They put on 38 together. And here is Campbell running up to the wicket now.
That's
Rolling wicket full.
swung up, it's in the air, and then there's a misfield. Much to the disgust of Campbell. It was just a horrible shot again in the air. Bounced in front of the fielder, spun past him at extra cover, and you get through for 2. Olsan and 23 not out. 120 for 9. Oh, it's bowled in, and that's it. And Foxton Granta win. Handshakes all round. They retain the trophy, the first team to do so since 1997. And it's a comprehensive win in the end for Foxton and Granta. A win here by 145 runs. And pretty comprehensive, that, Rich, in the end. And the early 2 wickets, it was always likely to be this way. I mean, they folded a bit, didn't they, after the second wicket went down. A little rally at the end, but Foxton Granta have been well worthy winners again, haven't they?
Yeah, and you never really felt in the second innings that there was any point where the momentum was shifted or the chance of winning was 50-50 at all. I go back to something I said very early, and I said the narrative of today would be, if Parkinson goes early, then what? Parkinson went for 9.
Yeah, and we mentioned about the scores, nobody's around him, and even in this competition, he's been the main man, hasn't he? Because the table's just been brought out there. Yeah.
But the other problem was, those were small contributions, but they weren't necessarily cameos of, say, 20 off 10 or 15 off 7. It was 17 off 19, 6 off 15, 15 off 38. I'm afraid in a one-day innings where you're chasing over a run a ball, that can't happen. And the fact that we have Al Hassan, who got 23 and was the top scorer of the innings, said everything.
Yeah, and 2 teams just coming out doing their handshakes. And I'll run through the scorecard for you. I was going to look on a big scorecard there, on the big scoreboard, but off it went. But they lost Parkinson for 9, LBW to Bay. Barlow bowled by Campbell for 5. Sohail Khan, he was bowled by Hill for 17. Reece Downend, he was LBW to Mahendra for 6. Mohammed Saqib, he was caught by Hopwood off the bowling of Hill for 15. Nick Woodhead, the captain, bowled by Mahendra for 2. Roach caught and bowled by Hill for 2. Mohammed Al Hassan there, bowled by Campbell for 23. Leighton Parker, he was LBW to Clark for 5, as was Dylan Barlow for 0. And the out batsman was Mr. Devlin for 14. The bowling figures, Sam Beer, he took 2 wickets for, just trying to get those up now. Campbell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. Hill, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 15. Mahendra, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33. And Clark, 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24. So a lot of the big difference as well was the extras, wasn't it, Rich?
31.
About 31 in that first innings that Staley gave away. And you can't afford to do that, can you?
No, that's another 20 more than it should be, isn't it? You shouldn't be giving away 31 runs in extras. Absolutely not.
And the Stayley, just trying to work out where. Yeah, Stayley players are just going over to the friends and family now. Hugs all around, just down below us to the left. And they'll be disappointed, won't they? They'll know they've not performed on the day, but saying they've only been in this competition 5 years, they'll come again. They'll be strong again next year, won't they?
But honestly, look, it's worth reasserting that today was really, for them, in batting terms, all about Parkinson. If he was going to fire, others around him can make their small contributions and they can then veer towards victory. If he doesn't, and that's why I impressed it so much earlier, if he didn't, it didn't look from the stats as though there was anyone who's going to take the fulcrum part of it all and take them forward. So that's exactly how it's played out.
I can see Lance Bromley, chairman down there in his three-piece suit, just giving them all a hug and enjoying a beverage. He'll be enjoying the meal later on. Just there's one of the crew down there sticking a microphone in, just trying to listen in. And Nick Woodhead, the captain's just signing somebody's shirt or an autograph for someone. The Foxton Granta players are just a bit further around the corner in the Taverners, just under the old scoreboard, and they're obviously taking the acclaim of their fans as well. I'd say it's about 50-50 in number as well, considering Foxton Granta came from Cambridgeshire as well. It was a really good effort from the Staley lot to come down here in the end. And it is Foxton Granta who retain the title. And interestingly, the presentation will be done on the pitch this year. Normally it's done in the pavilion, and we're not quite sure what's going on, but there's less of a presentation party there this year, Keith, so it might be a bit easy to sort of establish what is going on.
We'll do our best, Luke. By the way, big thanks to Rich for his contributions today. We'll hear from Rob as well as yourself, and before we go off air. Yeah, just to answer your question, we'll try very hard to cover the presentation. Obviously, we're in a little bit of a glass box here, so it might be difficult, but we'll do our best, and if there is anything we can relay in terms of the presentation, we can do. But yeah, if we just have a quick look back at the game, if you remember, Luke, can you remember back at 10 to 11, we said today's game could be Foxton Granta's batting against Stayley's bowling, and if we were correct, then clearly Foxton Granta's batting was far superior to Stayley's bowling. And I think in terms of Stayley's batting, I don't think I can add anything other than what Rich said. It was really down to Liam Parkinson getting him out cheaply. That really was the curtain. That was a bit like, remember 4 years ago, was it 3 years ago, Calmore against Dumbleton, and Ben Johns couldn't stop scoring for fun. And we all said at lunch break, we said if Ben Johns gets out early, that's it. If I remember rightly, he actually got injured. Carried on, and 2 balls later was caught at slip. And the game was never in doubt, even though 1 or 2 Calmore batsmen managed to eke it out, a bit like Mahmood Al-Hassan today. It really was the end of it. But no, but we've got to take our hat off. I mean, I better be careful what I say here, but if Richard Calfman's not man of the match, then I just don't know how, what else he has to do. He was man of the match last year, but this year I think even more of a case for him to be man of the match. Well, I'll bring Rob in a minute, because Rob's got an interesting message from someone who I think has played cricket with Richard Calfman, so we'll bring Rob in just to tell us a bit more about that. But yeah, a bit of a one-sided final, but doesn't take away the day, and I have to say, we've had a blast here, haven't we, in the commentary box?
We have indeed. It's been a lot of fun, and many thanks again to Frogbox for helping us out with the pictures as well that you can see. I mean, we can describe it as much as we want, but you can see it on the screen as well. They're great for all the guests that we've had in here as well. We've had David, we've had James, we've had Oscar, all from the Cricketer. We've had Ian Smith, who's head of operations for the Village Cup. We've also had the Hall of Famer in.
Yep, Peter Johns.
Peter Johns, yeah. And of course, the brilliant Mel Farrell.
It was a real privilege to have everybody in here today, and you know, it's so good that everyone supported us. So big thanks to Frogbox for their support in making sure that we could provide the simulcast in terms of the commentary for the video stream. And big thanks to the cricketer, support from David and James and Oscar, who came up here and gave their time and brought people up here. This was fantastic. And not sure who Mel was representing today, but either way, big thanks to Mel Farrell, who came up and yeah, she was sort of thrown at the deep end a bit, and I have to say, the consummate pro that she is, she coped extremely well. And yeah, as you said, Luke, if we look outside where we can see the presentation, it's going to be in the sunshine, away from the shadow of the pavilion. I think we've had a bit of an earlier finish than was expected, so maybe they're making the most of the sunshine. And yeah, just a comprehensive win for the team from Cambridgeshire today. And as I said, we'll try and see if we can stay on air long enough to find out who the man of the match is. But to be honest with you, if it's not Richard Calfman, I'll eat my hat. I haven't got one to eat.
We normally we can hear it from where we are, but there's like so much going on that we don't know what's going on. But this year there's hardly as many people around, but we can't hear anything unless the guys go outside and listen in. But I think the PA's going, I'm not sure.
Well, what we'll do is, if we can find the commentary team who've legged it, then we'll have a couple of people here and we'll get one to go outside and they can do runners. We can run and find out who it is.
Unless they've gone downstairs to listen in.
I'll go and shall I go and quickly check if you can carry on
yeah,
chatting for a few minutes?
Carry on, yeah. And the tables out there. There's a big shiny trophy on there. Both captains will be heading over. Nick Woodhead's still down by the Stayley fans. He's not going to be over there just yet. Foxton Granta are lining up. They're going to have to get over there soon and get the losers medal, I feel. But yeah, Stayley players still down there. Nick and a few people just in a bit of an embrace. And Foxton Granta guys are just lining up ready. They've been here before. Lots of handshakes, hugs, backslapping all around from the Stayley supporters and players who've done them proud. As I say, this they've only been in the Village Cup 5 years, and they're a progressive club. They've won promotion to the third tier of the Greater Manchester Cricket League, and as I say, I'm sure they'll be challenging again next year. This will probably give them a drive and a hunger to go on next year and come back to Lords again. But if you have just joined us, it's a win by 145 runs for Foxton Granta, who retain the Village Cup. They made 245 in the end, and they bowled out Stayley for 120. The highlight was Richard Calfman getting another 100. He's got back-to-back hundreds in this competition, something which has been never done in the final of this competition as well. So a piece of history made by Richard Calfman. And I mean, I'm sure it would be done again. Somebody will come back and get a second 100, but never back-to-back. So the Foxton Granta players are there waiting for the presentation to take place. The Stayley players are still down with their supporters. David here from the cricketer. Hopefully be able to tell us.
And Keith back as well. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll keep going and we'll confirm who the man of the match is. I mean, if it's not Richard Calfman, I'll eat my hat, but I haven't got one to eat. But yeah, we'll have David to say a few words. Rob and Rich, I'm sure, will join us, but we'll stay on air until we know who the man of the match is. But let me bring you carry on, Luke, for a bit, and I'll bring David in for the last few words.
Yeah, David, sadly a bit more one-sided than Stayley would have wanted it, but just I think Foxton Granta's experience showed in the end.
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously Liam Parkinson, him getting out early, was a big moment in this game. And like you say, Foxton Granta, they should have just ground it down really. Their bowling attack is really formidable. They're defending champions, who are really worthy defending champions. Stayley put up a good fight, especially at the end there. They gave their fans something to cheer about. Not that they needed much encouragement. Their fans have been very, very vocal today, and it's despite the scoreline, it's still been a wonderful advert for village cricket and for the Voneus Village Cup.
And we've seen history made as well.
Yeah, Richard Calfman, back-to-back hundreds, the first man to do so in Voneus Village Cup finals. Incredible achievement. Fantastic player, and yeah, it's one that's going to go down in history for sure.
And of course we do it all again next year. When's the draw? March, is it?
Usually around February time. So yeah, there's plenty to look forward to. We'll be looking forward to hopefully some new entrants, some returning entrants. I think Peter Johns mentioned hopefully that Troon, the very first champions, might return, which would be a massive boon for the tournament. But yeah, as always, we look forward to new and returning entrants, and another great summer of village cricket to come in 2026.
Peter basically said, I don't think we'll do that well in it. I was like, that's good to know. Vice chairman's not got much hope for you. But no, he was saying obviously they must have fallen on hard times. He was saying they're bouncing the way back up now, aren't they?
Yeah, they briefly folded, I think, during the pandemic as a league side for one season, so that put them right back down to the bottom of the Cornish league pyramid down there. But they keep sort of back-to-back promotions, if you will, and kind of fighting their way back to those glory days, and they're part of the Village Cup's heritage. It would be great to see them back, as are so many clubs now, and Foxton Granta today have really written themselves into that same Village Cup heritage with this fantastic run for them.
And of course, if you've missed some of it, you can watch it all again on the YouTube stream with our commentary. You can read the report from the cricketer as well.
Absolutely, it'll be on thecricketer.com and on the Village Cup website shortly.
And in the next edition of the magazine?
Certainly, yeah, we'll have a big report on that. More reaction from today, some lovely photos, and like I say, we'll keep covering the Village Cup ongoing into the next year and many, many years to come as well.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the presentation to take place. The Stayley players are just kind of milking it a little bit in terms of, even though they've lost, they're still taking photos and they're slowly making their way over towards the pavilion. I was saying, David, it's not quite, it was a bit normally in the pavilion and it's a bit of a mess in terms of you can't see what's going on, but it's a bit more organised and spread out today, isn't it, which is good.
Yeah, brought themselves across here, and those Stayley players have absolutely earned the right to their day. It's like Ian Smith said to me earlier, the tournament organiser, the Village Cup is about making memories, and you know, the memories of Peter Johns, Gary O'Connor from Reed, who rang the bell earlier, and all the people not at the final today who've played in this magnificent tournament over the past 5 decades, no matter how far their team have got, whether they've made it here or elsewhere, or just been to a beautiful ground, or just had a great run. It's about making memories, and that's what village cricket's all about.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the presentation to take place. There's starting the table out, I think. I'm not sure if something's blown off. Not there's much breeze around, but they're just adjusting something on the table.
Yeah, that's Jim Hindson, the managing director of the cricketer here, will make sure that everything's ship-shape, and he's happy with.
He's happy with the table.
Yeah, happy with the table.
And yeah,
Louisa West from MCC now announcing
we can't, as I say, we can't really hear what's going on from where we are, but we have got the pictures, so we'll see who's going to go up. And obviously the losing team will go up first, led by Nick Woodhead, the Staley captain.
Yeah, not the day he would have hoped for, but again, to captain at Lords is no mean feat, and he's done his club proud with the way he's led them all throughout this tournament. I think obviously, Luke, you spent quite a bit of time talking to Nick, and you know, a fine cricketer and a fine leader as well.
Yeah, and they've dug themselves out of some tricky situations in this tournament, so I think they'd have backed themselves to do it again, but it just wasn't quite enough for them this time. But it's the winning captain. Oh, is that the man of the match? Yeah, he'll be playing a match, is it? Richard Calfman, is it?
I believe so.
Because he's from they won't send Foxton Granta up first, so yeah, it looks like it's a player of the match, and it's Richard Calfman, as you'd expect.
Yeah, man of the match in consecutive years and back-to-back hundreds. He's certainly written his name into Village Cup folklore today.
Probably one of the easiest players of the match decisions
to be made by the committee.
I think the selection committee had a very easy job today. A fine player.
And like somebody just said, probably a future Hall of Fame.
It certainly wouldn't surprise me in future. I think while he's still playing, there's so much more he could do.
30 years down the line, we'll be here saying,
yeah,
I remember when you got that double 100 in 2025.
And 2024.
2024,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a great player. Obviously, I speculate that he may not have been far off a professional contract at some point in his early career. He played for Northampton Cricket Board, long career with Oxfordshire and Bedfordshire in the minor counties, but still, obviously the fact that he loves recreational cricket, club cricket, and still keeps playing for Foxton Granta is a credit to him. And you know, what a waste it would be if he wasn't playing.
And we've been blessed with the weather again, David, haven't we, as well, which is great.
Yeah, we beat the forecast. It's been fantastic. Obviously, I'd like to say Stayley probably brought the weather down from Manchester. Obviously,
not if you'd have seen it last night, blimey.
Yeah, I know. I've in-laws in Preston, and I believe that the house is about to blow up or flood. But that's just normal up there, isn't it? Most of the year. But yeah. Fantastic sunny day and a great way to end the season.
Keith's just informed me it's the biggest ever win in a Village Cup final, apparently, this. So there we go, in terms of runs.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Well, again, another record.
Sesse won by 119, so they've won by 145 today.
Yeah.
Either that or Woodhouse Grange win by 10 wickets.
Okay.
In terms of runs.
In terms of runs.
Okay.
So there we go. Yeah. Another record broken.
Yeah.
And they're coming forward now, the Staley players.
Yeah, to receive from Kerry John, the Director of Deployment at Voneus. He himself is a keen village cricketer in Northamptonshire for Hayford Cricket Club and is an MCC member as well.
Yeah, I can see he's got the old tie on, hasn't he, the MCC tie there?
The egg and bacon, yes.
The egg and bacon.
So
does he still play in the Village Cup, did you say?
He doesn't play in the Village Cup, but he's a keen cricketer and committee member at his club in Northamptonshire.
Forward they all come then, the Stayley players. Well, when they sit back and have a couple of drinks tonight, they'll reflect on what a run they've had, won't they?
That's the thing, isn't it? And to beat Dumbleton in the semi-final,
yes.
What a side they were last year, and pretty much unchanged. So to get hit, and like you say, they've had close games against Cleater, that one-run victory, that really tight game. So it's been quite the run, like you say. And for guys who a club who've only been entering this competition since 2021, it's no mean feat to make it this far. It takes sometimes years and years of kind of work and building that culture as a village club, if you like. But Stayley have managed it in such a short space of time. They should be very proud of themselves.
There's Lydia Greenway's there in a nice sort of check outfit she's got on.
Yeah, Lydia continues to be a fantastic ambassador for us for the Voneus Village Cup. Started out in village cricket herself, and look at what she's gone on to achieve in the game, both as a player and a broadcaster and a selector as well. So yeah, we're very proud that Lydia remains associated with this tournament, and she really is passionate about it. As you know, Luke, she was up at Reed with us, and she had a busy day at Trent Bridge yesterday.
I was going to say, must be pleased she's able to make it here.
She wouldn't miss it for the world, and she managed to come down, but she's obviously delighted to be here and to play her part in proceedings.
Well, they'll be getting used to meeting Lydia Greenway, the Foxton Granta players. She gave out the medals last year, I think, to them as well. So it's like, hello again.
Yeah, I wonder if not honorary membership might be on the cards, vice president or something. Yeah, no, they're a great club, aren't they, Foxton Granta? Really love this tournament. I think I remember talking to them when they had a game that was possibly going to get rained off, maybe the quarter-final or the last 16. And they had real hardcore fans, a guy from as far away as Grantham, which is about an hour and a half away, ringing on the morning to say, is it worth me coming, because I really want to be there. So they're another community that are really behind their club and behind this tournament, and it means the world to them. I think, they've said to me before that the Village Cup is what really gets their fans going, not just the league.
I've just had a message from a mate of mine saying, when am I getting a medal? Everyone seems to be getting one. I've had cake, so I'm happy enough.
Some good cake as well.
Although someone's nicked me lemon drizzle now. Where's that gone?
Red velvet was
That's okay then. Okay. Panic over.
I think we're ready.
So the trophy's about to be lifted. There's a check there as well, and Lewis Hill lifts it. They do a little bend forward and then lift it in the air. And Foxton Granta, Village Cup winners 2025, retaining their trophy. A fantastic win for them. And thank you again, David, for the cricketer and everything that you've done for us this season as well and today.
Well, and I'd like to reciprocate that, Luke. Thank you to Live Sports FM. Your continued coverage of this tournament was really invaluable. You guys put a lot of hard work in throughout the summer. You really help out. You really believe in this tournament. And it means a lot to everyone who you cover. And so I'd like to commend you guys again on a fantastic job. Well done.
Thank you very much. Well, that's just about it for our coverage. And our thanks to Rob Etteridge and also Rich Dean, as I say, David. We've had in
James,
Ian Smith,
yep, Ian
James,
Smith,
Oscar, Mel, of course.
Mel, yeah.
What a character. Peter Johns, Hall of Famer. And it's been, fantastic. And that is our cricket coverage done for this season here on Live Sports FM. So thank you to everyone who's listened to us. Thank you to all the clubs who've helped us out as well throughout this season. This has been Live Sports FM, and saying good night here from Lords as the Foxton Granta players run over and raise a trophy to their fans.
Lovely, Luke. Thanks very much indeed to your sterling work today. So just to give a final thanks to our commentary team, Rob Ettridge, Rich Dean, Luke Edwards and Keith Higgins. Thanks very much indeed for listening to us, and join us again next year for more continued coverage of the Village Cup. Do you want to keep something with your license on screen? No. That's it. Just put close. And then close. Yeah. You sure want to close this event? Yeah. Okay. And then we'll go to record. You say record. That's when we publish it. No. It will take a while, so we'll leave it.